Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. She had never wanted anyone the way she wanted Jeff, and the need arrived without warning on a clear spring morning. One minute she was adjusting the worn strap of her backpack, breathing in the sweet smell of newly cut grass, and the next she was standing still in the middle of the lawn, shaken by how fully her body recognized him. The ache felt warm and dangerous, as if someone had lit a candle deep inside her chest and turned the wax to liquid in a single breath. His back was toward her that first moment, kneeling at the edge of a garden, steady hands cupping the root ball of a young dogwood. She recognized the tree at once. Her parents had planted one in their own yard when she was 5, and every April she'd watched its white petals drift over the grass like slow-falling snow. In an instant her mind threaded the old memory to this brand-new picture: sunlight on his shoulders, the soft bloom pressing against his cheek, soil dusting the well-cut lines of his arms. The man's name was Jeff Newman. At 34 he owned a small but respected landscape company that took care of a dozen properties on the north side of town. She learned that fact because, the week before, she'd seen an ad in the classifieds. Experienced yard hand needed, must know pruning basics, willing to learn, good attitude required. She'd grown up a tomboy, forever trailing her 3 older brothers, tossing footballs in the street, handing wrenches to whichever sibling had his head jammed beneath a car hood. She could rewire a porch light without fear and plant a vegetable bed in neat rows with no wasted space. The job sounded perfect. Now, standing a few yards away in her best pair of jeans and a clean t-shirt, she cleared her throat. Jeff rose to greet her, wiping his palms on battered work pants. Up close he was even more beautiful, sun-bleached hair that curled at the collar, skin the color of warm honey, and steady hazel eyes that did not flick away in impatience. He asked about her experience, nodded while she spoke, and laughed in all the right places. When he held out a hand to seal the offer she felt the smallest electric nudge in the center of her palm. It jolted her heart and settled lower, where it burned in a steady hum. "You can start tomorrow," he said, and the promise in his grin made her float down the garden path to her car, weak with grateful disbelief. Her name was Erica Hayes, 28, single, content to fill evenings with long runs, thick library books, and the occasional happy hour with friends. She managed just fine with her modest mortgage and solitary calico cat. Still, she had always wondered if something, or someone, might one day sweep in and tug the axis of her life off its easy rotation. That first afternoon she drove home replaying Jeff's voice in her head until the words blurred into one rolling note of possibility. Work suited her as well as she hoped. Jeff paid fair, kept to simple rules, and expected his small crew to share his pride in the finished product. He trained her to edge sidewalks with military precision, to balance fertilizer ratios so turf gained color without scorching, to listen for the deeper crack when a shrub hid brittle canes among healthy ones. She soaked it up. She wanted to be useful. She also wanted to stand close enough to note the citrus bite of his aftershave, or the way a thin scar crossing his left forearm would flush darker when the sun baked overhead. Weeks blended into months. They drove from job to job in the company pickup, sharing coffee in waxy cups, talking about nothing until nothing turned easily into everything. He told her about Trudy, the old shepherd mix he'd loved for 12 years before a careless driver clipped the dog on a rainy November night. He confessed he'd cried himself to sleep for a week. He told her about the marriage that lasted 19 months and ended when he found a stranger's messages on his wife's phone. He was not bitter, exactly, more quietly bruised. She listened, head tipped against the passenger window, eager for each small piece he offered. What she did not tell him was how often she pictured him after dark, when the house went quiet and the only light came from a single lamp above the couch. She imagined him kneeling by her legs, trailing warm fingers along skin that quivered beneath his touch. She imagined the scratch of his day-old beard at the soft underside of her throat. Her own hand slipped below the waistband of her cotton shorts, and she chased release with a breathy urgency that left her dizzy in its wake. Each time she came, his name trembled against her tongue though she was alone. Jeff called her a natural at the work, and she glowed. Together they installed brick patios, crafted flower beds bursting in clever color stories, and convinced a local hardware store to let them design the display by the front door. When Autumn painted the maples gold, he joked she could prune roses in her sleep, and maybe she did sometimes, dreaming of his smile as her clippers snapped, neat and sure. One afternoon late in October, standing in damp grass with pruning shears in her hands, she learned he had a girlfriend. Her name was Ashley, dark hair, bright laugh, a receptionist at a dental office across town. Jeff was not bragging. The facts slipped out while they hauled bags of mulch to the truck, his tone mild. "Ashley loves this cooler weather," he said, tightening the tailgate strap. "She talked me into pumpkin picking Saturday." Erica managed a neutral hum of approval. Inside, jealousy bit down like a hidden thorn. Still, she told herself not to panic. Plenty of couples drift. She had witnessed it in her own life. Attraction fades, timing falters, priorities warp. She suspected Jeff and Ashley had their share of cracks because each time he spoke of her the edges of his mouth pinched almost imperceptibly. And so Erica waited, nursing her private ache, listening. By February she sensed her patience might pay off. They sat in the truck on a drizzly Monday, steam curling from the tops of their paper cups. "Ashley wants to book a 4-day cruise," Jeff muttered, as if the idea tasted sour. His eyes fixed on a distant point beyond the windshield. "Bahamas. All inclusive." He broke off, shaking his head. "I hate being trapped like that." She nodded, careful not to sound eager. "Everyone needs space," she said. "You spend every day outdoors. A cramped cabin probably feels claustrophobic." Jeff sighed, fingers drumming the steering wheel. "I exploded this weekend," she cried. "Accused me of not loving her. I just needed to breathe." His knuckles whitened. "I think I won out." Erica swallowed hope like sunlight. It warmed her throat and spread through her limbs, lifting her chest so high she thought her ribs might float apart. When they reached the day's property, a Cape Cod whose grass had surged past their knees, she volunteered for the riding mower, blazing rows with renewed vigor. The engine's whine drowned the frantic beat of her heart. Weeks passed. They talked each morning as usual, though now his updates on Ashley grew sparse and resigned. By April, cherry petals flicked across the sidewalks, and Jeff admitted the relationship was dying. Erica fought the grin that tugged her cheeks. When her birthday arrived in late May, Jeff brought her coffee with double cream and a lemon cupcake the size of her fist. His fingertips brushed hers as he handed her the treat. Heat sizzled through her veins, thrilling and cruel. She imagined leaning forward, linking her fingers behind his neck, kissing him right there beside the tool shed. Instead she thanked him and forced a laugh. She planned a backyard party for the first Saturday in June, a modest affair with paper lanterns, burgers on the grill, bowls of pasta salad, and a cooler stuffed with beer. Guests would drift under tiki torch glow, music would hum from a Bluetooth speaker, and she would glance at Jeff beneath low strings of light and think, maybe tonight. Maybe his loneliness would pulse in time with hers. Afternoon melted into evening. Fireflies winked between honeysuckle vines. Jeff arrived in a crisp white polo, hair still damp from the shower, and handed her a 6-pack of craft beer. She felt the small hitch in her breathing just as she always did. They clinked bottles, ate smoky hamburgers, and swapped jokes with friends. Everything shimmered on the verge of something new. Then her cousin Penelope appeared, clicking up the driveway in wedge sandals, her pink toenails flashing. Penelope was sun-gold and flirty by nature, the kind of woman who tipped her head just so and made men lean in closer without realizing they'd moved. Erica loved her despite that trait. Or maybe in spite of it. But tonight the sight of Penelope's easy smile sent a nervous ripple across her skin. Introductions were swift. "Jeff, this is my cousin Penelope," Erica said, steadying her voice. The two shook hands. Erica saw Penelope's lashes sweep down and back up in a practiced flutter. She saw Jeff's corded forearm flex beneath his sleeve. She saw recognition spark between them, familiar, undeniable, terrifying. She left them to set fresh plates on the food table, stirring melted butter through foil-wrapped corn. When she looked up, they were still talking, leaning in, trading quick bursts of laughter. Erica's pulse thumped in her ears. She tried focusing on the party. Cousin were recounting a fishing fiasco, neighbor Debbie singing off-key to the playlist. But her gaze slid back every few minutes. Always the same tableau, Jeff angled closer, Penelope touching his elbow. By the night's end, Erica's cheeks ached from holding her smile in place. On Monday morning, Jeff guided the truck onto the highway. Cool air spilled from the vents. He cleared his throat. "I was thinking of asking your cousin to dinner," he said, eyes forward. "You'd be okay with that?" Shock punched Erica's ribs. She clutched her thermos, forcing a casual shrug. "Sure," she managed. "Penelope's great." The lie lodged bitterly on her tongue. She wanted to say please don't. Wanted to say I've been in love with you since the day we met. Wanted to say pick me. But she swallowed those words and felt them burn all the way to her stomach. Jeff smiled, relief softening his brow. "Thanks. I didn't want it to be weird." He turned the radio to an upbeat station and drummed along on the steering wheel. Work felt heavier that week. At lunch breaks, Jeff texted Penelope, thumbs flying, grin wide. Erica trimmed hedges with ruthless speed, imagining each stiff branch was her cousin's perfect ankle. At night she poured vodka over ice and sipped until her limbs floated. She told herself the craving for Jeff would fade. She repeated it aloud in the quiet kitchen, each phrase a small life raft tossed into open water. "Friendship is enough. This will pass. You will be fine." But craving does not follow reason. Desire carves its own channels and floods them, again and again. Summer slid past. Jeff and Penelope became a unit. Weekend hikes, street fairs, movie nights. Jeff described their adventures in the truck each morning, unaware of the knife twist each detail delivered. Erica perfected a mask of easy support. She teased him about romantic picnics, asked for photos of mountain views. Then she drove home and wept into the cat-striped fur. She tried dating. A friend fixed her up with a gym teacher who smelled like eucalyptus and talked non-stop about marathons. She met a civil engineer online, ate pleasant Thai food with him, studied the curve where his glasses met his cheek, and thought only of Jeff's lashes. After 3 dates she admitted to herself it was pointless and let the messages fade. In late September, Jeff and Penelope decided to rent a place together, a small carriage house with a postage stamp yard. Jeff told Erica the news while they loaded flats of mums onto a wagon. "She found it," he said, voice light. "Big enough for her cat, too." He laughed. "I never thought I'd be the guy buying throw pillows." Erica forced a laugh in return. Throw pillows. Curtains chosen by a girlfriend. Dinners eaten at a shared table. The ache inside her chest swelled, constant and sharp, yet still she helped him lift the wagon tongue. She would not spoil his joy. By October the days cooled. They spent afternoons planting bulbs in damp soil so next spring would erupt in color. Jeff whistled holiday tunes though Halloween hadn't yet passed. He seemed content. Erica tried to absorb that fact and let it soothe her, wanted happiness for him above all, she told herself. Some evenings she even half believed it. But other nights, lying sleepless, she imagined sliding her palms over his shoulders, tugging him close until breath mingled. She imagined whispering the truths she'd swallowed for over a year. Desire burned low and hot, untempered by logic. Then one gray Monday Jeff climbed into the truck with crimson eyes and lines etched deeper around his mouth. Erica asked nothing until they parked at the first account, a vacant house whose bank-owned lawn had withered. He sighed, fists resting on the steering wheel. "I think Penelope and I set fire to things last night," he said. It got ugly. He described a shouting match over expenses, commitments, weekend plans. A vase had shattered. The cat had hidden for hours. She wants space, he said. I didn't even argue. I just walked out. Erica's chest thumped in conflicting rhythms. Sorrow for his hurt, yes, but also raw, greedy hope. She told herself to tamp it down. She pictured Penelope's tear-stained cheeks and felt a jolt of guilt. Out loud she offered a steady, friendly ear. He thanked her. Days crawled. Jeff slept on his brother's couch. He was tired, distracted, still gentle with clients but quiet in the cab. Erica brought coffee and blueberry muffins, and listened. One windy Friday he admitted they had agreed to break the lease early, divide belongings, and go separate ways. I feel lighter, he said, though fatigue clouded his eyes. 2 weeks later Erica hosted another backyard gathering. Pumpkin beer, chili on the stove, striped blankets over lawn chairs. She invited Jeff, careful not to mention Penelope. He arrived carrying a basket of fresh apples from an orchard outside town. His shoulders looked looser. She caught herself studying the curve where his neck met his collar, and blushed. Guests mingled beneath strings of Edison bulbs. Someone lit a small fire in the metal pit. Flames danced gold on laughing faces. Erica refilled bowls of chips, accepted compliments on her chili, and secretly counted minutes until she could claim Jeff for conversation. At last she found him alone near the deck railing, sipping cider. They talked about leaf colors, client schedules, favorite scary movies. The night turned chilly. She offered him her grandfather's old wool blanket, and they shared its plaid warmth. When a neighbor dude cranked the stereo to a slow song, Jeff nudged her playfully. Dance? He asked. Her heart stuttered. They moved in a slow circle on the grass, her cheek brushing his shoulder. She inhaled wood smoke and the faint scent of his deodorant, cedar and orange peel. Time folded. She was aware only of the solid press of his hand at her waist, the gentle sway of their steps. At the song's end he didn't step back right away. Instead he traced a thumb along her lower spine. Firelight flickered over his face, casting his eyes dark gold. Breath caught behind her ribs. I've missed this, he whispered, though she wasn't sure what this was. Closeness? Ease? She tipped her head to look at him. Their mouths hovered inches apart. If she leaned a hair's breadth, she would finally know the taste of him. Someone tripped over a log. Laughter burst across the yard. They broke apart. The spell dissolved. Later he hugged her goodbye, thanked her for the party, and left. All winter she held that moment, turning it in her mind like a river stone. She tried to imagine a future in which she spoke up, told him straight, risked the friendship. Yet fear rooted her tongue. Jeff depended on her at work. She feared destroying the team they built. So she carried on, pruning bare branches, salting icy driveways, starting seedlings under grow lights. Spring eventually returned. One warm day they unloaded flats of pansies beside a porch. Jeff stretched his shoulders, rolling kinked muscles. Erica, he said suddenly, I've been thinking. She waited, trowel hovering. We make a great crew. I'd like to keep it that way. If I ever seem distracted, or if Penelope drama overshadows things, thanks for sticking around. Emotion thickened his voice. You're my rock, you know? Her own eyes burned. She nodded. Words jammed in her throat. When the job finished he squeezed her hand in silent gratitude. Spark flared through her veins, but she let it settle to an ember. Some feelings, she decided, were both too heavy and too precious to unleash. Months layered. Desire no longer stabbed. Rather it hummed like background music, familiar and bittersweet. She found a measure of peace in their bond, two souls who fit in countless small ways. When nights turned lonely she reminded herself that love took many forms. Friendship, steady and bright, was one of them. Sometimes she caught Jeff watching her with a quiet smile while she discussed soil tests with the homeowner. His expression held warmth, respect, maybe affection that reached beyond easy labels. Those moments floated her for days. One Thursday in July they drove home after repairing storm damage at a lake house. Sun slanted low, gilding the truck interior. Jeff hummed along with the radio, then broke off and said, "Whatever happens down the road, I hope you stay on the crew. Can't imagine running this without you." He gave her that open grin that had once undone her. It still melted something inside, but now she returned the smile calmly. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. She meant it. If yearning was a separate creature, as she once believed, she had taught it to curl on the rug by her feet rather than claw her chest. Sometimes, alone with a glass of wine, she still fantasized, Jeff's weight above her, his mouth at her shoulder, but the aching edge had softened. It was an ache she could live with, carry beside the joy of every shared joke, every crisp morning side by side. That was the quiet miracle. Wanting did not always need to be satisfied to matter. Sometimes it was enough to witness a person's life up close, to clap when they found their rhythm again, to hand them laughter in return for trust. In that balance she found a steadier kind of happiness, one that did not depend on what might be, but on what simply was. So she stayed. She trimmed rose bushes in June heat and raked maple leaves in blustery November, always collecting bright moments like loose petals. Jeff singing off-key to the radio, Jeff teaching her the perfect claw hammer hold on a shovel, Jeff tossing a tennis ball to a client's terrier with boyish delight. The friendship that stretched between them steadied her as surely as any lover's arms might have done. And on certain nights, when moonlight spilled across her bedroom floor and the cat slept curled at her knees, she pressed fingers against her own pulse and whispered a quiet thank you to the ache that had once threatened to drown her, to the patience that taught her another way to swim, and to the man who had never belonged to her yet somehow left her heart fuller than before. Maya Chin read the rejection email over and over until the letters swam like minnows. While your fairy tales show promise, they lack the broad, commercial spark our readers expect. We encourage you to attempt a more mainstream style. The note ended with the same gentle wish every other house had sent: best of luck in your future work. It was the 23rd rejection in 3 years. She closed her laptop, crossed the 8 steps of her one-room studio, and pressed her forehead to the window. Below, coffee carts pushed steam into a bright morning, delivery bikes buzzed past yellow taxis, and every stranger seemed to be heading towards some shining purpose she could not see. 3 years, Maya thought. 3 years of adding, editorial assistant, and barista, to the resume she had once believed would only need one word: writer. 3 years of arguing with her mother in half-hidden phone calls. "Mingtian, do you have a real job yet, sweetheart?" "Mama, this is my real job. If it does not pay the rent, it is not a job." Now the bank app on her phone showed $12.79. She could stretch that into 4 suppers if she mashed rice with soy sauce and borrowed 2 eggs from the neighbor. She sighed, then opened the curtain wider. If words are doors, mine are stuck, she thought. How do I unstick them? She returned to the desk with no plan, only the pulse of stubbornness thumping behind her ribs. She opened a blank document. The cursor blinked like a patient friend. She typed the first sentence that wandered into her mind. Once upon a time there lived a little key. Very small. So small that people walked past him every day, looking for something bigger, shinier, louder. But the little key only waited, for he believed his door had not yet been found. A warm ripple slid beneath her fingertips. The sensation was so light she almost missed it, a hum inside the keys, or inside her bones. She swallowed and kept writing. Sometimes he felt lonely. Sometimes he wanted to shout, "I'm here! I matter!" But instead, the little key tinkled softly whenever the wind rushed through the grass, and the sound said, "I believe in my time." Images tumbled out, tiny brass teeth glinting in weeds, a shy chime vibrating in night air, blank doors marching across unknown hills. Maya typed so quickly her wrists hurt. Halfway down the page she wrote. And then one day she came, tired, stubborn, holding maps smudged by rain. Her laptop pinged. An email from the same editor who had dismissed her work 40 minutes earlier now read, "We revisited your submission over lunch and realized your voice is exactly what we've been searching for. Please call to discuss a contract." Maya blinked hard. She checked the timestamp. The note had arrived the moment she typed the phrase tired, stubborn, holding maps smudged by rain. Heart pounding, she whispered. Impossible. She refreshed the inbox. The message did not vanish. Maybe someone made a mistake, she thought. She pushed away from the desk, walked 2 circles around the mattress that doubled as her couch, then returned to the document. She wanted to test the world, the way a child tests newly learned magic by shouting abracadabra at a locked cabinet. She wrote. She had hunted for her door so long, she had slipped on cliffs and torn her maps to rags, yet now a spark winked from the grass. Her phone buzzed. The landlord, Mr. Ruiz, rarely texted. He liked to bang on doors and deliver speeches about rent. The screen glowed. Don't stress about next month's payment. My daughter read your fairy tale about the silent violin and slept through the night for the first time in weeks. Consider the rent covered. Maya sat very still. 2 coincidences could still be random. A third felt suspicious, like a coin landing heads 20 times. She inhaled and typed with careful slowness. She lifted the little key. The metal warmed in her palm. Somehow she knew, without question, this is mine. The phone rang. Unknown number. She picked up. Hello? Is this Maya-chan? A woman's voice, brisk and excited. I'm Jennifer Walsh, a literary agent. An editor friend forwarded me your story this morning. I read every line during the subway ride. Your voice is a revelation. Are you signed with anyone? Maya ended the call politely, murmuring promises to send a manuscript. Then she shut the phone, placed it face down, and stared at the blinking cursor. She wrestled dizzy joy and wary terror. Was she reshaping reality? Or unveiling strands that were always there? The hunger to prove the power surged. She could write herself a penthouse, a book tour, a lover who never strayed. But an unease scraped along her ribs, like teeth of a gear catching. She reread the paragraph about the little key waiting in silence. He had not forced anything. He had trusted timing. Who am I if I jump the line? She wondered. Words had always been her shelter, her way to give comfort. If she twisted them only for herself, the stories might hollow like cheap chocolate. She wrote on, not about contracts or riches, but about meaning. The door she had been seeking all her life was not gold or grand. It was wooden, warm, and ordinary, a door to a kitchen that smelled of cinnamon and tea leaves. And the little key fit perfectly, because he had been shaped by quiet patience, not by noise. Her eyes stung. She thought of the landlord's daughter, of any quiet soul who clicked on a free story at 2 a.m. just to feel less alone. That was power, the kind that stitched unseen cracks, that lit small lamps inside strangers. Maya pressed her palms flat on the desk and understood. The magic was never new. A book left on a hospital waiting room table can steady a shaking breath. A bedtime story can loosen a nightmare's grip. A poem tucked into a lunchbox can convince a frightened child that someone believes in them. Her gift had always been alchemy, turning private ache into communal light. She had simply mistaken $signs for proof. She continued. When the lock clicked open, light poured not like firecrackers but like dawn, slow, gentle, persistent. Enough for eyes to adjust. Enough to show dust motes dancing instead of darkness. Enough to say welcome home. She ended with a hush. The little key, at rest in the pocket of the one who needed him, understood at last. His waiting had forged his purpose. And somewhere beyond every hill, other small keys waited too, each destined for its own quiet miracle. Maya saved the document, closed the laptop, and let the silence breathe. With steady fingers she dialed the editor who had sent the new email. She spoke honestly. I would love to work with you, but only if you understand that my stories may not be easy to shelve. They're made for hearts more than markets. The editor laughed softly. Hearts are the only shelves that matter. Maya smiled, ending the call. She sent Jennifer Walsh a polite decline. I'll revisit representation once I know what shape these books want. She typed. It felt powerful to choose slowly. She made tea, sat on the windowsill, and watched the city change color beneath sunset. Nothing outside looked different. Buses still rattled, neons still blinked, someone still shouted at a cab. But inside, space had widened. The same small studio, yet larger somehow, filled with a quiet she could trust. Tonight she would draft another fairy tale, one about a cracked teacup that learned to carry starlight. Maybe tomorrow that story would reach a tired nurse or a lonely father. Maybe it would change something tiny but true. She no longer needed to measure how. Maya raised her mug in a silent toast to every overlooked key, including herself, and to every door waiting patiently for the right hand. Wind, in every season, has its favorite tricks. In late spring, it likes to curl around the high branches of the sugar pines and play rough with young wings. My mother warned me about this long before my siblings and I were strong enough to test the air on our own. Use the wind, she said, but never fight it head-on. She showed us how to feel a draft on the tips of our feathers, how to tilt just enough to let a steady stream carry us forward. If the breeze was gentle, she explained, the airfoil shape in our wings would do half the work, letting us soar without effort. If the current rose behind us, it could hold us in place like an invisible hand helping us hover. I longed to master those lessons. All young ravens hunger to feel the hollow ache of altitude in their bones, to launch and climb, then swoop and skim tree crowns as if the whole world were a single rolling wave. But eagerness is a dangerous tutor, and on the morning of my first flight I aimed straight into a gust thick with mischief. My right wing answered my intention. My left, smaller by nature, unwilling by design, caught nothing but empty space. I tumbled through sunlight, beak over claws, and landed in damp needles far below the nest. Pain lanced through the crooked hinge of my left wing, and fear came rushing after, heavy and cold. I cried for my mother. She looked down and, recognizing the flaw that would mark me forever, turned her sleek black head and pretended not to hear. In our family, weakness is quickly erased. I knew the stories: uncles whose toes curled sideways, cousins whose eyes filmed too early with blindness, chased until they dropped, forgotten in their final throes. I did not wait for the circle of judgment. I dragged myself beneath a curtain of sword ferns and stayed hidden all that first day, shaking and burning with shame. When dusk settled like bruises over the sky, something in me changed. Night sharpened my sight, and the dark smelled of secrecy. While my flock slept, I crept farther from the trunk of my birth tree. Beneath the moon I listened. Owls whispered the shape of currents. Bats flickered through invisible corridors, mapping voids with clicks too fine for human ears. I studied every sound, learned to read the quiet. My left wing remained stubborn, unable to fully extend, yet under the cover of darkness I practiced. By autumn I could fly, crooked, yes, forever tilting, but able to steer. Perhaps it was the imbalance that made me notice other broken things. I began to haunt the edge of a human village, following the sweet, irresistible scent of refuse. Behind the brick houses on the eastern hill, gold-leafed wrappers gleamed under porch lights, and bones the size of my shin lay waiting in plastic boxes thin as spider's silk. I timed my visits with the closing of doors and the dimming of stoops. I lived. When winter peeled back and spring returned, the villagers planted rows of crimson tulips and white narcissus along their drives. My pine, high on the ridge, watched them all. Most nights I stayed in the forest, but the hunger inside me had grown clever and bold. On moonless evenings I glided, one wing beating harder than the other, until the roofs appeared. I checked every yard for motion, then dropped to the bins, quick snaps of my beak, a choice morsel seized, and a silent push skyward before dogs stirred. It went on like this for months. No one saw me. No one, that is, until a girl found the night the way I once had. She lived in the small houses along the western fence, places where cabbages outnumbered roses and cooking smells drifted simpler and sharper through evening light. One midsummer dusk, when the sky turned the color of bruised plums over the horizon, I perched on a lamppost near her yard, studying the angles of a new window box someone had filled with young mint. A faint movement behind glass caught my attention. A pale face hovered just beyond the pane, two huge eyes reflecting cloudless dusk, a mouth slightly open, as though words were trapped behind her teeth. Hair the color of birchwood fell around her neck in uneven lengths. She looked much the way I must have looked the day I fell, startled, caught between the ache of wanting and the weight of what was. I might have flown elsewhere if not for the change that crossed her expression when she spotted me. Her lips pressed into the faint shape of a smile that trembled like a candle's first flame. She leaned close to the window, staring. Her gaze didn't frighten me. It held something else, recognition, maybe, or a plea. I stayed until night completed its trick, covering yards, walls, and roofs in velvet. Then I left, limbs aching from holding my tilt so long. The girl's image went with me, that tethered smile, the loneliness I knew too well. The next evening the clouds massed purple at the horizon, promising darkness thick as ink. Perfect cover. As the sky dimmed, I aimed for the same lamppost. The girl was there again, painting by lamplight. This time she didn't see me at first. I watched her hand move in small deliberate strokes over paper. Her lamp burned with a yellow flame, kerosene, by the scent that drifted as she lifted the chimney to adjust the wick. When she looked up, her face widened in surprise. She lifted one slow hand in greeting, then turned away and rummaged through a drawer. She pinned something to the window, paper held by tiny pieces of gum. A drawing. The lamplight showed rough edges, bold dark lines, a creature longer than any shadow, cloaked in black rags, its hands sharp and spindled the way crow's feet look in winter. Above its hooded head, she had left the eyes blank, two empty holes waiting to be filled. She looked at me as if to ask, "Is this what you are?" That night I did not land. I circled twice, wheel riding the wind, then vanished behind the ridge. I wasn't afraid. But something in the drawing lingered, an error I wanted to correct, a fear I wanted to soften. I knew how humans labeled birds. Ravens were omens of sorrow, portents of war. We, who read sky pages better than they ever could, were cast as villains by minds that feared darkness. The girl's sketch, all shadow and claw, seemed born of the same misunderstanding. Yet her eyes at the window had held no disgust, only confusion, a brittle kind of hope. Perhaps the picture was not about me at all, but about something that stalked her from within. The following week I passed her window often, sometimes near dawn on my way home, sometimes in the last violet minutes before true night. She drew, always, gardens full of sun, then pages filled edge to edge with charcoals so black they dimmed the lamplight. Once, sensing I watched, she taped a fresh sheet to the glass and traced the outline of wings. Long, angular, unmistakably mine. But instead of feathers she filled the shape with gray smudges, as though the bird were dissolving. One late afternoon I came earlier than usual. The door to her house hung open. Voices rose inside, a woman pleading, another much deeper one, commanding, measured. I landed on the gutter above the entry and listened. They spoke her name. Matilda. They spoke of quiet and calm, of scratching and screaming at midnight, of exorcism rituals I could not understand. When they fell silent, I left, though something in those tones chilled the marrow inside my hollow bones. 2 nights later the girl's lamp stayed dark. The next evening as well. By the 3rd night my hunger for scraps could not silence a heartache, the need to see her alive. I flew to her street. One upstairs window glowed faintly. I settled on a branch near the glass. Inside, she sat at her desk under a single candle stub. Her mother's voice drifted from downstairs, thick with fear, thick with drink. The scent of spilled brandy carried up the stairwell. The girl's shoulders curled forward. In her hand she held a stick of charcoal, black dust coating her fingers. She layered dark upon dark, conjuring a monstrous shadow on a sheet already stained with grief. Her mother's steps creaked halfway up the stairs, then retreated. The girl's grip tightened. I tapped twice on the glass. She jolted, whipped her head toward me. Wide eyes glazed with terror held mine. I crouched low, wings folded back, a posture of smallness. With her free hand she slid the window up an inch. Cold night slipped in. We stared. "Bernard?" she whispered. The word trembled. She opened wider, enough for me to hop inside if I wished. Her hand hovered unsure. I stepped forward once, then bowed my head. It was the gesture nestlings used to beg feeding, unthreatening, voiceless. She watched. After a long breath, she reached out. Her touch landed just behind my crest, trembling, feather-light. I closed my eyes. No electric pain flared, only warmth sinking through quills to skin. She made a sound, half gasp, half sob. I stayed motionless while she stroked the curve of my skull, then along the ridge where my left wing joined my body. She felt the ridge of old ruin there, the wrongness of my bone. I sensed in her a similar fault, buried deeper. When she withdrew, she left fingerprints of charcoal on my plumage. I preened them away slowly. She spoke no more. I hopped to the corner of her desk and crouched again. She laid out a fresh sheet. In slow strokes she sketched my form exactly as she saw me, crooked wing, wary gaze, but without the devouring maw she had once imagined. Under the dim flame, I watched her replace nightmare with something closer to truth. Each line gentled her breathing. Outside, the night slipped past unnoticed. Dawn squinted pale over the rooftops before I left. She had fallen asleep with her head on folded arms. Before I climbed to the sill, I nudged the stub of charcoal under her fingers. If she must draw darkness, let it be honest darkness, I thought. Weeks followed. I returned often. I brought gifts, thin silver paper snack wrappers I'd rescued from gutters, a broken key glinting like a fawn, a slice of banana bread gone dry at the edges. She accepted each treasure with solemn ceremony, placing them in a wooden box. She spoke rarely, but sometimes her lips formed silent questions. I could not answer in words, only with stillness or flutter, with the grainy croak ravens used to greet dawn. Yet our language grew rich. One humid September evening she sat cross-legged by the window, sketching the forest beyond the village. I perched on the back of her chair. She paused, charcoal poised, and spoke aloud in a low, steady voice unlike the shy whispers of before. "The priest will come again. They say you are the demon who visits me. They call you Bernard." Her gaze held mine. "If they see you, they will try to hurt you, try to hurt me too." She exhaled. But I know better now. I wished I could tell her that no words from any priest could change what she had already learned about me, or about herself. She was the one who found me in the dark, who opened a window instead of closing it. Perhaps she understood my silence, for she gave a small nod as if I had answered. Twice more she drew, first the pine ridge, then a raven silhouette against the moon. Each picture replaced an older, darker one in the armoire drawer. Her mother still stumbled through nights, glass clinking on glass. Occasionally the priest's deep voice bled through floorboards. I listened from outside, prepared if needed to raise alarm with sharp cries, to lure night creatures into glimpsed corridors if it might protect her. But those nights ended uneventfully. Early winter arrived. Frost whitened the village lawns. The bins were fewer now, lids sealed to keep stray dogs from scavenging. One afternoon, hunger gnawing, I circled the eastern blocks. A porch door stood ajar. The scent of roasted fowls spilled outward. As I glided closer, a child burst out laughing, chasing a spaniel across the yard. I banked away, veered toward a low shed, and there, half in shadow, Bernard waited. Not dream, not picture. Substance. Taller than I expected, ragged cloak alive with twitching edges, hands longer than anything natural. Yellow eyes fixed me. A grin split the cavern of his hood. He spoke into my mind, words scarred with hunger. "You guard the gifted child? Fool bird. She belongs to fear, not to sky." I croaked, harsher than any sound I'd made since fledging, my whole body quivering. Bernard unfurled a finger and beckoned. Wind warped around him. Dead leaves spiraled upward. I understood then the warning in her first picture. The devouring maw was not error but prophecy. I could not face him alone. I flew. My crooked wings screamed protest. Bernard's laugh chased me. I gained altitude, dove through the backdraft of the ridge, flung myself into the cavity of the sugar pine. All day I trembled. Night arrived. Against instinct, I left the forest and found her window. She waited, lamp burning low, charcoal dust like war paint on her cheeks. Without fear she opened for me. I landed on her desk, heart thundering. I opened my beak, unsure how to convey what loomed beyond town. She watched, eyes calm. "I saw him too," she said. "He's real. Not just my drawings." She untied a ribbon from her wrist, black silk. Gently she looped it around my left wing, binding damaged feathers close to bone. "Your flight will be truer with this," she murmured. "And I will fight in my way." The next evening, clouds stacked high, drowning moonlight. Perfect dark. I perched on a chimney opposite her house. She emerged quietly, coat over nightdress, charcoal box in hand. She walked the lane toward the orchard that bordered forest and village. I followed overhead, each beat of my right wing tugging the silk brace tight, keeping my tilt steady. She knelt by a stump, fixed a sheet of thick paper against its flat surface with small stones, opened the box. Her hand, dusted black, moved in rapid strokes. She drew not Bernard's shape but circles of ash and feathers bound by curling runes, marks she had never studied, yet that flowed from her memory as if whispered by roots beneath. She smeared lines until they blurred like smoke, then pressed thumbprints of blood from her own bitten fingertip at 4 cardinal points. Finally she drew a raven, small and perfect, at the circle's center. The orchard hush quivered. Wind spun dead leaves into archways. From the edge of trees Bernard stepped, cloak scraping earth, breath cold enough to frost every apple skin. He stared at the girl crouched by her drawing. Hunger, thick and ancient, pulsed around him. She lifted her gaze. Voice barely above a breath she said, "You cannot have me." Bernard laughed, sound rattling branches. He reached one skeletal hand toward her. From my perch I dropped, arrowing down. The brace held my broken wing flush. My shadow cut across her drawing. Just as Bernard's fingers grazed her hair, I struck. My talons raked his hood, snagged what might have been flesh or nothingness. I expected my claws to pass through mist, but instead they found weight, greasy, cold, pulsing. I beat once, twice, dragging his head sideways. The girl flung ash from her fingertips into Bernard's eyes, snapping a word sharp as stone. "Return." The runes on the paper blazed, ember orange. Light spilled outward, wrapping Bernard's limbs like molten wire. He howled. I clutched tighter. Hot wind blasted my feathers. The silk ribbon burned to ash. Bernard twisted, trying to shake me. The circle's light dragged him backward, grinding cloak into soil. I beat my wings, steering his fall toward the pattern. Thunder cracked from clear sky. With a roar like mountains breaking, Bernard imploded. Air sucked inward. The paper flared white then fell blank. Silence surged. I landed beside her, chest heaving. She covered the paper with a flat stone. Then she sat back, hands limp on knees. A single tear cut through charcoal on her cheek, leaving a pale streak. She whispered, "Thank you?" I lowered my head until my beak touched her wrist. Together we walked back toward the village, she on foot, I gliding short bursts overhead. When she climbed her porch, she turned. "Will you still visit?" she asked. I cawed softly, promise enough. Months passed. Winter thawed. Her mother's bottles remained corked more often. The priest visited once, found no demons, and left puzzled. Matilda, who now preferred the nickname Tilly, spent afternoons sketching gardens lit by honest light, and nights reading by lamp. She kept one feather from my crooked wing on her desk, next to the stub of charcoal she used only for shadows worth facing. I still fly crooked, but the silk ribbon she tied to brace me that night hangs inside my pine, a bright thread against dark bark. When wind shifts, it flutters like a pennant, a reminder that broken wings can guide as surely as perfect ones, and that darkness, when met with patient eyes and truthful lines, may retreat before quieter kinds of night. Sometimes, perched outside her window, I hear her humming under breath, a new song she composes in charcoal and paper. In those notes lives a story either of us could voice alone, a tale of a girl who opened a window to the night, and a raven who learned that even a flawed flight can carry hope across the darkest yards. The wind, temperamental as ever, rolls over the rooftops and plays in my feathers. I tilt, catch the breeze on the clean edge of my right wing, and ride the backdraft high above the village where lamps begin to wink awake. Behind me the orchard stands silent, its circle of ash scattered to fertile soil by thaw and rain. Ahead, the sky opens wide, ready for any bird, any girl, any heart guided by patient dark to rise. And so I rise. There is a hush in the world during that minute before the first cockerel tries out his voice. A hush so complete it feels as if the earth itself is holding its breath in expectation of dawn. Sunrise is not simply another event in the long march of minutes and hours. It is a renewal, a cosmic resetting of soul and sky, and anyone who stands awake in that brief window of pink gold possibility can feel the pulse of hope beating just beneath the silence. I would love to pretend that I rise faithfully each morning to greet that miracle, to stretch stiff limbs and trek out toward the eastern glow as though the sun and I are friends who keep regular appointments. The truth is more ordinary. Most mornings find me steeped in sleep, anchored beneath the blankets, telling myself I will go tomorrow. Most mornings the promise of sunrise is only a thought, soft and distant, swallowed by dreaming. Yet I was there that particular day, and so was she, and because we met at dawn, everything that followed carries that pale rose light forever in its memory. People who willingly leave a warm bed to watch the rising sun share a kind of kinship. It is an unspoken acknowledgement, a nod across the faint mist or a silent lifting of the coffee thermos, that says, yes, we both understand why we are here, why this matters. I felt that embodied in the girl the moment I first noticed her. But even if we had encountered one another at a crowded fair in full noon sunshine, I think she still would have taken up residence behind my ribs. Delilah, as I would come to know her, possessed a quiet spark that clothing could neither disguise nor enhance. She wore no makeup, no jewelry, no fancy shoes. Her jeans were torn at both knees, her brown hooded sweatshirt puckered at the elbows. Her auburn hair had escaped whatever half-hearted braid she had attempted before leaving her cabin, and the loose strands framed her face in wild, unbrushed waves. She looked like a person who had stepped out of sleep and into wonder, a person unburdened by self-consciousness. Without turning, I sensed someone approaching, heard a faint crunch of pine needles on the narrow path, and then her gentle voice asked, "Is this seat taken?" That was it, the first sentence, the first ripple cast in my direction by the woman who would change my life. I managed to respond with what I'm sure sounded aloof, perhaps even irritated, but I was caught off guard by the sight of another soul in my secret place. "It's a free country," I muttered, hoping she would hear a note of welcome behind the curtness. She settled beside me on the lichened boulder, as smoothly as a leaf drifting onto a still pond. Then we said nothing for half an hour. Lake Quinault lay below, a dark mirror edged by conifers, the peaks of the Olympic mountains rising like blue teeth behind it. The air smelled of cedar bark and last night's rain evaporating off fern fronds, of distant wood smoke from cabins hidden among the trees, of earth so alive you could almost feel it breathing. I watched the first light peel the outlines of the farthest ridge, and beside me she watched, too, hands tucked into the sleeves of the oversized hoodie, knees drawn up, chin resting on ripped denim. Two strangers sharing perhaps the most intimate moment of the day, because sunrise feels private even when witnessed with strangers. The hush remained unbroken, and yet I sensed the whole conversation unfolding in the space between us. She understood that a single word might bruise the perfection. I felt her comprehension like warmth emanating across the 2 feet of mossy stone that separated us. When the sun finally lifted free of the serrated ridgeline, a silent gasp rose from somewhere inside me, and I heard the faintest sigh escape her lips, as if we released a breath in tandem. Then she stood. With unconscious grace she brushed pine needles from the seat of her jeans, hitched the strap of a small canvas bag higher on her shoulder, and started back down the narrow game trail without a backward glance. In 3 minutes she vanished around a bend where the undergrowth swallowed the path. In those 3 minutes I felt as though an entire imagined future had played out, marriage, children, old age, all of it flickering by the way the mind sometimes does when seized by sudden affection. Then the forest returned to its whispering, and I remained alone, so surprised by grief I could not move for a long while. There followed 5 years measured out in work shifts, rent checks, weather reports, seasons of tourist crowds that came and went along the highway skirting the national forest. I dated. There were women with whom I shared dinners, weekend hikes, movie nights, even declarations of love. Each relationship flowered and withered, some gently, some with sharp words, none enduring. I told myself I simply had not met the right companion. I told myself that what I felt that dawn by the lake had been a trick of circumstance, a fleeting infatuation magnified by the hour and the setting. Still, on mornings when the pre-dawn sky glimmered faintly through my bedroom blinds, I felt a tug in my chest that I could only call longing. On impulse I would haul myself upright, pull on boots, drive the winding road down to the trailhead, and hike to that overlook. Sometimes the sun rose solitary. Sometimes fog clung so thick the world never lightened beyond twilight gray. Each time, I told myself the pilgrimage was for the sunrise alone. Each time, I lied to myself. In the 5th summer after our silent meeting, I woke at 3:30 with adrenaline humming under my skin. An almost giddy conviction that something awaited me on the ridge prodded me out of the apartment and into the silent street. The drive passed in a blur of twisting asphalt and dark fir boughs brushing the edges of headlights. At the trailhead I jogged up the narrow path, lungs burning. The first warbler was singing tentative notes when I arrived at the overlook. I stopped, bracing a hand against the broad trunk of a cedar, catching my breath, and there she sat, cross-legged on the flat rock slab as though she had been poured there by the night. "Is this seat taken?" she asked without turning. I almost laughed aloud at the bolt of wonder that shot through me, at the perfect symmetry of her echo. "It's a free country," I answered, stepping forward. I sat beside her, knees nearly touching. The sun climbed. Our silence stretched, supple and sure, no awkwardness in it. Light fingers of wind rustled the lake surface far below. Her presence felt as natural as the cedars lacing their branches above us. After the rim of the sun cleared the ridge and poured liquid gold across our shoulders, she rose, brushed at the same knees as before. I stood, too, pulse hammering. Words crowded behind my teeth. "Don't leave, let's talk, who are you? I've thought of you for years." What emerged instead was a nervous half-joke delivered in one breath. "My name is Peter. I don't like coffee, but I'd really like to have a cup with you." She smiled, a slow curl that hollowed dimples in her cheeks. "My name is Delilah, and I'd be glad to share a cup of Joe." Joe. Not coffee, not Java, Joe. The term sounded both quaint and intimate in her voice, as though she were inviting me to sit on a sun-bleached dock and dangle my feet in the lake of her childhood. We hiked back to the trailhead, our exchange a trickle of tentative questions and answers that quickly grew into a river. In town the diner fostered by 2 generations of the Ramirez family had been open since 4:30, catering to loggers starting their shift and anglers trailing boats toward the river. We slid into a vinyl booth beneath framed black and white photos of the lake. She ordered her coffee black with a side of scrambled eggs. I ordered the same, although black coffee had always tasted to me like burnt dirt. In her company it tasted like the best secret in the world. Months telescoped into seasons, seasons into years seasoned with camping trips, dinner parties where our hands found each other under the table, nights of tangled limbs and slow laughter. Marriage arrived like sunrise, inevitable, golden, welcomed. Our wedding took place on the cabin porch owned by her grandparents near Lake Crescent, another jewel of the peninsula. A few close friends held glasses of champagne that reflected the sky's pink glow. We exchanged vows written in the margins of dog-eared trail maps. The officiant pronounced us, and the crowd cheered. When the cluster of guests turned to gather coats against the evening chill, I leaned to Delilah's ear and whispered, "Coffee tomorrow at dawn?" She smiled so wide her eyes brightened to polished amber. "Only if it's Joe," she teased. We never allowed the patterns of ordinary life to erode the habit of dawn. Children came, 2 tow-headed boys whose growth I measured by how high on my hip each new pair of rubber boots reached, and though infants made sunrise pilgrimages more complicated, we managed. Some mornings one of us stayed behind with whichever child slept fitful, but most weekends we found a sitter or coaxed an indulgent grandparent into spending the night. Those Saturdays at Lake Quinault, steam curling from enamel mugs, were our sacrament. We never spoke from the overlook. Words, we knew, would be redundant. Years, like deer moving through understory, were quiet and half-seen. A job change relocated us to a bigger town south of the peninsula, but the lake remained our touchstone. Birthdays, anniversaries, the first day of school, all marked sooner or later by the slow drive north to the national forest, the narrow climb beneath dripping moss. We aged, knees aching, hair silvering, but dawn kept its promise. One December Delilah found a lump. Surgery, then radiation, then months of chemical warfare staged inside her veins. She lost weight, lost hair, but never lost the serenity that had first stunned me years earlier. In hospital corridors she pressed my hands and said, "Save me a seat." When doctors pronounced the treatments effective, we celebrated at the overlook, me carrying a thermos of coffee so hot its aroma fogged my glasses. She sipped, wrinkled her nose, declared it perfect. Her remission lasted 6 years. You never know a last time is coming. That final hike required rests every 100 yards. We laughed about it, but the laughter shook. The air smelled of ripe huckleberries. Autumn gold tipped the big leaf maples. At the overlook we sat, her shoulder against mine. Her breathing shallow. Sunrise split the horizon. A single kingfisher stitched the water with its cry. When light fully claimed the day she stood, dusted her jeans. I rose beside her. "Would you like to share a cup of joe?" I asked, knowing we couldn't linger. Her strength guttered in short bursts. "You know I would," she said, threading her fingers through mine. The diner felt warm, familiar as a quilt pulled from cedar chest. We ordered coffee, eggs, sourdough toast. We talked about the boys, one in college studying forestry, the other apprenticing with a carpenter. We talked about her parents' old cabin, about how after she was gone I should keep it for the grandchildren she wouldn't live to see. We talked about how lucky we were, how many people never taste such quiet joy. I held the cup against her knuckles, warming them. She said, "I'll save you a seat." 2 days later she slipped away in the small hours, snow tapping the bedroom window. I held her hand until it cooled. At dawn the sun pulled pale fire over the low horizon. I felt it even through drawn curtains. Now I visit the overlook at night. Old bones protest, but the forest path I could hike in darkness long before middle age remains etched in muscle memory. I carry a lantern though I rarely light it. The moon hangs silver, spilling across lake water like silk. I sit on our rock. In the hush I feel her press of fingers, hear her coffee-rough voice. The seat beside me is always warm. Someday, as soon as allowed, I expect to see her round the bend on the path, torn jeans dusty, hoodie sleeves frayed, sunrise or moonrise framing her in auburn halo. She will ask, "Is this seat taken?" And I will say what I have always said, with a grin that contains the whole story: it's a free country. The cottage waited for Mira the way an old loyal dog waits for its master, quiet, patient, sure that the one it loves will come back even if the seasons spin past and the gates of the town grow rusty with neglect. It stood on a narrow ribbon of lane not far from the abandoned post office, its stones pressed together by hand a century ago, its chimney tilting a little farther east each winter. Ivy had always climbed those walls. When Mira was a child, she made a game of trimming the vines into shapes, hearts in spring, twisting dragons in summer, crooked stars when she and her mother felt playful. Now the leaves had thickened into a mottled green coat. They hid most of the windows and slipped under cracked shingles, but the cottage remained stubbornly itself, refusing to lean the way the rest of the village had leaned, refusing to crumble the way the bakery and the old feed shop had crumbled. Mira almost missed the final bend in the road that led to the gate, and when she did find the turn she felt the wheel of the rental car twitch beneath her palms as if it sensed the history pulsing in that place. She braked, let the engine idle, and simply stared. In her mirrored side window she saw her own eyes wide with fatigue. It had been a short train ride from the city, but a very long journey from the night she first opened her mother's letter. 3 months. 3 quiet months of avoiding everyone who mattered and everything that hurt. She was tired of avoidance now. A thin rain fell, not a soaking storm, just a hush of mist that silvered every leaf. She switched off the engine and listened to the ticking metal cool. Even the car seemed to realize that the time for running was over. She took a breath long enough to taste damp earth and the faint memory of chimney smoke. Then she got out. The gravel drive was littered with weeds that sprouted like unanswered questions. She walked slowly, suitcase wheels bumping, hearing each small sound echo in the hush. A blue jay scolded from the branches. Somewhere in the tall grass a cricket chirped out of season. Everything else was the hush of a place on pause. At the door she put her hand in her coat pocket and found the iron key. The lawyer had mailed it with the letter. She had carried it on a chain around her neck ever since, waking in the night to feel its shape pressing against her collarbone, reminding her of unfinished business. Now, face to face with the lock, she hesitated. The ache behind her eyes swelled. She pictured her mother's palms guiding the tumblers. At last she pushed the key into the slot. It turned without sticking, as though the cottage had been kept oiled by unseen hands. The door opened on a gasp of cool air and the faint odor of dust. Inside, the past rushed toward her. A scatter of worn rugs, red and navy and gold, lay where they always had. The living room couch drooped in the middle, its springs tired, still cloaked with that crocheted blanket her mother insisted was stylish. On the mantel rested the 3 tin soldiers Mira had once marched across the hardwood floor. Their paint had chipped, one was missing a bayonet. On the far wall, the large oval mirror remained, glass foggy, frame cracked in the same spot where a picture frame had fallen during a heated night of thunder. She left the door ajar and stepped forward. Dust motes drifted in the watery light. Her suitcase felt suddenly heavy. She let it thump near the doorway. She rubbed her fingertips along the back of an armchair, brushed a layer of dust away, found underneath a patch of worn velvet. She loved that chair as a girl, curling in it while her mother read aloud. She half expected to hear that gentle voice right now, soft, musical, asking if the journey had tired her. But the house offered only silence thick enough to string between her ribs. Mira walked through each room to remind herself of the layout. The little hallway where her muddy boots once lined up, the tiled bathroom with the window her mother always left cracked at night so steam could escape, the small bedroom her mother had painted pale buttercup yellow after the divorce because she needed new color in her life. At last Mira reached her own childhood room. She pressed a palm to the door and felt the faint warmth of memory seep through. Inside, the single bed remained under its slanting ceiling. The quilt was faded pink. Shelves held a few paperback novels with cracked spines, mystery stories she had devoured one summer. A telescope her father gave her lingered in a corner, lens clouded but still pointed at the heavens. She sat on the bed and felt the mattress squeak a complaint. She closed her eyes. 3 months ago, the funeral had ended. People had hugged her, promising to call, assuring her she could lean on them. But the minute she returned to the city, she pulled curtains across her heart. She answered no calls, promised no plans, lay on her apartment couch at night feeling the shape of the key against her skin. Memory became a loop. Her mother's final weeks in that hospital room with the 2 white sheets, the smell of antiseptic that refused to be masked by cheap flowers, the slow slackening of her mother's voice until words blurred into sleep. No tears at the funeral. Only a numb swirl, as if grief was made of stone too heavy for water. She didn't realize she was crying now until a drop hit her wrist. She wiped at it, then let her hands fall. She needed this house. She needed to be inside these walls to let grief move. That first night she made no attempt to unpack. She spread her coat over the bed and wrapped herself inside it. The rain strengthened. Around midnight the wind made the eaves creak. She stiffened at each sound, heart banging like a startled sparrow. Outside, branches scraped the roof. The cottage felt alive, bones shifting, joints cracking. Not threatening, but undeniably awake. She reminded herself that old houses talk. She whispered, "I know, I hear you." Finally exhaustion won. Morning arrived cloaked in fog. Mira woke to the soft growl of her stomach. She rummaged the pantry. Some ancient flour, a jar of honey turned solid, a tin of tea leaves that still smelled faintly citrus. She boiled water on the old stovetop kettle and drank strong black tea while studying her mother's recipe cards. There was one title, Saturday Sweet Rolls, Mira Helps, in loopy script. She touched her name written 18 years ago. After tea she pulled on gloves and walked around the outside. The garden was a wild jungle of brambles, but underneath she recognized shape, the curve of the path lined with flat stones, the outline of the herb patch her mother once tended, the bare skeleton of the rose arbor. She fetched shears from the shed and began trimming. Green branches slapped wet against her coat. Cut by cut, chaos retreated. Leaves fell against her boots, releasing bursts of smell, sage, mint, lemon balm, each still alive under weeds. Hours passed. Birdsong trilled overhead. She did not think, she moved. That afternoon she discovered the journal. She had opened the silverware drawer purely to check for mice droppings, expecting nothing but forks. Instead, tucked beneath a canton of mismatched napkins lay the cloth-wrapped bundle. She held it carefully. Her breath caught at the familiar handwriting. "From Mira, if you ever come home." Tears threatened, but she took the journal to the armchair and read. The earliest entries spoke of ordinary days, weather reports, notes about when to plant lettuce, jokes about the neighbor's dog stealing socks. Then, as pages turned, the entries deepened. Her mother wrote hopes, regrets, fears that she never voiced aloud. She worried that Mira had inherited her tendency to wall herself off when hurt. She worried about leaving Mira alone too soon. She wrote of nights awake recalling Myra's first fever, the way baby Mira had clutched her thumb. Between every worry her mother offered words of faith. "You are stronger than you know. You will rise beyond every sorrow. Love will outlive me and you." Mira read until dusk blurred the text. She closed the journal, pressed it to her chest, and sobbed into the fabric of the chair. When darkness settled, she laid logs in the fireplace. The first match sputtered, the second caught. Flames licked and popped. She dozed in their glow, feeling warmth seep through the numb hollows. At some point she rose to fetch the old music box, hidden on a shelf behind a stack of worn novels. It was tarnished but intact. She wound the key. The melody hesitated, a few tin notes, then found its voice. Lullabies drifted through shadows while rain tapped on the window panes. The next day she climbed the steep attic stairs. Dust spiraled in the narrow beam of daylight that pierced the cracked window. Cardboard boxes high as her waist lined the eaves. She blew dust from labels. One box read letters, 19841989. She pried it open. Inside lay envelopes bundled with ribbon. Her father's handwriting. Her mother's, neat and small. She perched on an overturned trunk and read letter after letter. She traced fingerprints through ink smudges where rain must have splattered when boxes were brought in on a stormy night. She laughed at her father's corny compliments. "Your smile could guide ships to shore even in fog." She cried at his fear etched during wartime. "If I should fall, promise to sing our song to Mira so she always knows where to find my love." Hour folded into hour. Sunlight shifted. When the attic cooled, she gently replaced the letters. She hauled 2 boxes of old sweaters down to wash. She planned to donate them in town. Perhaps someone could use the warmth this winter. Days collected. Mira developed rituals. Morning tea at the kitchen window. A walk down the lane to the pond. Afternoon reading in the chair, the journal balanced on her lap. Evening fire in the grate if the air chilled. At night she listened to the house breathe, and found the sound no longer unsettling. She also began to write her own pages. In a spiral notebook she wrote memories she thought she had lost. The first time she climbed the crabapple tree and saw her mother cheering below. The day they painted the mailbox red and ended with red streaks on their noses. The argument at age 15 when Mira shouted she would never come back. The apology later that tasted of cinnamon toast. She wrote the helplessness of sitting by the hospital bed, the terror of final silence. She wrote these memories are seeds. One misty morning she ventured into town. She parked near the empty lot that used to be Baker's Brew, the coffee shop of her childhood Sunday treats. In its windows hung a faded for lease sign. She stared long and whispered goodbye. Around the block, she found the market still open. The owner recognized her at once, murmured condolences, slipped a bag of apples into her basket without charge. Kindness brimming in small corners warmed her. On the way back she stopped by the cliff overlooking the lake. Wind threaded through her hair. She remembered skipping stones with her mother. She found a flat pebble and flicked it. It bounced once, twice, then sank with a tiny plop. She smiled. Progress. Weeks passed. She mended the loose hinge on the garden gate. She reoiled the front door's squeak. She replaced the batteries in the old wall clock, though it still stuck on the hour her mother died. She let it stay that way. Perhaps some hours do not need to tick forward. Autumn deepened. Maples flared red. She swept leaves from the porch each morning. She began to explore the library of the town again, where the librarian asked if she might lead a children's story hour. Mira surprised herself by agreeing. Wednesday afternoons she sat on a faded rug reading tales of dragons and brave girls. She found children's laughter a balm. Yet she knew she could not stay indefinitely. The cottage felt patient, but her life in the city waited. She had bills, a half-finished novel, dusty friendships. She realized home was not only memory but also responsibility, to carry its lessons outward. So she set a date. One more week to weave these rooms into her bones. She wrote letters to friends explaining her retreat and her return. She scheduled a meeting with her editor. She climbed to the attic and chose keepsakes. A teacup with a hairline crack that always poured luck, the music box, and the journal. She wrapped them carefully. On her last morning, dawn spread pink across Frost's silver grass. She opened every window. Dew-cool wind flowed through corridors, rustling curtains, stirring dust into bright motes. The cottage inhaled new air. She polished picture frames, tracing faces. Her mother at age 20, her father in uniform, tiny Mira in muddy boots clutching a frog. She whispered thank you after each one. She slipped the photograph of her mother holding her as an infant into her journal. She placed the dusty tin soldiers on the mantel facing outward, as if guarding the hearth. She stood in the doorway and scanned the rooms one final time. They looked peaceful. Suitcase in hand, box under her arm, she locked the door and tucked the key into her coat. She promised the garden she would visit in spring to see new shoots. She walked down the lane to the cliff edge. There the lake mirrored the pale sky. She sat, knees tucked, and let silence settle inside. She imagined her mother beside her, knees knocking gently against hers. The breeze ruffled the pages of the journal. She traced the last line her mother had written, "You were always stronger than me." She let that sink in, then stood. She did not look back on the walk to the car because she still carried the cottage in her heartbeat. She understood now that home was not confined to stone or cedar. Home was the sum of stories, laughter, tears, and the courage to move forward carrying them. She started the engine. Gravel crunched under tires. As the cottage disappeared behind maples and mist, Mira felt the holes inside her no longer yawning. They had filled with voice and memory, with old ivy roots, with the softness of a quilt smelling of lavender, with firelight reflections. She merged onto the road. Ahead lay new towns, new seasons. But the stubborn old cottage with its crooked chimney would always stand, unchanging and patient, whenever she chose to return. Her mother's words echoed softly, "Stronger than you know." Mira pressed a hand to her chest, where the journal rested in her coat lining like a second heart. The horizon stretched wide. Under the wheel of the sky, she drove toward tomorrow, carrying yesterday carefully, letting both guide her into the unfolding middle of everything. I woke soaked in panic, another night hauled up from the same dream. In the dream I'm back inside that shabby puppet theater Dad built, trapped in the oversized teddy bear suit he once made me wear for street fairs. The charlatan, thin lips, crooked hat, crouches beside me, breath rank with tobacco and cheap gin. His fingers pinch the back of my felt head and yank the jaw up and down so I look like I'm laughing even while I'm trying to scream. The more puppet, with the tin scimitar and papier-mâché turban, marches the delicate ballerina off stage. People packed tight on the sidewalk howl with delight. Dad smokes at the edge of the crowd, letting it happen, pretending not to notice me begging. I need to pee. My sawdust legs hang useless. I always wake before I soak the sheets, but the terror stays, a cold tide lapping at the edge of morning. My bladder still hurt, so I shuffled to the bathroom, phone in hand, screen lighting the dark. Most nights my plumbing refuses to start right away, like old pipes clanging in the frost. I leaned against the wall, eyes half shut, waiting. The phone buzzed, another message in the siblings group chat. Somebody had posted a blurry photo of Dad from the early 80s, holding a ventriloquist dummy and grinning at some county fair crowd. Someone else slapped on 3 broken heart emojis, then the Pac-Man face with its tongue out. All of it felt wrong, a cheap shorthand for grief. Dad's been in the ground 5 years, and now he's mostly clickbait for nostalgia. I closed the thread. My profit and loss spreadsheet hid behind it, flashing red numbers. My company bleeding money while I stood here half asleep trying to coax urine past a prostate as stubborn as my late father's temper. "Alexa," I whispered, "play Rachmaninoff radio." The smart speaker in the bedroom obeyed, violins rising like wary dawn over snow-capped steps. Ashkenazi hammered a minor chord, my tear ducts answered. A sting pricked the tip of me, finally the flow. I sighed, half pleasure, half shame at how hard such a simple bodily act had become. That clean, faint scent of toast floated from the kitchen, my wife up early. One more ghostly bridge to the past. I'm 5, barefoot on cold linoleum, watching Dad butter thick slices and refusing to share. "That smells good," little me says, voice barely audible. Dad's shoulders stiffen, then he slams his mug and bellows, "Get the hell away from here." The roar still rings inside whenever I catch that caramelized aroma. After he died, the notebooks arrived, milk crates of scribbles, outdated laptops, musty manila envelopes of correspondence from strangers. I promised myself I'd archive it, maybe skin the letters, but entropy set in. The garage leaked, mold bloomed, mice nested. Every so often guilt drove me out there to prod the heaps, then retreat. This morning something changed. Maybe Rachmaninoff's F-sharp minor loosened a bolt. Maybe the dream finally scraped bottom. I slipped on boots and pushed past the car into the chilly garage. Papers lay toppled like wind-blown nests. I lifted a warped notebook. An envelope slid free. It was sealed, addressed simply, "Joe," but never mailed. Dad's handwriting. I broke the seal and read, leaning against the car hood, exhaust fog curling into dawn. Dad's letter started cheerful, coffee, toast, cigarettes, music, then pivoted into a tirade about me, coward, approval seeker, liar. My chest clenched. He wrote that he hated how I hovered asking for a piece of toast instead of grabbing one. He hated weakness. Halfway through, the tone shifted again. He mused about his own father dying young, wondered why family stories got sanitized. He contemplated writing his own truths so future archaeologists of man's spiritual development might know. Then it stopped mid-thought, unsigned. I copied the text with shaking hands, sent it to my sister, subject line, fatiguing dream. She replied fast. "Whoa. He never mailed it. Probably venting. Also, call a urologist." She added a winky face. I wrote back longer, confessing how the letter hurt because it confirmed every fear, that he'd favored her, despised me. I admitted to feeling lost, like a dog sniffing rubble after its master vanished. Then I trudged to the bathroom again, the morning coffee pressing new urgency. Later, at work, spreadsheets still glowed crimson. I realized business punishes leaning, rewards motion, and I have always leaned. The waiter at my college job scolded. "If you've time to lean, you've time to clean." Dad had said similar things. I stared at the numbers, revenue down, costs up, felt the yawning sinkhole inside. By evening I found myself back in the garage. I excavated more boxes, trying to trace the map of Dad's grudges, hopes, contradictions. I discovered letters between him and Uncle Joe spanning decades. Proof they stayed in touch after Grandma's funeral, contrary to family lore. I felt equal parts betrayed and relieved. Dust rose, mice skittered. I sneezed until tears blurred ink. Somewhere under a heap lay the puppet heads, the Moor, the charlatan, the ballerina, wood cracked, paint peeling. I imagined hauling them out, staging one last grotesque show beside the trash bins, setting fire, letting their sawdust hearts roast to ash. But I didn't torch anything. I packed the notebooks in plastic tubs, labeled them small victories. Back inside, I drafted an email to my brothers, found unsent letter, not sure sharing helps. Thoughts? I hovered over send, then deleted. Some truths cut without healing. That night the dream returned, but shifted. This time, when the ballerina was dragged away, I felt my felt arms jerk, strings pulling not from the charlatan but from somewhere higher. I looked up and saw Dad manipulating the puppeteer, who in turn jerked the charlatan, who jerked me. An infinite regress of control. I woke gasping, hand on my chest, realizing I can refuse the strings only by cutting them myself. I booked a doctor appointment. I hired a consultant to salvage the business or sell it. I told my wife I'd cook breakfast, toast included. When the scent filled the kitchen, my stomach nodded, but I stayed. I set 2 plates. Spread butter edge to edge. Sat down. Ate. The toast tasted like ordinary bread kissed by heat, nothing more. The void in my chest didn't vanish, but it quieted enough for me to hear Ashkenazi's piano echoing softly from the smart speaker, notes climbing, falling, gathering strength for the next movement. Billy lay on his back and stared at the dark stain on the ceiling, the one that always looked like a crooked bat when the hall light slipped through the crack under his bedroom door. He did not blink. Blinking might lead to drowsiness, and drowsiness was the first step toward sleep. Sleep, as far as he was concerned, was a trap designed by the universe to catch children and feed them to whatever prowled outside when grown UPS finally surrendered to snoring. He had tried everything to stay awake. He had opened the sash window even though cold needles of rain rattled against the glass and sprayed his quilt. He had propped a comic book under his chin and read by flashlight until the beam died and the little superhero panels blurred together into one incoherent mess. He had pressed his ear to the pillow and counted the distant tick of the living room clock, hoping the slow rhythm would bore him instead of hypnotize him. Nothing helped. Dullness crept in like water around the edges of an old boat, and each time it did he forced his eyes wide, forced his breath to change tempo, forced his mind to think of something, anything, except the picture that always rose whenever he surrendered for even a minute, a figure in a hood, waiting at the foot of the bed, patient as winter. Downstairs his parents were having their usual late evening conversation, though conversation was an optimistic word. Over the rumble of the rain he could make out his father's slurred jokes, the toppling of a bottle against the edge of the kitchen counter, the weary hush in his mother's voice each time she told him one more chance, just one more and no more after that. Billy rolled to his side and glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand. The 2 plastic superhero hands, one in a cape, the other flexing a muscle, were close to midnight. He tried to decide whether that was early or late. He tried to decide whether it mattered. In most houses, midnight meant endings, the moment when the day admitted defeat and let the next one take over. In this house it meant the night was just getting started. Somewhere down below a chair scraped. His father croaked out a final song, a pub standard he mangled into nonsense. Footsteps lumbered on the stairs, slow, heavy, unsteady. The landing lamp cast warped shadows that slid across Billy's dresser and over his toys. Then the mattress in the next room creaked, a half-hearted protest, and at last the snoring began, loud, rhythmic, indifferent to anything that didn't carry alcohol. His mother muttered something too quiet to parse. Silence fell, except for the steady beat of rain against the roof. The boys at school said spiders crawled out only when lights were off, when houses were hushed, when no grown-up eyes were watching. They said people swallowed 8 a year without noticing, sometimes more if their mouths hung open. Billy hated spiders, the crooked legs, the sudden darting motion, the way the tiny ones dangled from no visible thread right at eye level. He imagined one lowering right now, an invisible silk funneling down from the plaster, heading for his lips. He squeezed them shut. He drew the thin sheet up to his chin but not higher. If the sheet covered his face, he would suffocate. If it stayed low, he would be exposed. There was no proper solution, so he lay half covered, half cold, wholly petrified. In the murk, he could just make out the outlines of his bedroom, where safe daylight versions of his things became uneasy shapes. A plush clown doll slumped on the toy chest, its neck crooked, its painted grin twisted beyond humor. A poster of Spider-Man, torn at the corner, morphed into something like a real arachnid silhouette. Lego bricks scattered near the closet looked like white teeth strewn beside an open mouth. None of them moved, and yet he could not quite trust they would stay still. His ears, straining against the hush, picked up a sound he could not place, a thin murmur, half sigh, half whisper, coming from nowhere obvious. He told himself it was pipes cooling. He told himself it was wind under the eaves. He wished he believed himself. Somewhere a stack of paperbacks toppled, thumping once against the floorboards. He flinched so hard the bed frame squeaked. His pulse raced. If Dad heard that creak, he might wake, and if Dad woke, he would be angry. The fear of the hooded man blended with the fear of the real one snoring behind the wall. Billy dug both fists into the mattress and waited for footsteps. None came. A book on its side could be blamed on gravity. A frightened child making noise could not. He squeezed his eyes shut and recited the only prayer he knew, the one they taught in assembly. Gentle Jesus, meek and mild. He was not sure whether Jesus had jurisdiction over monsters in hoods. He was not sure whether prayer covered spiders or drinking fathers or children who lied to teachers about bruises on their shins. But the words offered rhythm, and rhythm offered structure, and structure might hold the night together until dawn. He repeated the lines, skipping the ones he forgot, filling gaps with please, please, please. Then, because memory is cruel, he saw again the dream that was not always a dream. He saw the alley between the mini-mart and the tower block, saw the sodium yellow street lamp flickering overhead, saw the puddles reflecting oily colors. He heard Harry's voice echo against the graffiti-stained brick. He's got me, Billy, I can't move. Harry stood stiff, a dim glow around his shoulders, as if the air itself pulsed with dark light. Billy wanted to run, but his knees locked, stone inside skin. He tried to speak. It's only a dream, it can't hurt us. But the words drowned in thick syrup fear. He woke from that one too, drenched in sweat, sunrise stripes across the curtain, certain everything was fine until he learned Harry Martin never came home that morning. A note left on a pillow, a police car idling outside the block, Harry's dad sobbing on the stairwell. Adults talked about runaways, about teenage mood swings. Billy knew better. He had seen the man in the hood step from shadow to claim what fear owed him. The clock hand clicked from 9 to 10 past 1. Sometime between heartbeat and breath he had dozed. His throat burned from holding breath. A fresh sound rose, a set of deliberate knocks, for slow notes struck against the front door downstairs. The floor beneath him trembled faintly, as if something heavy leaned on the threshold. Silence followed. He waited for his parents to curse, to stumble, to shout who's there at this hour, but the snoring never paused. 3 heartbeats later the knocks came again, the exact same rhythm, neither louder nor softer, exactly patient. Billy slid from bed, feet barely touching the worn carpet. In his Batman pajamas he moved toward the door, pressing one eyelid to the slim gap. The hallway stretched blank. Light from the landing bulb painted the far wall in mustard tones. Nothing moved. Still the knocking, impossibly distant and horribly near. He stepped out, teeth chattering, though the house was not cold. The second bedroom door stood ajar. Inside, 2 shapes hulky beneath blankets. He knew he should shake them awake, but dread rooted him. If they did not wake for that knocking, what if they never woke again? He inched toward their room and creaked the loose board outside the door. Instantly the knocking stopped. He froze. Somewhere below, the latch slid, the hinges moaned. A new voice floated up the stairwell, sing-song, almost kind. "Oh, Billy boy," it called, syrupy as a birthday clown. "Come out and let's play." The sweetness made it worse. He backed into his parents' room and climbed onto the bed. The shapes felt wrong. The sheet clung to forms too thin, too rigid. He tugged a corner. Beneath lay nothing human, only brittle husks coated in fine pale silk, eye sockets empty, jaws gaping. He bit a scream before it left his lips. His knees collapsed. He rolled off the mattress, hit the floor, scrambled backward until his spine met cold plaster. Footsteps tapped the bottom stair. Slow. Certain. Thud, pause, thud. Each step brought a whisper of mud dropping onto laminate. The voice lost its honey. It cracked like dry wood. "Billy!" It boomed. "Let me swallow your sweet fear." He thought of the muddy footprints trailing behind, of how Mum always scolded about mess, of how she would never scold again. He thought of Harry calling for help inside the shining aura no one else could see. He thought of spiders lowering threads against his lips. Something in his chest shifted, from tremble to fury, from child terror to something like decision. If this was a dream, he could wake. If it was not, he could fight. He did not know where the courage came from, maybe from comic heroes, maybe from last scraps of love for parents already gone. He rose, fists tight, and faced the stairs. The hooded figure emerged, taller than the landing light, face hidden in folds of black cloth. Where eyes should be, two pale rings pulsed, not white, not gold, but a color that made him think of sickness. The mud on its boots dripped onto each step. Cobweb strands clung to its sleeves. It smelled of damp cellars and rotten leaves. Billy's legs threatened to buckle. He held the shaking back by digging nails into his palms. The man, or not a man, extended one hand. The fingers were long and too many, 7 maybe, each tipped with a ragged claw. Its voice dropped to a coaxing whisper. "Only a taste, little boy. Only a nibble of terror. Then sleep." He wanted to pray again, but words struck useless. He glanced sideways at the half-open window at the end of the hall. Wind shoved rain against the glass. The gap might be wide enough if he ran. Below lay the slanted roof of the porch, then the wet street. He weighed the risks inside half a heartbeat. The creature sensed the glance and chuckled, a sound like gravel swallowed. "No running. Fear tastes better fresh." He bolted anyway. Feet pounded boards, socks slipping. The hooded thing surged forward with impossible speed, but Billy dove, shoulder hitting wall, hands on sill, body halfway through. Cold rain smacked his face. Something yanked his ankle, talons clutching. He kicked, connected with cloth and bone. A hiss as if steam escaped. He tumbled onto slick tiles, rolled, slid over the porch roof, and crashed into the gutter. The world tilted. He saw the night sky swirl, clouds torn over dim stars. Lightning flashed once. The silhouette loomed in the window above, too large for the frame, reaching out. Billy pushed off the tiles, slid again, dropped, landed hard on the rubbish bins. Pain flared in elbow and shin. He staggered upright. Street lights flickered in wavering curtains of rain. No cars, no voices. The tower block loomed to the right. The mini-mart sign sputtered blue to the left. The front door banged above, splintering wood. The creature stepped onto the porch roof, head twisting unnaturally to scan. Billy limped toward the alley, heart punching ribs. Water pooled ankle-deep along the curb, each splash a trumpet. He ducked behind the tall bin cages, pressed against graffiti bricks. The rain softened. Muffled steps landed on pavement. Mud's smell grew stronger. Billy held breath so long his lungs burned. A shadow fell across the alley mouth, a broad cutout against the gray glow. It paused, sniffed. He pictured the bizarre non-face turning toward him, eyes glowing under the hood. He remembered Harry, locked in invisible chains. He pictured himself the same, frozen, mind screaming. But the creature moved on, boots squelching deeper into the estate's maze. Billy sagged. He was alive. Yet his house stood behind him, parents cocooned. Dawn would bring sirens, tape, whispers. And the monster still prowled. He waited until the footsteps faded. Then he limped along the back path toward the one flat where lights still showed, the Martins. Mr. Martin sat hunched at the kitchen table, staring at untouched tea, eyes swollen. When he saw Billy at the window, he rose, startled. Billy tapped once, twice. The man opened the door. "Billy?" Voice raw. Billy stepped inside, dripping. The flat smelled of stale toast and damp coats. Mr. Martin wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. "Harry," Billy said, throat cracking. "I know where he went." He told everything. He expected disbelief. Instead, Mr. Martin listened, jaw clenched. Finally, he fetched a shoebox from the hall cupboard. Inside lay a tangle of letters, drawings, small objects wrapped in tissue, Harry's midnight collection, sketches of hooded figures, notes about dreams, a scrap of silken thread like spider web. Mr. Martin tapped the drawings. He said it visited. "We didn't understand." They called police at sunrise. Officers found the house torn, no parents, only 2 brittle husks. A city-wide search began. No trace. News called it bizarre. Experts theorized rare insect cocoons, chemical spills. Billy knew none would fit. Weeks later, Billy moved in with the Martins. Nights remained hard. But Mr. Martin prepared. New locks, bright lights, silver bell charms above windows. Billy and he sat with letters and comics, mapping alleys, marking times of rain, watching for muddy prints. They formed a pact. Monsters could hunt, but boys could learn. One stormy midnight, 3 months after the first knocking, the bell above the kitchen window jingled. Billy and Mr. Martin stood side by side, torches in hand. When the hooded shadow pressed its face to the glass, they did not freeze. They shone beams straight into its hollow eyes, and behind the light waited courage stitched from shared loss. The creature hissed, recoiled, vanishing into rain. It would return. Fear is patient. But so were they. Each dawn they were still alive, and every dawn made them braver. Spiders still dangled, rain still hypnotized, bruises still bloomed. But Billy learned that staying awake meant more than refusing sleep. It meant telling someone. It meant planning. It meant knowing that monsters hate the taste of courage. Sometimes, on rare calm evenings, he even managed to shut his eyes for an hour or 2 and dream of dawn bright enough to reveal every hiding place. And when he did, no cobweb brushed his lips. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The first thing I remember from the dream was the roar. It was not a single sharp blast but a steady, rolling thunder, the sort of sound that seems to rise from the inside of the earth itself and shake the air until even your ribs hum along with it. I was sitting on damp grass, and every time the wind shifted, tiny drops of water drifted onto my cheeks. The mist hung everywhere, a cool veil that turned the daylight into a gauzy glow. When I squinted through it, I could just make out the enormous curtain of water plunging over a ledge and striking hidden rocks far below. I had never stood beside any famous waterfall in my waking hours, yet in that moment I was certain the sight before me had to be Niagara, because in imagination a place of that size needs a name equally large. Everything in the scene seemed magnified. The spray felt like cool rain, the smell of wet stone filled my nose, and even the grass beneath me seemed greener than real grass ever manages to be. I was not alone. A sizable crowd had gathered along the cliff on my side, and another crowd stood opposite us on the far bank where the land curved away. Hazily, through drifting clouds of mist, I could make out faces, hats, bright windbreakers, and children on the shoulders of their parents. Every person on either side was fixed on the same central figure, a slender wire stretched across the abyss, and on that wire an acrobat walked with casual grace. He was balanced in the middle of the empty air, blindfolded, a long pole in his hands. Each step looked softer than the last, almost playful, as though the great violence of the waterfall could never reach him, and the void beneath his feet thrilled him instead of frightened him. The cheers that rose from the spectators merged with the rumble of the water so that applause sounded like part of the thunder. I felt the hairs on my arms lift in admiration, and if I am honest, in envy too, because in the instant that the tightrope artist raised a hand or dipped a knee for flourish I sensed in him a fearless spirit I had never managed to acquire in my own life. When he reached the far side, unseen hands steadied him. In the ripple of brightness between shifting clouds of mist I watched him nod to the distant audience, turn, and begin a new crossing. This time he carried a large sack pressed to his back. The shape inside that sack looked awkward, as though it slid every time he swayed, yet he never faltered. When he stepped onto the near ledge again, the people around me burst into whistles and claps. I could not stop smiling. My mind kept trying to guess what challenge might come next, and it turned out I did not have to wait long. From among the onlookers close by, a small cluster of adventurous youths huddled, whispered, argued, and gestured at the performer. One by one, they called out increasingly absurd tasks, each designed to outdo the last. Every fresh dare sounded harder than its predecessor, but the wire walker answered with a friendly shrug, bowed as though accepting a royal commission, and then climbed back onto the cable. He walked backward blindfolded. He danced on tiptoe. He stood on one leg in the middle of the span, arms raised, as though conducting an invisible orchestra, and the roar of water became his symphony. Nothing they proposed could shake his certainty, or disrupt his rhythm. It was impossible not to admire him, and by the time the sky above deepened from midday to the hazy gold of later afternoon, I felt as though I were in the presence of a legend far older than the cliffs and rivers that framed him. While daylight slid toward evening, I found myself drifting into a lazy half-sleep. The last thing I recalled seeing was a curved sparkle of sunlight on the mist, and the crowd's faces turning rosy in the slanted light. Then the vision softened. My thoughts slipped underwater, where time stretches, and I floated someplace between awareness and unconsciousness. How long I dozed I could not say, minutes or hours, but when I surfaced again, the world had changed. The vast plateau near the falls was empty. The crowds had vanished. The roar remained, yet the energy of thousands of voices had faded into a hush. A violet dusk smudged the horizon. My shirt felt clammy against my skin, proof that I had slept long enough for warmth to escape my body. Long shadows lay across the grass like spilled ink. I felt alone. A gentle pressure on my shoulder made me look up. The acrobat, the same man who had danced above death with absolute composure, stood above me smiling. He appeared older than I had guessed from a distance, with lines near his eyes that hinted at years of concentration and weather, but his expression carried none of the ego or weariness you might expect from someone celebrated. Instead, he radiated a kind, almost private warmth. He held out his hand as though greeting an old friend. I took it, surprised to find his palm calloused and strong but his grip considerate. He introduced himself simply. "My name is Cherub Bravo." The name stuck in my mind because it sounded both delicate and triumphant. Without ceremony, he asked why I had remained in that place after everyone else wandered off. There was no judgment in his voice, only concern, yet I felt compelled to confess. I told him the essentials, that outside the dream I was floundering, that job prospects had dried up, that loneliness traced every corner of my day, that self-doubt grew heavier by the week, and that a sense of uselessness had corroded my confidence until escape appeared easier than effort. The words left me in a rush I had not planned. He listened quietly. When I ran out of sentences, he nodded as though what I had spoken matched a story he recognized. Then he said he too had once stood where I now stood, hollow, lost, convinced no future could open, and that his life had changed only when a mentor named Alpha Omega taught him the obsessive discipline and unwavering focus required to walk ropes above chaos. We fell into casual conversation. Everything about him felt genuine, which made me trust each sentence he offered. Eventually he shifted the subject to my earlier admiration of his feats. He asked how much faith I truly held in his ability. The question startled me because until that moment faith felt theoretical. It was easy to applaud from safe ground. Belief measured so abstractly costs nothing. Even so, I answered honestly that I believed he could do virtually anything on that rope. To strengthen or test my conviction, he painted a series of hypotheticals, each more extreme than the last, each demanding that I picture him carrying something precious. First a lamb from the nearby meadow, then the crown of a queen balanced in a single hand, then, unbelievably, a race across the wire on a motorcycle while performing a full spin above the most violent center of the falls. Each scenario made my stomach lurch, but I found myself nodding, saying yes, 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 somehow sure that he would not falter. At last he proposed the ultimate test. Suppose he placed me in a wheelchair and pushed me across. Would I allow him? Caught in a blend of awe, adrenaline, and the promise that he could grant me a gift to mend my life, I said yes again, though part of me had not truly processed the magnitude of the pledge. He smiled and, to my surprise, gently took hold of my arm. "Then we begin now," he said, his voice soft but firm as steel cable. Before I could fully comprehend, we were moving toward the start of the tightrope. Trees blocked the falls from view at first. Dew collected on leaves shimmered in the afterlight. An evening breeze carried a chill, and somewhere upstream a bird cried once and fell silent. Each step closer made my chest tighten. Then, through a break in the trees, the full breadth of the waterfall exploded into sight. Immense, raging white water launched itself over the cliff's edge, smashing into the riverbed below with a force that vibrated the ground under my feet. The ribbon of cable stretched across that void looked suddenly thin, shivering slightly as damp wind came off the gorge. Panic ignited behind my ribs. My muscles locked. Without thought I dug my heels into the earth. "No!" The word escaped my mouth louder than I could control. I meant no to the wheelchair, no to the crossing, no to the chance of death. Every survival instinct flared. The promise I made only minutes earlier collapsed under the sensory onslaught of thunder, mist, and the dizzying knowledge that a slip meant oblivion. It was at that precise instant I jerked awake. The dream dissolved. My bedroom ceiling replaced the gray sky. The fading echo of the falls diminished to the hush of nighttime traffic far off and the tick of the clock on my dresser. Sweat clung to my skin. My heartbeat thudded so hard in my ears I wondered if the neighbors could hear. Gradually I convinced myself I was safe, that my mattress was not a tightrope, that the roar had only been blood rushing. Still, an aftertaste of shame lingered. I had sworn faith to a man I admired but abandoned that faith when cost arrived. Was that not symbolic of how often I proclaimed confidence in bigger things, in potential careers, in friendships, even in God, only to retreat when the walk became precarious? Days blurred into weeks. Life outside the dream did not change overnight. Bills still loomed. Self-criticism persisted. Yet the memory of Cherub Bravo refused to fade. I found myself revisiting each detail, the control in his stride, the playful dignity in his bows, and the question he asked me about real trust. The more I rehearsed the scene, the more another question arose beneath it. What unseen possibilities lay on the far side of fear if I accepted the instability instead of resisting? I began small. One morning I forced myself to send a resume to an employer so intimidating I had told friends I would never bother. My hands shook while I typed. A week later I signed up for an evening language class, though I feared that at my age new vocabulary might stick like rain on oil. Each choice felt like stepping out over an abyss on a line I was only imagining but that nevertheless quivered under every doubt. Sometimes I failed. Sometimes I retreated. Yet when I succeeded, when an interviewer welcomed me to round 2, when a teacher praised my accent, the thrill resembled the hush that fell across the crowd whenever the acrobat paused mid-walk, amazement that something fragile could support possibility. Slowly the interventions multiplied. I called an old friend I had neglected. I volunteered Saturday mornings at a community garden. I set aside 10 minutes nightly to kneel at my bedside, not to recite predetermined prayers but to breathe and speak aloud uncertainties to a hypothetical listener, hoping an echo in the quiet might answer. The practice did not iron out every crease in my spirit, but it did reveal how much space God, or life, or whatever guiding figure you believe, holds open when we decide risk might be worth the crossing. Eventually I returned to the dream deliberately through writing. At dawn before work I sat at my kitchen table and sketched the ropes spanning the waterfall. I wrote Cherub Bravo's questions in the margins. Then I drew myself in 2 positions, first in a chair at the edge, afraid to roll forward, second midstream, arms up, head back, trusting the push. In the weeks that followed, any time hesitation gripped me, I closed my eyes and summoned that second drawing. The imaginary wind lifted hair off my forehead, The roar shook my bones, yet below the terror thrummed another vibration, one of aliveness, like the string section swelling at the climactic moment of a symphony. Have I become fearless? No. Even writing these words I picture the cable and feel my palms moisten. But I am learning that courage grows through repetition, through accepting the tremble as the price of progress. The promise Cherub offered, a gift to end every trouble, no longer sounds literal. I suspect he meant that stepping into commitment, even when uncertainty yells louder than confidence, is itself the gift. It transforms waiting spectators into participants. It grants purpose regardless of applause. It fosters a quiet joy that cannot be purchased with easy guarantees. Sometimes at night I wake to the phantom sound of rushing water. Moonlight paints pale lines across my floor like strands of rope. In that twilight state between dream and waking, I ask whether God, like the acrobat, stands on the other side, palm extended, inviting me onto a path I cannot map. I do not hear a voice. Instead I feel my pulse. I remember the mist, the hush, the singular demand that trust makes, move anyway. One foot. Then another. Balancing not on certainty but on commitment to the next small action. In that spirit I have found employment, modest but satisfying, assisting at a cultural center where traveling performers teach children art forms from around the globe. Each afternoon the halls thrum with drums, with laughter. I often recall Cherub as I watch jugglers rehearse or dancers stretch, and I study how they breathe through mistakes, how they laugh at imbalance. I have also reconciled with friends I once kept at arm's length. We remind one another that fear shrinks in company. Most importantly, I keep returning to my nighttime monologues with God, still unpolished, still uncertain, but increasingly real. The waterfall dream taught me something my daytime reasoning never articulated: faith, whether in ourselves, in others, or in a power greater than intellect, is less a statement of belief and more a muscle trained by action. You cannot know the wire will hold until you step onto it. The roar never quiets. Heights never diminish. Dangers remain. But the further out you go, the more you realize balance is not a static state. It is dynamic, responsive, a constant conversation between fear and forward motion. Occasionally I wonder what became of Cherub Bravo. Did he continue roaming from gorge to skyline, collecting the gasps of crowds? Did he retire somewhere quiet, teaching novices the first hesitant steps? Though my dream never revealed such answers, I like to think he exists in any moment a person chooses courage over retreat. Perhaps when I write these lines, he stands invisible on the rim of consciousness, smiling at my progress the way a teacher smiles at a pupil who has finally surrendered to the thrill of the unknown. And if ever I falter, if fatigue tempts me back onto solid ground, I picture that impossible evening when crowds melted away and a stranger extended his hand. The memory nudges me until I rise, roll my shoulders, and look toward whatever new span of emptiness beckons. Life keeps stringing cables. All that matters is we keep crossing. I was never one of those children who could close the door on a memory, lock it, and walk away forever. Even when I was tiny, certain moments stuck to me like burrs. I kept them, polished them, turned them over in my mind the way other kids turn marbles in their hands. My earliest recollections of my mother, her laugh, the nervous tuck of hair behind her ear, the scent of sunflowers' perfume mingled with cold morning air, came to me that way, bright, sharply edged, impossible to set aside. It never troubled me then. Memory felt like a companion, not a burden. I did not understand that sometimes memory becomes so heavy we fear it will pull us beneath the surface of our own days. When I was 4, my mother died. That is the entire fact. Though people who knew her always want to explain more. They talk about how hard she fought to make herself clean after years of addiction, how hard she worked once she had her real estate license, how she glowed on the stage at the Las Vegas convention, first-time MC in a satin suit she had borrowed, promising her peers that even the greatest mess can be turned into a home if someone has faith enough. I have the recording. I could mouth the entire speech, word for word, because I have watched it thousands of times. I always stop right before the applause, before her voice buckles with emotion. I stop because I cannot bear the knowledge that, 48 hours later, she is gone. No one ever says that blunt sentence. They say she was taken. They say she passed. My grandmother, fierce in grief, says the man who fathered me destroyed her daughter. She is right. He was released after a 4-year stretch in prison less than a month before the convention. He recorded her walking across parking lots, through hotel lobbies, to the buffet line, hours of footage, hundreds of photographs. He learned her schedule, rented an expensive suite in the same hotel where her company celebrated, convinced her to join him for a conversation in private. Then he held her for 2 days. The things that happened in that room are in the case files but not in my stomach any longer. They burned away during the trial, when the jury delivered a verdict so quickly the bailiff almost forgot to lead them back inside. My mother never saw mercy at his hands. At least she gained justice. That is the final comfort, small though it feels against the full weight of the story. After her death I lived with my grandmother, and in that house every surface seemed to hold a fragment of my mother. A teacup with the rim chipped pink, kept in the back of a cupboard. A real estate magazine featuring her first sold portrait, slipped between recipe cards. The suit she wore for the Las Vegas speech hanging behind clear plastic in the spare room closet like a relic. My grandmother could not part with those relics. I could not keep from visiting them. Some mornings she found me asleep beneath the suit, the hem brushing my hair, and carried me back to bed. I spoke to no one, not even her. For a long time silence wrapped me like a fever blanket. Then, one humid August evening, I heard my name whispered as I drifted toward sleep. I remember sitting up instantly, expecting to see her standing in the doorway with a glass of water and a bedtime smile, exactly as a mother ought to be at 4½. The open door. The dark hall. Nothing. That first moment of disappointment carved such a hollow inside me I can still feel its edges. I cried until my pillow was soaked. My grandmother rushed in, gathered me, soothed me with the practiced huskiness of a woman who has already spent a lifetime soothing an addict daughter, now must soothe an orphaned grandson. When I sobbed that I had heard Mommy, she believed me. Perhaps she needed to believe, too. The whisper did not return every night. Months might pass. Yet it returned often enough that I learned its rhythm. Always just as I slipped into the shallows of sleep. Always only my name, in the exact cadence she used in the convention video, a gentle upward lilt at the end, encouraging, packed with possibility. When I reached 10, on the eve of the first double-digit birthday I would celebrate without her, the whisper added a second sentence. I miss you. That night my throat thickened so badly I could not call for my grandmother. Instead I curled around the ache and cried silently until sunrise. Years moved on. My life began to resemble a life again. I played Little League, flunked trumpet lessons, passed algebra after remedial tutoring, learned to shave, bought a suit for junior prom. My grandmother cheered me through every rite of passage, though sometimes she watched me with a careful sorrow, as if, any moment, grief might drop from the rafters and knock me back to silence. I felt her gaze like warm hands at my back, keeping me upright. And I felt the whisper at intervals, like a second set of hands tracing my name across the darkness. When I was 17, the whisper spoke differently. That was the year my girlfriend, bright-eyed and frightened, told me she was pregnant. We were standing under the flickering street lamp outside her parents' house. I heard the news as a soundless explosion, all light, no bang, just the aftermath rushing in. Within the month we married at the courthouse because her parents believed it necessary. She moved into my grandmother's small house. I found a night shift warehouse job after school. We tried to finish senior year. We tried to learn to share a mattress built for one. We tried to understand our place among 18-year-olds whose weekends circled proposals and college decisions and beach trips, not prenatal vitamins and rent. The whisper reached me late in March, 2 months before our daughter arrived. I was lying beside my wife on the lumpy mattress, one hand on the curve of her belly, listening for whatever noises a little person makes underwater. I felt so wild with fear I thought the mattress might ignite beneath me. You will love her, my mother whispered. You will do it right. I miss you. I love you. Love threw me upright, heart racing. It was the first time she spoke the word. I wanted to tear the walls open so she could step through, hold the new life, bless us all. Instead, I pressed my palm flat against damp plaster and whispered back, I love you too. Our daughter arrived in May, 5 pounds of howling willpower. I held her the first time and discovered a new dimension of loneliness, a place where joy and sorrow mirrored each other. One side was my family, wife, baby, grandmother, laughing, taking pictures, welcoming a pink stranger. The other side was an empty chair by the hospital bed. I could see both places at once. My eyes actually blurred from crossing. My grandmother understood. She squeezed my shoulder and said, "You carry her forward. That is how we stay alive." Carrying forward is harder than those 5 words imply. My wife and I separated before our daughter turned 2. We were children ourselves. We fumbled the ordinary tasks of family. Paying bills, scheduling doctor visits, not resenting each other's exhaustion. Eventually resentment grew too heavy and the marriage collapsed under its weight. She took primary custody. I paid child support. We learned to trade weekends with subdued courtesy. During the emptier weeks I buried myself in construction jobs by day, community college courses by night, always trying to shape a solid adult out of the wet clay my mother left behind. Frequently I failed. Frequently I clutched at the bright memory of her voice telling me you will do it right. I wanted to believe that promise. Now I am 30, living alone in a 1-bedroom apartment north of the city. My daughter, 10, visits on alternate weekends. She likes to rearrange the magnets on my refrigerator, feed the stray cat that lurks outside the balcony, ask me questions I do not always know how to answer. Did Grandma like roller coasters? Could Grandma do TikTok dances? Does it hurt that she's dead? I tell truth where I can. She was afraid of heights, but she sang karaoke with no shame. She would learn TikTok dances faster than us both. Yes, sometimes it still hurts. The anniversary of her death still surprises me with its cruelty. 26 years is a long time to carry a date in one's blood, yet the week before the day arrives my body tips me off. Insomnia, ringing in my ears, a drifting ache in the bones of my face. When the night itself comes, I sit in the dark and watch the convention speech again, mouthing every word with her, stopping the video before the applause because I cannot listen to an audience celebrating a future that never arrived. Often I fall asleep in the glow of the paused screen. Last night was the anniversary. My daughter was with her mother. The apartment was still. I turned off the TV after the speech, left the room lit only by the blue halo of the cable box. I lay down with that familiar anticipation, grief shaped like an open door, and waited for the old whisper. I was not certain it would come. The intervals had grown longer these past few years. But as I slipped towards sleep I felt the room shift, temperature cooler, air thicker, a hum under the plaster. Then her voice, as clear as breath against my ear, spoke my name. 3 times, the repetition a caress. She said she misses me. She said she will always love me. I kept my eyes closed because I was terrified that if I looked I would find nothing, and the only thing worse than not seeing her would be unseeing her. Tears slid sideways across my temples into my hair. I wanted fiercely to answer. My throat locked. I shaped the words inside. I love you too. I am trying. Tell me how to do it right. She did not speak again. The air settled. Somewhere downstairs a neighbor's faucet squealed. I stayed very still in the dark, afraid that moving would crack the fragile afterimage. Eventually I slept. Morning light on cheap blinds never looks kind. It splinters across the walls, highlights dust, reminds a person of everything unfinished. I woke feeling like I'd run all night, but also with a curious steadiness, as if my mother's final words had stitched something torn inside me. I made coffee, fed the stray cat who looked at me with her usual wary indifference, sat at the kitchen table, and wondered whether anyone else had ever lived inside an echo this way. I opened my laptop and typed, "Hearing dead loved one's voice normal?" The search results exploded. Academic journals, grief counseling sites, personal blogs, stories upon stories. One clinical term appeared repeatedly: post-bereavement sensory experiences. One article cited research from the University of Milan estimating that nearly 60% of bereaved people report sensing, seeing, or hearing the deceased at least once. Another article interviewed a psychologist who called such experiences a healthy continuation of the bond embedded in the brain's attachment system. A hospice nurse wrote, "Do not fear the presence of the dead. They come only when we need them." My chest loosened with something like relief. For 26 years I believed this whisper made me singular. Maybe broken, maybe blessed, certainly isolated. Overnight I learned the world is heavy with voices sliding through the night toward the people who miss them. I read for hours. Some stories sounded exactly like mine, a soft breath at the ear, a name spoken once, twice. Others were more vivid. A father felt his dead son sit on the edge of the bed every Christmas Eve. A grandmother smelled her late husband's pipe smoke whenever bills pressed too hard. A woman saw her sister, who drowned, reflected behind her in water glasses. The thread that wove through them all was love refusing erasure. Knowing I was not alone did not erase the loneliness, but it eased its sharpest edges. I closed the laptop, carried my coffee to the balcony, watched the stray cat twitch her tail at pigeons. I thought about my daughter, 10 and brilliant, bearing her own small stock of memories already. One day I will die. Nothing arrests that certainty. I wondered what I might leave her beside the normal heap of photographs and passwords and mismatched furniture. Could I leave a whisper? Could I teach her to hear it? My grandmother called mid-morning. She always remembers the date. She expects I will answer no matter where I am. Her voice carries age now, but also iron. We spoke about my mother. We spoke about my daughter's upcoming violin recital, about rent, about the stray cat who might sleep inside if winter grows harsh. Then my grandmother said, "Did you dream last night?" She asked this some years. I told her yes. I did not mention that my eyes remained open the whole time inside the dream, or that the voice arrived before sleep. She sighed her quiet sigh. "Your mother believes in you," she said. "That is how she stays alive." After the call I opened the convention video one more time. This time I did not stop it before the applause. I let the ovation crash over the screen, watched my mother's startled grin, her small bow, the way she pressed fingertips to her lips as if to hold gratitude inside. I watched her step down from the stage into a crowd that parted to touch her shoulders. The camera cut away, but I knew the rest. She walked backstage, removed the microphone, and somewhere in the noise of celebration a man she trusted with a conversation began to shape the next 48 hours. I stopped the video, wiped my face, and saved the file to multiple drives, ritual against technological failure. I do not know whether digital echoes of my voice will comfort my daughter when she is 30, but providing the chance seems necessary. I do not know whether my mother's final whisper was farewell, or a beginning. I do not know whether I will hear her again. I do know that love, once spoken, does not unspool into silence. It hums under plaster, behind water pipes, inside the skull's private corridors. It waits for dark rooms and half-sleep, for anniversaries and lonely apartments, and children pressing ears to walls. It waits, and when called upon, pronounces the name of the one who listens. So I am listening. Not every night, not with desperation, but with readiness. When my daughter visits next weekend, we will rearrange magnets. We will feed the stray cat. Perhaps we will watch the convention video together for the first time, pause where applause begins, talk about beginnings and endings, about how a person can be gone and still whisper. I want her to know the whisper is not madness or magic. It is the ordinary miracle of a bond unbroken by death. Later, when the apartment is quiet again, I may hear my name spoken. If I do, I will close my eyes and answer aloud, "I love you too. I am trying." And I will believe, as I did last night, that the answer floats back. You are not alone. Not ever. Barnacle Winterbottom rested on a thick branch of the old oak that shaded the north side of the lawn, his back pressed to the bark, his short legs swinging above a nest of summer leaves. He was hardly as tall as a dandelion gone to seed, yet he carried himself like a seasoned officer inspecting troops. His beard matched late afternoon sunlight, and when he scratched it the sound carried through the leaves in soft scritches. Beside him stretched Lightfoot, a striped tomcat 3 times longer than the gnome was tall. Lightfoot blended into the oak almost perfectly, sand-colored back, pale belly, rings of soot at the tail. Only his eyes betrayed him, 2 still ponds of green trained on the driveway below. A dusty gray wagon had stopped at the iron gate moments earlier. A man and a woman in travel-creased clothes unloaded suitcases. A thin boy stared up at attic windows with a half-afraid curiosity, while a toddler spun in small excited circles, clutching the leash of a scruffy terrier. The dog barked, nose low, as if he smelled stories in every gust. Lightfoot's whiskers fanned forward, searching the terrier's scent. Barnacle patted the cat's neck, confident. "Easy, friend," he murmured. "We will not allow a dog to claim the grounds." The cat's ear flicked. He did not hiss, but his tail lashed once. Across the lawn rose the house. 3 full stories of other dark cedar, fish-scale shingles, and gingerbread trim, every gable capped with iron finials. A round stone tower at the south corner supported the attic room, its single window crossed by narrow curtains the color of dusk. Behind those curtains Adriana watched, half concealed by dust. She had lived with her great-aunt May since childhood. After 17 years she knew every loose board and every spider that shared the eaves, but cousins were new. She did not race down the stairs to greet them. Instead she stayed where she was, an island of stillness inside the tower, and studied the strangers. The cousins believed they were rescuing her. Her aunt had said as much the week before, pressing iced tea into Adriana's hands, insisting that a house full of family would brighten everyone's spirits. Lenore and Stan had fallen on hard months. Stan lost his job, then the mortgage fell through, then distant relatives were their only port in a storm. May looked at Adriana with soft, pleading eyes, asking consent without asking aloud. Adriana nodded because she loved her aunt, but inside she felt the furniture of her quiet life sliding. Now she watched Lenore marshal children up the porch steps, and wondered how loud the house would become once it held 5 beating hearts instead of 2. Adriana's gaze drifted beyond the family. The oak concealed movement. She caught the faintest rustle, saw a glint of red beard, and then the leaves closed. She knew Barnacle was there. She had watched him for years, though never close enough to count the twists in his mustache. She had seen his clan, quick figures under moonlight, clothes bright as spilled paint, dart between flower pots, vanish beneath roots, reappear on window ledges where no ladder reached. She had tried to sketch them once, but pencil could not keep pace. She never told Aunt May. May believed in rose gardens and honest labor, and the comforting rhythm of dry laundry snapping on a line. She would not know what to do with a granddaughter who learned the names of gnomes before the names of celebrity singers. Adriana's other secret was the voice. It began when she was 10, after Twinkie the beagle disappeared. Neighbors whispered coyotes or sickness. Adriana woke one night to hear Twinkie yelp once, high and frightened, then silence. Aunt May found the collar near the garden next morning. She buried it beneath the pumpkins and laid flowers on the dirt every week. Adriana believed the gnomes had coaxed Twinkie to trespass, then the cat did the rest. Lightfoot never admitted guilt. Cats rarely do. That was when the voice entered. Soft, female, almost musical, the voice of a friend who lived just outside sight. When Adriana worried, it soothed her. As years passed, the voice visited less often, but when it came she listened. She never knew whether it rose from her own mind or from somewhere older than mind, yet it felt trustworthy. Only when anxiety sharpened did she test reality, slipping a long hatpin through the skin of her palm to prove waking from dream. The sting brought her back every time. Now, with strangers occupying the guest rooms and a terrier sniffing the flower beds, Adriana felt the old tension vibrate. She stood from her desk, shut the curtain, and heard a whisper behind her ear. "You can trust me." The pin on her dresser glinted. She drove its point between thumb and forefinger, watched blood bead bright, and the whisper faded. Downstairs the cousins settled. Lenore's laughter floated up the stairwell, too sweet and too loud, like syrup on cracked china. Stan hauled boxes. The terrier, Peter, the little girl cried, scrabbled across hardwood, nose to every corner. Adriana stayed hidden behind the attic door until footsteps cleared, then slipped into the secret stair that threaded through walls from attic to mudroom. May's father built the passage during Prohibition. Adriana found it at 13 and kept the knowledge like a jewel. Through slats she saw May leaning on the kitchen doorway, hands trembling, breath thin as parchment. Lenore thanked her profusely for the rooms. Stan promised to mend the fence. May smiled, but exhaustion sagged her shoulders. Adriana drifted outside. Afternoon leaned toward dusk. The garden glowed. She paused at Twinkie's grave, a small stone at the edge of a tomato row, and brushed fresh cat scat aside with a twig. Lightfoot watched from a pumpkin vine and blinked slow approval. Adriana whispered, "At least let the dog rest." The cat licked his paw indifferently. From the oak's highest fork Barnacle gathered his brethren. In the hidden hollows candles guttered. 18 gnomes in cloaks of poppy red, river blue, leaf green, and one in bright Rastafarian stripes. Jamar insisted color was heritage, crowded around. Barnacle explained that the human dog threatened their freedom. "The old woman tolerated our ways, but this new family will not," he said. "The beast must go." Gnomes nodded, cheeks rosy with anticipation. Josie Pussawillow, her cap a puff of dandelion down, asked whether they might play with the children first. Barnacle stroked his mustache. Night Mischief had rules: frighten, not kill, unless necessity demanded. "Children tell tales no adults believe," he reminded them. "A little fear will drive the parents faster than 100 warnings." Whispered agreement rustled the burrow. Lightfoot, guardian cat and occasional ally, stuck his head through the opening. Barnacle sent him to monitor the terrier. The cat's tail vanished, a silent salute. Night came. Adriana sketched by lamplight, half listening for the voice, half for the cousins. Somewhere below a pot clattered, a boy muttered, a dog barked, a mother soothed. She closed her journal and slipped into restless sleep. She woke to a muffled scream, a child's cry swallowed quickly, as though someone pressed a hand over a mouth. The clock glowed 2:17 a.m. She held her breath. A long silence followed, broken only by the dog's sudden furious barking. Then another voice, older, Lenore's, sharp with fear. Adriana pulled jeans over pajamas and crept to the secret stair. The house felt electric. Shadows quivered. Below, Stan hushed Lenore. He carried the dog, stroking its trembling body. "It's just a bad dream," he said too loudly. Jimmy argued, "Something about little people." Stan snapped. Marcy giggled and sang half-formed words. Lenore muttered cramps from nerves. In the hush that followed, Adriana heard the faintest purr under the conversation, as if a legion of kittens hid inside walls. She pictured gnomes scampering unseen, knives of pine needles, teeth filed to points, eyes bright with prankish hunger. Barnacle's strategy worked. By breakfast the family looked frayed. Stan's smile twitched. Lenore avoided the nursery closet where Marcy insisted her gnomies lived. Jimmy glared at the hall, sleepless, certain the cat conspired. May stayed in bed, chest rattling, unaware her home shifted toward nightmare. Afternoon rain pushed everyone indoors. Adriana baked to calm her nerves: fettuccine alfredo, garlic shrimp, asparagus bright as summer grass, bowls of sugared berries. Food softened tension. Even Jimmy managed a tired grin. After dinner they retired early. Adriana washed dishes, hands shaking whenever Lightfoot brushed her leg. He gazed up, unreadable. Midnight roared. A scream split walls. Adriana bolted upright, heart battering ribs. Another scream, older, male. "Stan?" She slipped from bed. The corridor was dark except for her nightlight casting a pale wedge. She heard Lenore sobbing in May's room. Smell of iron drifted through the air. Adriana reached for the stair rail and her hand met something wet. She jerked back. Warm, sticky. Blood. She edged to an alcove window, moonlight revealing her fingers painted red. From below came thumps, a child's shout, then a sick smack and silence. The pin slid from her pocket. She speared her palm, harder than ever, but pain did not scatter the horror. This was no dream. In May's room, Lenore knelt beside the bed, vomit on her dress, mouth open but soundless. On the cream bedspread lay May, eyes wide, skin waxen. Across her chest sprawled the terrier, belly ripped open, ribs split by tiny, indelicate hands. The dog's head rested on May's heart, sockets empty. Blood soaked bed and floor. Lenore's face crumpled. She could not comprehend. Adriana backed away before Lenore lifted her gaze. Down the hall, Marcy cried for Peter, for Daddy, for her invisible friends. Jimmy clutched his sister, white as chalk. He saw Adriana mouth. Little people did it. Adriana believed him. She ushered them into her attic room, barricaded the door, opened the secret stair panel, and told them to follow. From the oak, Barnacle called victory. Gnomes danced around a platter of dog's heart and woman's blood. Lightfoot lounged on the branch, lazy satisfaction rolling in his purr. "We are almost done," Barnacle declared. "One more push and the house is ours. The girl may stay, she knows the old bargains." Gnomes howled delight. Below, inside walls, Adriana led children down the narrow staircase. Cobwebs brushed faces. Jimmy carried Marcy, who clung to her broken doll. Adriana's voice shook but remained steady. "We'll reach the mudroom, cross the yard, call police from the Lanelys' phone." She prayed the Lanelys still left kitchen lights on after midnight. The panels slid open into the mudroom. Rain hammered shingles. Jimmy stepped forward and slipped. His foot skidded across a toy truck, bright yellow, left deliberately. He crashed against the wall, unconscious. Marcy tumbled, doll flying. Gnomes swarmed from cupboards and vents, teeth bright, chance high. Adriana snatched Marcy, kicked frantic at the horde, but they moved like water, nimble and ruthless. Josie Pussawillow leaped onto her shoulder, claws raking cheek. Adriana hurled Josie into the sink. The gnome hissed like steam. Lightfoot padded into the room. His fur fluffed to enormous. He hissed, back arched. Gnomes froze. Cats were old enemies, unpredictable. Barnacle strode forward anyway. "This house is ours, cat." His voice cracked with courage he did not fully feel. Lightfoot answered with a growl that rippled floorboards. The cat sprang. Gnomes scattered, but claws found two, teeth found a third. Josie darted beneath the stove. Jamar dove into a boot. Barnacle dragged wounded brethren back, retreated. Adriana seized the moment, lifting Jimmy's shoulders, dragging him across tile, while Marcy whimpered, clutched to her chest. The back door yawned open. She half carried, half pulled the boy through mud, across tangled pumpkins, to the Lanelys' porch. Porch light glared down. She hammered the door. Laneley father answered, robe gaping. He stared at the blood-slicked children, the cat at their heels, the girl shaking. He called ambulance and police. He wrapped blankets. He pressed towels to wounds, asking no immediate questions. Sirens sliced the night soon after. Officers found no sign of gnomes. They found May's body, Lenore's shattered mind, Stan's corpse at the foot of the stairs, the terrier mutilated. Wild animal, investigators suggested. Delusion, grief, accident. Jimmy, when conscious, repeated little people until sedatives hushed him. Marcy spoke only to her doll. Adriana told the police she woke and found the horror. She would not discuss gnomes. She understood children's words vanish in adult air. Weeks passed. Funeral services, legal paperwork, social workers. Lenore entered a hospital, her eyes fixed always on some corner where invisible shadows lingered. Jimmy recovered slowly in foster care. Marcy grew silent. Aunt Mayswell astonished everyone but Adriana. The house for Adriana, trust fund for upkeep, little else for anyone else. Lawyers raised eyebrows, family grumbled. Adriana said nothing. She returned to the attic, to the secret stair, to the oak tree. Lightfoot followed. In the burrow Barnacle brooded. They had lost battle but not war. The cat protected the girl, but cats age. Gnomes endure. Someday the dogless house would sleep again. Adriana heard the whisper that night. "You can trust me," it said. She felt the pin on her nightstand untouched. She listened to rain tapping attic glass, thought of her aunt's love, her cousin's ruin, the gnome's waiting, and the cat's fierce defense. The voice added, "We are not finished." She answered, "I know, but I am not afraid." Lightfoot settled at her feet, purr rolling like small thunder. Outside, in the oak, gnomes watched the last bedroom light flicker off, planning, patient, certain that the old bargains could be broken when the youngest guardian finally slept too deeply. Adriana did sleep, but lightly, and with one hand curled around the pin that reminded her life was no dream. She thought of boarding schools for children, therapy, new locks, brighter bulbs, traps hidden in shadows. She thought of planting garlic and iron nails around Twinkie's grave, ancient protections learned from books she never dared show May. Dawn crept in. Light grayed the window. She whispered to the empty room, "I can trust myself." The house stood silent, mourning and waiting in equal measure. It would keep waiting, because Adriana no longer meant to be prey. She would teach the cat new tricks, hang iron charms, burn sage, and circle thresholds with salt. She would learn every tongue in which a name could be binding. She would grow into steel-spined womanhood, and if the gnomes tested her again, they would learn that even tiny folk can fear. Down in the burrow, Barnacle sharpened a sliver of bone into a spear. Josie sewed another feathered cap. Jamar practicing rolling his Rs in dialects no human ear had heard in 5 centuries. They whispered of next moon's plan, of midnight, of lullabies turned to snares. Lightfoot's ears turned forward at the base of the oak, hearing the plotting. The cat closed his eyes and purred a challenge that drifted through roots like a distant earthquake. Some stories say evil ends. Some speak of everlasting guardians. The truth lives between. A house full of quiet alarms, a cat in the garden, a woman who no longer weeps at the sight of blood, and gnomes who lurk but do not dare cross the porchlight's edge, for now. And so the long duel of trust and teeth continued, each side certain time belonged to them alone, each side listening for footsteps on creaking stairs, for whispers behind curtains, for the moment hesitation would tip the balance one way or the other. Rhys Hughes was still young enough to remember the color of the wheat fields around his family's cottage before the war turned them red. In those days, his mother would stand in the doorway at sunset and call him home by the light of a single lamp. He had known the smell of fresh bread and warm wool. Then King Edward II crossed the border, and the world split apart. One night the English burned the little farmstead to the ground because soldiers needed dry straw and kindling. Rhys's parents died in the smoke, and all that remained of his past was a single amber amulet, his mother's wedding charm, sealed in a metal frame shaped like the rising sun. Since that night, Rhys lived with 2 fixed ideas inside his skull: serve Wales with every drop of blood, and keep the amulet against his heart so he would never forget why. For 8 long years he fought the invaders. He became the kind of warrior who could swing a blade until his arms numbed, the kind of man who marched days without bread, the kind of survivor who outlasted siege after siege even when fleas chewed at his skin. His name spread across both armies. Welsh soldiers whispered it in pride, English officers spat it in fear. On an autumn morning heavy with fog, the 2 forces met on a wide plateau the locals called the Bloody Mesa, a shade flat height of land dotted by black rocks and thorn bushes. The English wore iron breastplates polished bright. The Welsh carried bare arms or patchwork mail, trusting speed instead of armor. At dawn Rhys tied the amber stone around his neck and told himself that if today was the day he died, he would die with the sun in his chest. They fought after sunrise. They fought when the mist lifted and showed the jagged mountains in the distance. They fought until the ground turned slippery under boot heels. By late afternoon Rhys's sword arm trembled from exhaustion. He had counted more than 20 wounds, small slices on his forearms, a gash on his thigh, a deep slash behind his ribs that slowed his breathing. Still he pushed through the enemy lines with a strange calm swimming in his head. Each time he tasted iron at the back of his throat, he imagined hearing his mother call him home, and he forced his blade onward. At last, 40 paces ahead, the Welsh champion spotted King Edward II himself. The English ruler wore a white surcoat embroidered with 3 gold lions, and his helmet flashed like a beacon in the smoky light. Soldiers gathered around the monarch, defending him on all sides, but Rhys did not feel fear, only a low fire of purpose. He started toward Edward, shoulder to shoulder with comrades who protected his flanks. Arrows slashed down like crows, axes swung, men screamed. Then, through a break in the melee, Rhys saw an English crossbowman lower his weapon with sudden terror in his eyes. An object whistled, the king jerked sideways, and Rhys watched in disbelief as Edward's body toppled. In that same instant a hammer struck the Welshman's skull from behind. Blood washed across his vision, the world tilted, and he dropped into blackness convinced he had seen the ending of a war. When Rhys opened his eyes again, the sky burned crimson and orange as if the sun itself bled on the horizon. Clouds of smoke drifted over the corpse-strewn mesa. Hundreds of birds circled overhead, big dark vultures and ragged-bellied crows, each drawing figure eights in the slate-colored heavens the way sailors trace routes on a map. Rhys tried to push himself up, but pain flooded every limb. He lay on his back, half buried by the dead, until a shaggy yellow dog appeared at his side. The animal was large as a young wolf, with golden fur and alert ears. It sniffed Rhys's face, nudged his shoulder, and released a bark that shimmered somewhere between warning and welcome. The dog grabbed the hem of his torn tunic in its teeth and tugged. Rhys groaned but let the creature pull him forward through mud and blood, inch by inch toward the low woods west of the battlefield. A boy stepped from the trees. He could not have been older than 10, a thin figure wearing peasant's clothes patched at the elbows and knees. His face and arms were smudged with dust, freckles stood out on pale skin, and a narrow scar ran across the bridge of his nose. He carried a rough sack made of sacking cloth. As Rhys watched, the boy knelt beside a dead soldier, fished under the tunic, and withdrew a crust of bread, a penknife, and 2 silver coins. He added them to the sack. When he noticed Rhys crawling with the dog's help, he froze in alarm, then hurried over. "Stay back," Rhys rasped, his voice cracked raw. The boy spread his palms. "I mean no harm, sir. The dog found me earlier, led me here." Rhys looked into hard brown eyes that held too much hunger and too much life at the same time. "What's your name, lad?" "Yuri Wellsmith," the boy answered. He pointed toward the yellow dog. "I call her Summer. She came out of nowhere." Summer licked Rhys's cheek as if seconding the boy's story. Moving slowly, Yuri tore a strip from his own shirt and pressed it against the deep cut along Rhys's ribs. "We must get you away from here before soldiers return. Can you walk?" "Help me try," the warrior said. Together they staggered into the woods. Summer trotted ahead then returned, urging them forward until they reached a mossy cabin tucked below an outcrop of stone. Inside, a single room held a hearth, a wooden table, and a sleeping platform made from sacks stuffed with grass. Rhys collapsed. Some time later he smelled broth simmering over the fire and felt cool water sponge his face. When he woke again, bandages wrapped his wounds and Yuri watched from a stool, stirring a pot filled with rabbit meat and wild herbs. For weeks winter storms lashed the hills, hiding the land in sleet and white wind. Inside the cabin, Yuri nursed Rhys. The boy scavenged roots and turnips, caught pheasant with snares, bartered with travelers for salt. Each night Summer slept across the door to warn of intruders. Rhys's strength grew slowly. During daylight he rose, leaning on a staff, and taught Yuri the rudiments of swordplay using 2 ash branches. He showed the boy how to strike with the pommel, how to duck a swing, how to wrench a blade from an opponent's grip. Summer circled them, barking approval when Yuri landed a blow. But winter nights brought uneasy dreams. Rhys saw flaming arrows streak across black skies, saw his wife Susan dragged from their cottage months earlier, accused of witchcraft by priests who served the English. He had hoped she escaped, but rumors said she was bound for the stake. The nightmare always ended with Suzanne's amber eyes turning to ash, and Rhys waking drenched in cold sweat. Early in the new year, news filtered through peddlers. King Edward II was indeed dead, yet the prince now calling himself Edward III claimed the throne and vowed revenge. Stories spread of Welsh villages burned, of orphans forced into service, of priests offering silver for anyone accused of sorcery. One frosty dawn, a traveler passed Yuri's cabin and shared a chilling detail. Welsh champion Rhys Hughes was believed executed for treason. Rhys listened unseen from the shadows. So the enemy thought him dead, useful news, but also a warning. If discovered alive, he would be hanged. That evening Rhys and Yuri hunted on the ridge above the valley. Snow muffled their footfalls. They caught one pheasant and headed home. Halfway down the slope, Yuri darted ahead to a dip in the ground where scavengers often searched. Rhys lagged, scanning the sky. Suddenly Summer barked wildly. Rhys pushed through briars and found Yuri kneeling beside a pale-skinned woman lying face down in the snow. Her black hair spilled over a green cloak embroidered with tiny golden leaves. Yuri checked her breathing. "She lives," he whispered. They carried her to the cabin, laid her on Rhys's pallet, and stoked the fire. In lamplight the stranger's cloak shimmered dark green. A leather cord around her neck held a pendant of polished amber identical to Rhys's own. When her eyelids fluttered open, she saw Summer and tried to rise, but pain forced her back. Summer sniffed her gently, tail wagging, then moved aside as the woman struggled to sit. Rhys crouched. "Rest. You have no wounds, only exhaustion." Her green eyes flashed with surprise. "Rhys Hughes? I was sent to find you." Before he could speak, boots thudded outside. The door burst open. 4 English soldiers filed in, swords drawn. Behind them entered Prince Edward III, fresh-faced and arrogant, red tunic spotless. He hailed the woman. "Well done, Marta." Marta bowed. Edward tossed her a pouch of coins. She backed toward the door, unable to meet Rhys's gaze, then vanished into the night. Soldiers aimed blades at Rhys and Yuri. The prince stepped closer, inspecting the amber at Rhys's throat. "Your reputation was not exaggerated," he said. "Yet here you hide like a badger." Rhys glared. "If vengeance brings you here, take me. Leave the boy." Edward stroked his chin. "Such courage. But heroes obey when leverage exists." He nodded at Yuri. "This cup keeps you docile." To his men he ordered. "Bind them, bring them to the castle." Under iron skies the captives rode east among 8 soldiers. Edward hoped to display Rhys's execution as proof that Welsh resistance was finished. Yet the road twisted through dense forest, and unseen eyes watched. At dusk, the woman called Marta appeared again atop a chestnut mare, her cloak changed for a simple yellow dress. Beside her trotted Summer. When Edward's party passed, Marta bowed like any peasant lass. The prince ignored her. That night, Edward's men camped near a frozen stream. They drank ale, dazed by exhaustion. Marta crept into the ring of wagons with a basket of honey cakes. She charmed a guard, laughing and whispering until he tasted a cake laced with laudanum. Soon every soldier snored beside dying embers. Inside the prison wagon, Yuri felt metal touch his palm. A thin pick slid through the bars by unseen fingers. He unlocked the chains binding Rhys. Outside the door Marta waited, holding Summer's rope and Rhys's sword. The dog whined joyfully. Rhys embraced her. They slipped into the dark. Marta led them through the forest to a hidden path of moonlit snow. After an hour, they came to a clearing where another figure waited, a tall woman with strawberry blonde hair tumbling under a hood. In her hand gleamed an amber stone. Rhys halted. "Suzanne?" The hood fell back. Her freckled face shone tears. "Rhys, my love." She explained, priest condemned her as a witch, but she escaped by using the amulet's magic, transforming into a dog, living under Edward's nose until Marta found her. Marta too had skills of illusion. Together they plotted rescue. At sunrise the 4 fugitives crossed into the rugged highlands. Edward's search party scoured river valleys but never found them. Rumors spread of a gilded wolf leading rebels through mountain passes. In hidden villages Rhys trained farmers to fight and spoke of freedom. Suzanne healed the sick with herbs. Yuri and Summer scouted enemy patrols. Marta carried messages, her gypsy smile disarming suspicion wherever she traveled. Years later storytellers would claim the amber amulets held power older than kings. They would sing of a warrior who rose from the dead, a witch who became a golden wolf, a boy who learned the blade before he learned to shave, and a gypsy who tricked a prince with honey cakes. Some said they carved a new homeland across the mountains where no tyrant could reach. Others swore they sailed west to unknown shores. What remained certain was this: on the day Edward marched an army into Wales to crush rebellion once and for all, he found valleys emptied and hilltops silent. The war he thought he could finish had already slipped beyond his grasp like sunrise through cloister windows. And in distant forests where birds traced endless figure eights against silver clouds, children still wore tiny amberstones, reminding them that every kingdom begins as a single heartbeat refusing to stop. Clara Gray woke every morning blank and weightless, the way a dried leaf hangs in a spiderweb after the spider has moved on. She would sit at the narrow desk in her single-room apartment, a place she called her studio because the words sounded more hopeful than rented room, and try to force herself to write. The blinds remained half-closed against the glare that bounced off the fire escape, and the radiator clicked and hissed as if it, too, objected to daylight. Her laptop, a battered silver model with a dent in the lid and a missing rubber foot, vibrated quietly under her fingers, waiting for her to give it something to do. The cursor blinked like a mocking metronome. Outside, morning traffic rattled along the avenue, children shouted on their way to school, dogs yapped, delivery drivers shouted instructions, and the whole city hummed with daylight purpose. Inside her apartment, everything felt paused, stale, and airless. Once a week her agent phoned with unsteady cheer. The woman's voice always rose at the end of sentences, stretching optimism like taffy until it snapped. "How's the new manuscript, Clara? The publisher still has that fall slot on the calendar. They're excited. We just need that first draft." Clara lied because lying was easier than explaining emptiness. "I'm tightening the second act," she claimed. "The climax is almost there. Another week or two." The truth was she had not typed a fresh sentence since February. It was now August. Her laptop's desktop held the same open file, Chapter 7, stuck in the middle of a conversation between two half-finished characters. Every morning she reopened that file, scrolled a little, tried to attach words to the gray space beneath the last line of dialogue, and failed. She would then close the lid, bury her face in her hands, and tell herself that tomorrow would be different. Her therapist recommended routines. Get up at the same hour each day. Walk around the block. Eat breakfast away from screens. Journal before bed. Turn devices off by 10. The therapist presented these tips with gentle encouragement, the way someone might coax a frightened kitten out from under furniture. Clara nodded, promised she would try, and even made a chart with boxes to tick. After 2 mornings she stopped. Nothing worked because Clara had a secret rhythm inside her that no daytime routine could tame. She could only write after midnight. That rigid truth had shaped her life for as long as she could remember. She had first noticed it in high school, when the house was silent and her parents slept. Around 2:30 in the morning, she would wake on her own, heart beating fast, mind sparkling bright. She would sneak out of bed, sit on the carpet with a flashlight, and fill pages of lined notebooks with stories about restless girls and haunted cities. The next day she dragged herself to class on 4 hours of sleep, but the exhaustion felt noble, the price of magic. In college she scheduled afternoon lectures, napped through midday, and thrived in crowded study halls at 3 a.m., fueled by vending machine coffee. Friendships formed with others who prowled dorm corridors after dark. She finished assignments in bursts that startled her professors and gave her a reputation for last-hour brilliance. Only between 2 and 4 in the morning did she access the part of her mind that turned images into sentences. She called that window the mouth hour because it felt like wings beating against a porch light, soft, persistent, a little unreal. The exact minute shifted, but it always arrived, opening her like a lock. She never needed an alarm. Her pulse would accelerate. Her eyes would snap open. Some nights she felt the change like a breath passing through walls, moving furniture in its slipstream. When the call came, she walked to her desk, opened the laptop, and words fell out of her faster than she could catch them. During daylight she felt hollow, as if the writing had scooped everything useful from her chest. Coffee tasted like ash. Sunshine hurt her eyes. Conversation required an effort that made her sweat. She managed freelance proofreading jobs because they asked little of her imagination, but bills piled up and rent payments slid late. She dated now and then, yet every partner eventually complained about the nights she abandoned the bed for the keyboard or the mornings she sagged at brunch like a drained battery. Over time, she grew comfortable being misunderstood. She ate groceries bought at 24-hour supermarkets, kept blackout curtains, and wore soft headphones to muffle her neighbors' waking sounds. Most mornings she fell asleep at dawn and dreamed of dark water. She published 2 novels written entirely in moth-hour flurries. Critics praised the dreamlike clarity, the unnerving emotional accuracy, the way her imagery lodged beneath the skin. Readers mailed fan art, tattoos, playlists. Her agent sold foreign rights to small European publishers. The success felt distant, like something happening to a version of her that lived in another apartment, under different sunlight. Each new day still began with the same hush inside her chest, an ache shaped like waiting. Then the moths abandoned her. 6 months passed without the rush. She still woke at 2:43 a.m., body prepared for flight, but the silence was thicker than sleep. She sat at her desk, watching the street lamp flicker, hoping to feel that click behind her eyes. The air remained flat. Some nights she whispered lines aloud, trying to bait the words forward, but they curled away like shy cats. Eventually she closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling until dawn. She tried daytime writing once. She brewed fresh coffee, opened the blinds, positioned herself at the table as if daylight were an ally. She typed a paragraph describing a park bench. Each sentence sounded artificial, assembled from mismatched parts. When she reread the lines, her stomach nodded. She deleted them and felt something icy sluice through her veins. With no new pages, her agent's calls tightened. The publisher sent polite reminders about the contractual deadline. Her therapist mentioned medication for focus. Friends texted cheerful invitations Clara ignored. Her mother left voicemail after voicemail. "We worried because we love you. Call back, honey." Autumn arrived. Leaves turned copper. Her bank account dipped. Days shrank into afternoons of staring out the window at pigeons. Nights filled with anxious pacing. Exactly 2 nights before Halloween, Clara lay on her couch at 1:30 a.m., bone-tired, when she heard a faint scratch near the desk lamp. She sat up. A moth, the first she had seen in months, rested on the inside of the lampshade. Its wings were pale gray. It appeared out of nowhere, as if peeled from shadow. She watched it pulse its wings, delicate and slow. Something inside her chest loosened. She stood, walked to the laptop, and opened a blank document. Words slid forth hesitantly at first, then steadier. The sentences were different this time, thinner, sharper, less ornamental. She wrote until dawn and produced 10 pages. They frightened her. The story that emerged was not the one she had outlined months earlier. It felt older, colder, threaded with voices she did not recognize. Yet the writing flowed, undeniable. She cried when the sun touched the window. Over the next 3 weeks, the pattern continued. Near 3 a.m., moths appeared, never many, 2 perhaps 3, clinging to curtains, swaying in orbit around the lamp. They did not flutter wildly. They simply existed beside her, softly insistent. As they arrived, her pulse aligned with theirs and the writing began. Each sunrise found her exhausted, fingers smudged with dust from moth wings, laptop warm against her thighs. The new manuscript spiraled beyond genre. Clara wrote scenes in which a girl followed ghost moths through a city where night lasted forever. She described a painter who captured insomnia in swirling pigments. She invented a radio station that broadcast only to those awake after midnight. The book ignored traditional structure. She felt guided rather than creative, as if the story pre-existed in fragments scattered across some invisible map, and the moths revealed each piece. Her agent finally cornered her near Thanksgiving, leaving 11 messages in one day until Clara answered the phone. "I read the pages you sent," the agent said, breathless. "They're astonishing. Dark and lyrical, and my God, Clara, this is your best work. But also, the agent hesitated. Are you all right? These pages feel haunted. Clara wanted to confess everything: the silent months, the sudden moths, the man in the hallway with insect eyes. Instead, she said she was fine, just immersed. Yes, she'd meet the final deadline. She ended the call and tried to calm her heartbeat. The man in the hallway had knocked on her door one night 2 weeks earlier, around the same time the moths first came. She had reached the peephole and seen him standing perfectly still, wearing a charcoal overcoat that reflected hallway light like damp feathers. His skin was pale, lips colorless, eyes strangely glossy. He had spoken in a voice as soft as wool. Clara Gray, we've read your words. They are very good. When she finally opened the door, the corridor was empty. She spent the rest of that night writing a chapter in which a silent librarian leads dreamers to a tunnel beneath a library where the air smells like old wings. She tried to convince herself the visitor had been a hallucination produced by sleep deprivation. Yet each night after, she sensed a presence lingering outside her door. She kept writing because stopping felt impossible, and dangerous somehow. December settled on the city like an exhale of ash. Snow arrived early, coating rooftops. Clara hardly noticed. Her apartment filled with printed chapters taped to walls, strings of pushpins connecting echoes and motifs. Moths multiplied. She no longer bothered to guide them outside in the morning. They simply vanished at first light, leaving faint smudges on paper like miniature fingerprints. She captured a few in empty jam jars to study their patterns. By sunrise the jars were empty. One evening just after the solstice, the lamp on her desk flickered. She lifted her eyes and felt the air stretch thin, as if a storm pressed against the windows. A shape materialized by the kitchen sink, the same tall man in the long coat. He stepped forward silently, coat rustling like pages. Clara's legs locked. She could not reach for her phone, could not lift her voice. He spoke quietly, as if continuing a conversation. The work is nearly complete. One chapter remains. Clara managed a whisper. Who are you? He tilted his head. A keeper of stories. A collector of hours. We come where we're invited. He motioned to the manuscript scattered across the walls, to the swarm of moths poised on doorframes. You opened the door. I never meant. Her sentence faltered. She realized she did not know what she meant. She only knew the writing demanded to be born, and she obeyed. The man's eyes gleamed. Finish it tonight. We will take care of the rest. He dissolved. There was no other word for it, fading into the dim light until the kitchen showed only its usual clutter of unwashed dishes. She stared, shaking, for a long while. Then she returned to the desk because the pull inside her throat was stronger than fear. She wrote until the edges of the sky turned pearl gray. The final chapter spilled from her like blood from a vein. When she typed the last word, the apartment filled with a low thrum. Every moth lifted from its perch and spun around her head in a wide circle, wings brushing her hair. The sound was not quite audible, more vibration than noise, a collective exhalation. She saved the file, printed the last pages, and stacked them neatly atop the rest. Then she lay on the floor among crumbs of paper and dust and let sleep claim her. When she woke at dusk, the manuscript was gone. So were the moths. Her desk lamp sat cold. She wandered the apartment in confusion. No footprints, no open window. Only a faint scent of soil after rain. Her phone buzzed. A text from her agent. The courier delivered the draft. Incredible work. The publisher is speechless in the best way. They want to rush production for a summer release. Call me. Clara stared at the message, pulse slowing. Someone had taken her pages to the publisher. She had not shared her address. Fear and relief tangled in her stomach. She poured cold coffee, drank, and waited for the itch to return. Midnight arrived. 1 a.m. Nothing. 2:43 came and passed. The moth hour remained silent. She sat at her desk until dawn, trembling, yet no word stirred. The room felt flat, ordinary. She was alone. Weeks passed. Life resumed its daylight rhythm. Her agent sent contracts, she signed. The publisher launched a marketing plan. Interview requests filled her inbox. She gave short replies, avoided specifics about process. She tried writing new material and found she could not. The inner lock refused to turn. Without the nocturnal pulse, she felt lighter, almost normal, but also strangely bereft. In late February, the finished book arrived in the mail, advance copies stacked in a cardboard box. She slit the tape and lifted one hardback. The cover displayed a pale moth against black velvet sky. She traced the embossed title with numb fingers. That night she slept through till morning for the first time in years, dreaming of nothing. The novel released in May. Reviews overflowed with praise. A masterpiece of night logic, an unsettling hymn to creative surrender, Gray's most powerful work, both invitation and warning. Sales soared. Her agent spoke of auctions for film rights. Fans built online forums to dissect symbolism. Reporters asked about her next project. Clara smiled, said she was resting first, thinking carefully, letting inspiration brew. Inside, she wondered if the moths would ever return or if they had flown on to another host. She missed them. Yet part of her felt deeply grateful for the silence. She walked in daylight now, learned her neighbors' names, reconnected with friends. She attended therapy sessions where she admitted to losing months to an obsessive schedule. The therapist congratulated her on healthier habits. Late one summer night, Clara sat on her fire escape sipping tea. A steady breeze cooled the metal under her bare feet. She leaned back and watched a rare sky free of city haze, stars trembling like distant lanterns. For the first time since childhood, she felt content to look at darkness without expectation. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a pale flutter. A single moth drifted lazily past the railing, vanished into shadow, returned, circled her ankle. She held her breath. The moth landed on her wrist. Its wings bore the faintest pattern of ink, tiny letters forming a phrase too small to read. She tilted her arm, brought the insect close. Call came quietly, just below hearing. A faint beat of invisible wings somewhere behind her eyes. She carried the moth inside, set it free near the quiet desk lamp that had gathered dust. The bulb glowed when she switched it on, casting warm amber light. The moth settled on the shade. Clara opened the laptop, flexed her fingers, and waited. She did not know if the story belonged to her, to the moth, or to the silent keeper who had read her pages. She only knew the door had opened again. And for the first time she welcomed whatever waited on the threshold, trusting that whatever emerged would be worth the night it required. She began to type. I opened my eyes to a dawn that seemed to glimmer with its own private promise, a brand new day, free of cloud, free of rain, soaked in quiet golden light. For a heartbeat or two I simply lay there, flat on my back, staring at the uneven plaster on the ceiling and listening to that strange, familiar ticking in my head. It was not a real clock, yet I felt every steady click of its ghostly hands, measuring out the seconds before the outside world intruded on my private stillness. I have felt that inner ticking for as long as I can remember. It rises with me when I sit, follows me to the bathroom sink, keeps rhythm in my pulse while I brush my teeth, and whispers in my inner ear, move, move, move. Before I even stand, I sense a tiny surge of energy around me, as if hidden sparks flicker at the edges of my sight. The sensation is subtle, like a secret that only my half-awake self can recognize. I picture them as little guardian flames, angels, perhaps, or tiny stars, blinking away the last of the night. The sparks disappear when I try to study them, but the comfort remains. I breathe it in and let it warm my chest for a moment longer. Then, with a soft push, I lift myself upright. The wooden floor under my bare feet is cold enough to jolt me into full alertness. The room yawns around me. The unmade bed, the shorts and socks I left tossed near the closet door, yesterday's coffee mug beside the laptop on my cluttered desk. Sunlight filters through the blinds in narrow slices, painting bright stripes across the laptop lid. There is a dent on one corner of that machine, a reminder of the day it slipped from my backpack onto the subway platform. That was ages ago, and still the laptop lights up each morning with an eager readiness that I have not quite matched in weeks. The power cord, knotted near the adapter, winds across the floor like a lazy snake. I wander toward the tiny kitchen nook. My apartment is called a studio by real estate agents, but it feels more like a self-contained pocket. My bed doubles as my living room couch if I fold the blanket just right. The desk doubles as a dinner table if I sweep the papers to one side. The kitchen is scarcely more than a wall with cabinets nailed above a narrow counter. Yet I have grown oddly attached to the compact order of it. Everything I need is here. The coffee maker that rattles and gurgles, the chipped mug with a fading picture of a seaside town, the tin of loose tea my friend Lena brought me back from Sri Lanka, the half-size fridge humming quietly in the corner. I pour water into the kettle and set it on the single rusty burner. While it heats, I cradle the mug in my hands, rubbing my thumbs over the chipped rim, feeling the faint groove of the missing porcelain. The smell of stale grounds lingers from yesterday's brew. I dumped them into the garbage last night, but their scent still hovers like a stubborn phantom. I imagine it is stronger than it really is, because my mind drifts back to yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that, days when I sat before the laptop and failed to coax a single line of fresh writing onto the screen. My mind flips through those blank afternoons, the blinking cursor, the half-typed fragments deleted in frustration, the listless drift to social media, the brewing of more coffee, the restless pacing. The kettle whistles and I pour. The first sip scalds my tongue, but even that dull pain is better than the empty taste of nothing. I move to the window. Below on the street the day has begun without me. A bicycle rattles over a pothole, its rider wearing a bright orange delivery bag. A couple in workout clothes jog side by side, heads tilted inward in conversation. A dog walker passes, carried forward by 3 small dogs in matching red harnesses. Their nails click urgently on the sidewalk, eager for the next intriguing scent. Somewhere deeper in the city, horns blare. A delivery truck rumbles down a cross street. Someone laughs too loudly, then hiccups with surprise at their own outburst. The world is awake, busy, alive. I am standing still, holding my mug like a fragile artifact, afraid to set it down because then I must sit at my desk and face that empty screen again. My phone vibrates on the desk, a small tremor that makes the coins beside it rattle. I know who it will be before I look. Every Monday, like clockwork, my agent calls at 9 sharp. It is 9:03. I pick up. Clara! Good morning! His voice is bright, always bright, as though he lives in permanent sunshine. Just checking in. How's the manuscript coming along? Our lovely publisher is still saving that October spot for you. That October slot feels like a looming mountain. Weeks vanish faster than I can count them. Yet I hear myself say, "Second act is almost polished. I'm happy with the dialogue now." He sighs with relief. "Excellent. I know you always come through." He hangs up after a few more lines of encouragement. I set the phone down. Immediately another vibration buzzes under my palm, an email alert. I glance. My therapist's weekly reminder. So proud of the progress you made last session. Remember to practice the morning walk routine when you wake and journaling before bed. Small steps lead to big momentum. Warmly, Dr. Shah. I love Dr. Shah. Her tone is gentle, never scolding, yet each kindly emoji and exclamation mark reminds me that I have failed every assignment she set. I have not walked around the block at dawn. I have not limited caffeine or screens. I have not journaled before bed except to scribble. Nothing today. In looping letters. The more I break the routine, the heavier the guilt. I sigh and sit on the edge of the desk chair, reluctant to fully commit. The blinds cast zebra-like stripes across the dim room. I lift the laptop lid. The screen wakes, bright white. The document loads automatically. Title page, then Chapter 12 with its solitary blinking cursor. The cursor blinks 3 times before I ache to close the lid. I fight the urge. I tap a key. My second finger rests on the next key, but no letter appears. My shoulders sag. Morning is hopeless. I exhale and stand, wandering aimlessly. I tell myself I will tidy the living area, fold the blanket, rinse the coffee mug. I do each task slowly. Cleaning feels productive even when writing does not. At noon, I realize I have eaten nothing. I reheat leftover pasta, chew mechanically, and watch pigeons quarrel on the windowsill. One bird pecks the glass. I tap back. It flaps away. I envy its simple, direct purpose: find food, fly, keep warm, rest, repeat. I wish my purpose could be that clear. Yet each afternoon I cling to a quiet hope. Tonight might bring the moth hour. That magical slice of night when the city hushes and the stories show up. It has been months since they came, but I feel them returning, or I need to believe they will return. The urge is like thirst. I fill the rest of the afternoon with busy tasks. Laundry, bills, recycling. A quick grocery run at the corner store, where the owner greets me with a sleepy nod. He sees me often at odd hours, picking up milk close to midnight or bread at dawn, and never questions my unsettled schedule. That familiarity soothes me. In his shop I am just another customer with insomnia and cravings. Evening slips in, a cool wind shaking the street trees. I cook rice and vegetables. I read half an article about lunar cycles, half convinced that the moon's slow phase has something to do with my creative drought. At 9 I force myself to dim the lights. I lie on the couch, eyes closed, waiting for drowsiness. My body never obeys. Instead I float in a twilight state, neither asleep nor fully conscious, counting distant sirens. 10. 11. The neighborhood gradually quiets. A final bus rumbles past the building at 11:30. After midnight, footsteps are rare. I glance at the clock on the stove, 12:48. My pulse quickens. In the silence, the fridge's motor seems thunderous. The radiator pops. Even my breath feels too loud. I sit up, heart thudding. At 1:15 I pace. No itch yet. No whisper. I wonder if tonight will fail again. I nearly turn the lights back on to read, but I resist. I must be patient. 1:57. Stillness. 2:12. I hold my breath, listening. 2:30. I slump on the couch. Perhaps tonight is a dead night. Then at 2:41, so close, so very close, I feel it. A quiver in my chest. A tingling at the base of my skull, spreading outward like tiny sparks. The air itself thickens. I swear the shadows shift. 2:43 exactly. The change arrives. The moth hour. My entire body straightens, as if an invisible current snaps me into place. Energy floods every limb. The fog clears from my mind. Suddenly every idea that felt stale is sharp and living again. I leap to my desk chair without turning on the overhead light. Only the small desk lamp clicks on, a golden pool across the keyboard. Words pour. Dialogue flows. My fingers race. Each sentence lands with certainty. I hardly think, I channel. Time becomes elastic. I hear nothing beyond the hush of my quick breathing and the clack of keys. Ideas I doubted in daylight reveal hidden facets. Characters whisper feelings I never guessed. I follow them down dim lanes and arrive at an ending that feels inevitable. When the momentum finally slows, I blink at the screen. 5 single-spaced pages. Not a novel's worth, but proof that the current still lives in me. My shoulders slump in relief. I glance at the clock, 5:06 a.m. Dawn's first pale wash edges the sky. I drag myself to bed. The high of creation slowly dims, replaced by heavy fatigue. As always, exhilaration and emptiness mingle. I sleep into the late morning. When I wake at midday, the cycle begins again. Morning guilt, afternoon drift, evening doubts. But I cling to what was written last night. Proof. Weeks pass, each one a loop of these days and nights. Gradually the morning emptiness feels bearable because I trust the night to fill me again. The moth hour returns more regularly. Every third night, then every second. I begin to store energy for it, like a desert flower folding through heat and unfolding when the cool dusk comes. I rest in the afternoons, keep my calendar free after midnight. One late October night, the writing flows so fiercely that I lose track of everything around me. I type until dawn, stop only when birds begin calling outside. I look around, disoriented. Beneath the warm lamp, swirls of dust float. I raise my eyes to the ceiling, and freeze. A pale moth flutters just above the lampshade. My heart lurches. It is mid-autumn. I have not seen a moth in weeks. Slowly I stand. The insect moves very little. Its wings shimmer faintly, almost translucent. It seems to emit a faint glow. I blink. Perhaps it is just the lamplight. But I feel certain this moth is connected to my sudden torrent of words. I return to my chair, eyes never leaving the lampshade. I whisper, "Thank you?" It feels silly yet right. The moth does not move. At daybreak I fall asleep on the couch. When I wake at noon, the moth is gone. But that night more come. One on the window pane, two on the desk edge, another near the coffee mug. All pale, all silent. They watch as I write, then vanish with sunrise. This pattern continues. With each visitation, the writing grows richer. Characters deepen. Scenes unfold with more daring. I venture into themes I once avoided: grief, madness, ecstatic joy, the thin veil between dream and waking. The moths seem to approve, though they never approach the words or me. They simply gather as gentle witnesses. My agent reads new chapters and calls me, breathless, "Clara, this is your bravest work." The publisher moves my deadline up, eager to claim the novel. Yet I do not hurry. I cannot. The story arrives night by night, at its own tempo, guided by those fragile wings. One evening I pause mid-sentence, hands aching. I lean back and feel a presence behind me. Turning slowly, I find not a moth, but a tall pale shape near the window. My pulse spikes. A man stands there, half in shadow, half in lamplight. His coat drapes like night fabric, shimmering oddly. He does not belong to the building. I know every tenant on this floor. He speaks softly. "Clara Gray." His voice is calm, deep, neither friendly nor threatening. "We have read your words." Fear slides through me, but curiosity roots me. I whisper, "Who are you?" "We," he says, "are the keepers of the night's library. Your pages have opened a door." I blink, uncertain if I hear aloud or inside. The beaded chain of the lamp trembles from my grasp. When I glance again, he has gone. The window is closed. Only moths remain, brushing their wings against the glass as if eager to follow him. I exhale shaky breath. My hands find the keyboard as if on autopilot. The next chapter arrives in a rush. Days creep on. I avoid neighbors. I ignore my mother's calls. I forget to pay the utility bill until the company shuts off my power one afternoon. I wander to a cafe to plug in, blank-eyed. The barista politely tries conversation about the stormy weather. I nod but hear static. My inner world is consumed by the novel. My therapist notices my emails have stopped. Dr. Shah leaves voicemails. "Worried about you. Please reach out." I can't. Not yet. I am too enthralled. Besides, how could I explain the silent watchers, the pale visitor, the way my entire being feels rewired? One night the moths arrive thicker than ever, clustering on walls and ceiling, forming a living wallpaper of shifting wings. It is dazzling and disorienting. I write at a frantic pace. A new path unveils itself in the plot, darker, but inevitable. A character I loved must die. I type the death scene with tears blurring my eyes. The moths swirl overhead. One lands on my knuckle. I hold still, breath shallow. Up close, its wings reveal a pattern like mirrored script, words too tiny to read. As dawn nears, I feel drained, nearly ill. The final sentence of the chapter comes and I collapse forward onto the desk. I sleep, head pillowed on my forearms, until sunlight hits my neck. When I wake, every moth is gone. In the following days, my outer life unravels faster. My agent begs for a finished manuscript. The publisher demands pages. Bills pile. the grocery shelves in my fridge empty. I survive on toast and peanut butter. Yet I am not hungry. I live on the fever of creation. One early morning, just past 3 a.m., I sit back and realize the last line of the book has arrived. The novel is complete. My entire body shakes with mingled triumph and grief. I scroll up, skim the pages, nearly 300 in all. But when I begin reading from chapter 1, the words look different, denser, stranger. It is clearly my style, yet something else has woven through, altering certain turns of phrase, deepening subtext, adding threads I do not consciously recall writing. I exhale, unsettled. I whisper into the room. Did you help me? The silence feels thick. No answer. At dawn I email my agent, manuscript attached. He replies within an hour, bursting with joy and relief. He forwards it to the publisher. I rest. I expect to feel hollow again, but this time an unfamiliar calm lifts inside me. The ticking in my mind slows. I sleep through the day. When evening comes, I wake with a compulsion to walk outside. The city is soaked from earlier rain. Streetlights reflect in puddles like molten gold. I drift toward the park. The October air is crisp. Leaves crackle underfoot. Near a row of dark maples, I see him, the tall, pale figure. He waits beside a bench. No moths flutter around him tonight, only the faint glow of the lamp overhead. I approach, heart steady. He nods in greeting, not smiling. It is finished. I nod back. Yes. Will you come? He asks. To where? The library where your story now belongs. I glance behind me at the empty path. I think of rent, phone bills, friends I haven't seen, my mother's worried voice. Then I think of the moths, and the whispering current that filled me with life only at night. My decision forms without struggle. It is as natural as falling into a dream. I step forward. His coat opens like a dark curtain. A wash of soft, moon-white light spills out. For a second I see shelves upon shelves reaching beyond sight, each filled with glowing tomes. The air inside smells of old paper and something sweet and wild, night-blooming jasmine, perhaps. He offers his hand. I take it. My skin tingles, not unpleasantly. We step through. The edges of the park dissolve behind us. I do not know if I vanish from the city entirely. I only know that on future nights, other writers wake at 2:43, hearts quickened by a new hum in the air. Moths tap their windows. A quiet invitation slips beneath their doors. A story is waiting. Some turn away. Others open the door. For those who follow, shelves are ready. Pages are waiting. And somewhere in that vast library of night, I sit at an endless desk, pen moving with sure purpose, wings of light hovering like patient muses, guiding every phrase. The world outside may remember the name Clara Gray as a promising author who disappeared. But here, beyond clocks and dawn, the story never ends. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Aristotle was the kind of beagle anyone could pick out of a crowd. He was perfectly marked, with a coat the color of toasted caramel, a white splash on his fretful muzzle, and ears as soft as favorite mittens. When he walked at Sarah's side through the wide glass doors of Vienna International Airport, dozens of travelers slowed just long enough to smile, as if a small patch of reliable sunshine had streamed in with him. Sarah, her husband Marcus, and their children, 10-year-old Emma and 7-year-old Leo, were shepherding luggage carts toward the long check-in counters, already rehearsing security rules and double-checking passport folders. A family trip to Nairobi had been planned for months, complete with vaccinations, guide reservations, and the guardian promise that Aristotle would remain leashed and calm from the moment they left the house until they landed on the other side of the Mediterranean. The first minutes went smoothly enough. The beagle trotted between the parents, nose lowered as though reading secret messages from rolling suitcases. He padded past a perfume kiosk. He steered around a pillar of suitcoats. The family found a short line at the airline desk, and Sarah exhaled in relief. She leaned to whisper something to Marcus about the forecast in Kenya when Aristotle's head snapped toward the arrival doors. His hackles lifted, and he barked, a short, surprised sound that set Leo giggling and Emma blushing with mild embarrassment. "Sure, buddy," Marcus said, giving a soft tug on the leash. Usually this cue returned the dog to easy obedience. Instead, Aristotle threw back his head and barked again, louder, deeper, until it turned into a rolling cascade of sound unlike anything the family had ever heard from him. People in the next queue stopped talking. Phones paused mid-scroll. A baby stilled, mouth open, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Aristotle's bark echoed up the vast glass atrium, bounced along steel beams, and came back to him as if the building itself were answering with concern. Passengers 3 lanes away glared. A pair of flight attendants whispered to a uniformed security officer. He and a second guard approached with purpose. Sarah tried again, crouching now, speaking directly into Aristotle's anxious eyes. "What is it, sweetie? You're okay. We're right here." But the beagle's whole body quivered as he barked, a warning, a plea, an announcement that something invisible loomed. The older guard stopped at a polite distance, pressing the heel of his hand against the belt radio. "Ma'am, you'll need to calm your animal or step outside," he said. "You're frightening people." Before Sarah could answer, Emma pointed. "Mom, look!" She meant the man who moved toward them from the flow of foot traffic. He was tall but carried his height modestly, shoulders sloping, stride measured. His face bore lines that spoke of long work in sun and snow, but his eyes were steady and kind. He wore no badge, no airline uniform, only a thick wool sweater with elbows patched in darker cloth and jeans that had seen rain and valleys and fences. He raised his hands, palms forward, as if approaching a skittish foal. Sarah stepped aside instinctively. The children froze, enthralled by the quiet certainty that rolled off the stranger in gentle waves. The stranger knelt a few feet from the barking dog, turned his face away so the direct gaze would not provoke, and extended one hand downward, palm facing Aristotle's nose in the age-old canine greeting. "I am here. I am safe. I respect." The airport noise seemed to dull around the circle of their meeting. Aristotle sniffed once, twice, then his bark ceased as if someone had lowered a volume knob. He sat. The tail that seconds earlier slammed the tile in wild alarm now wagged slowly, rhythmically, as if marking a metronome of breathing. Marcus released a breath he hadn't known he was holding. The guards exchanged glances, annoyance gone, replaced by puzzled relief. The stranger smiled, no more than a small hitch at one corner of his mouth, and stood. He bowed slightly towards Sarah, then gestured to his own throat, shook his head, and tapped his closed lips. He was mute. "Thank you," Sarah said. "I don't know how." She broke off, for Aristotle began barking again the moment the stranger walked 3 steps away. The barking flew back to high alert, frantic, not aggressive but pleading. The stranger paused and cocked his head, as though considering which language would reassure a beagle. Then he returned, laid a hand lightly on Aristotle's shoulder blade, and the barking stopped like a faucet turned off. Emma's voice rose. I think Aristotle wants him to stay." The notion hovered in the visible space between the family members, improbable yet somehow obvious. The same way one glances at clouds and suddenly sees they have been forming the unmistakable outline of a sailing ship all along. Marcus looked at his watch, then the departure board, the flight to Nairobi, boarding in 90 minutes. "We have to plan," he murmured, half to Sarah, half to himself. "We can't ask a stranger to, can we? It's ridiculous." But the stranger did not feel like a stranger anymore. He felt like a long-missing puzzle piece that Aristotle had scented across hallways in time. Sarah touched her husband's elbow. She felt something ancient rumbling at the base of her ribs, a sense that logic had just stepped off stage to make room for purpose. Through gestures, broken German, and airport napkins for scratched paper, the plan took shape. They would bring the man to their home in Vienna for one night. Sarah's sister Anna was fluent in Austrian Sign Language thanks to years of volunteering at a center for the deaf. With Anna translating, they could understand who this man was, what he wanted. why a normally gentle beagle had sounded an emergency cry unheard by ordinary ears. The guards, seeing the dog calm, drifted back to their post. Other passengers resumed their journeys. A businessman with wireless earbuds gave Marcus a thumbs up. The family gathered their luggage and, accompanied by the mute stranger, walked back toward the parking garage, Aristotle trotting confidently between them as if leading a parade. Night had settled over the Danube by the time they reached the building where Anna lived on the 3rd floor. Anna opened her door wearing an oversized university hoodie, eyebrows lifted when she spotted the tall man behind her sister. Yet Anna was rarely surprised for long. She greeted him with practiced signs, "Hello, my name is Anna, come in please," and he answered with fluid movements of his own hands, "Thank you, my name is James Hawthorne." Coffee steamed on the kitchen table. Children perched on stools with curiosity lighting their eyes. Aristotle lay at James's feet, head on paws, sighing a sigh so deep it seemed to leave shadows behind him. Anna became the bridge between James's silence and the family's questions, her hands fluttering, her voice steady. James told them he had once been a veterinarian. He told them that years earlier he had lost his voice, lost it in the same way a prized tool might slip into deep water, during an operation when a young beagle died on his table. The mistake had not been clear, but the guilt had been sharp, and in his mind guilt and voice were chained. From that day sound refused to climb past his throat. He closed his clinic, sold his house, and wandered with odd jobs, caring unofficially for any animal that crossed his path. He no longer trusted scalpels or anesthesia. But dogs, he said through Anna's translating voice, still trusted him, as if sensing that his grief vibrated at a pitch only they could hear. There was more. James's maternal line traced back to a naturalist who served on HMS Beagle during Darwin's famous voyage. His paternal line included sled drivers who guided expeditions across Arctic wastes and Antarctic silence. Dogs, he believed, were entwined with his family's fate, carrying a legacy of discovery and endurance. He admitted this with a half-smile, aware it sounded like mythology, yet he had come to accept myths often held essential truths. Sarah listened, hands clasped around her mug, until words tangled on her tongue. The recent vet appointment, they had hidden it from the children, showed degenerative laryngeal disease creeping along Aristotle's vocal cords. The doctor said some purebred beagles, bred for sharp alarms and constant baying, simply wore out the tissue meant to serve them. Within months, maybe a year, Aristotle might lose his bark altogether. Surgery offered limited relief. Sarah had wept in the car while Marcus drove home in silence. When she shared this, Emma pressed a hand to her own throat as if feeling the countdown. James leaned forward, eyes soft, and signed rapidly. Anna translated. "Aristotle was born to guard you," James was saying. "But life is asking something new of him now. He senses a changing of duty. There is," Anna hesitated, searching for the least fanciful phrasing. "He says there is an ancient totem, not a physical object but a force that flows through certain pairs of humans and animals. Sometimes the keeper is a parrot, sometimes a horse, but often it finds strongest voice in a dog. The totem moves at the end of a life to the next chosen steward. Aristotle was signaling in the airport because he recognized that steward in me." Silence followed, broken only by the low click of Emma's pencil as she tried to draw the concept on her math notebook, a glowing thread running from the beagle's chest to the hands of the tall man. What happened in the days that followed felt ordinary in schedule and extraordinary in feeling. James slept in the spare room. He rose early, brewed tea, walked Aristotle along the river. Marcus, awkward at first, learned the signs for good morning and thank you. The children invented games that used gesture instead of speech, awarding points for creative mime. Sarah watched Aristotle. His normally restless pacing disappeared. He napped under James's chair while James read veterinary journals in silence. Emma whispered to her mother one night that the house felt like when everyone is finally seated in the theater, and the orchestra is warming up for something big. The big thing came on a quiet Tuesday. Sarah had taken the kids to school. Marcus was at work. James knelt beside Aristotle's bed to perform the usual soft-handed inspection, ears, gums, heartbeat, when the beagle's breaths turned shallow, rattling like seeds in a dry pod. Sarah returned minutes later to find James still kneeling, one hand over Aristotle's rib cage, the other pressed to his own heart, tears sheening the weathered lines of his face. She knelt opposite him. She stroked Aristotle's ears. "Stay with us," she whispered, though love knows it cannot command time. Aristotle lifted his gaze, brown eyes, fleck of gold, calm acceptance. He looked at Sarah, then at James, and the kitchen brightened, not with visible light, not with anything the wall clock could measure, but with a hush that was both arrival and farewell. Sarah's breath caught. She felt a warmth spread from the dog to the man, like ink crossing a cloth by capillary pull. James startled, a small inhale, a hand twitch, as if a door cracked inside him. Then sound emerged, a single word, hoarse and unsteady, but a word nonetheless. "Okay," he breathed, and the surprise of his own voice widened his eyes. "I can hear you." It was not clear whether he spoke to Sarah or to Aristotle, or to something older than both. Aristotle released one last breath. His head sank into his blanket. The warmth faded from the kitchen but did not leave. It folded itself into James, who wept loud, dissolving into decades of regret. Sarah held him though she had known him for mere days. She wept too, for grief and for all, and for the strange privilege of witnessing an unseen mantle pass between souls. At the funeral, small and private, Emma recited a poem she wrote about paws that print on hearts. Leo laid Aristotle's tennis ball into the grave. James, voice still fragile, thanked the dog for trust and promised to honor the lineage of keepers. Marcus, practical and protective, spent an evening online researching beagle rescues, though he hesitated to mention it. He needn't have worried. James explained that the next dog would find them when ready. They needed only to remain open. A week later, the neighborhood dogs began to act peculiar. At exactly 9 in the evening, a German shepherd behind the bakery raised his muzzle and sang a long, deliberate note. 2 blocks away, 3 poodles joined. The elderly Labrador from the cafe pushed his muzzle through the gate and harmonized. The chorus lasted 30 seconds, all striking in unity, then faded as if someone lifted a baton. For half a minute after that, the world itself paused. Autos idled but engines made no sound. Tree leaves swayed but did not rustle. Birds perched with beaks shut. It felt like the planet inhaled, listening. Then wind resumed, and traffic murmured, and Vienna exhaled. James knew this was the totem announcing itself, a signal flare to all canine hearts that a new keeper held the memory, the promise, the connective tissue of species. He carried the knowledge lightly. He had regained his voice, and with it came the desire to heal animals again, not through surgery, at least not yet, but by being present where presence mattered. He visited an old mentor, Dr. Brennan, who had taught him anatomy and compassion 25 years earlier. Brennan, stiff with arthritis, needed an assistant more than he admitted. James offered both hands. Each morning he brewed coffee, fetched case files, comforted nervous owners. He stood behind Brennan during operations, ready if hands trembled. Sometimes he caught Brennan staring, trying to place the younger man's strangely familiar face, but James let the puzzle rest. The work was enough. Trust built slower in Marcus than in the children. He worried about boundaries, about a man who had simply arrived on the leash of their dog and stayed. But Marcus saw that Emma and Leo practiced signs at breakfast, that Sarah's smile came easier, that Aristotle's grave was tended by James without request. Marcus asked about James's sleeping arrangement, his plans, his needs. James answered honestly. He planned to stay in Vienna a while, to assist Dr. Brennan, to study new developments in non-invasive therapies for canine vocal disorders. He planned to heal where he once harmed. Marcus relaxed, but did not entirely let go of caution. Perhaps Marcus thought that too was part of the totem's lesson: prudence and welcome walk the same corridor. Aristotle could not be replaced, yet houses with children seemed to draw animal companionship the way hills call rain. One drizzly afternoon Emma found a half-grown mutt curled beneath a bench outside her school. He was tawny, lanky, with one ear folded and one ear straight as a fin. He did not bark. He watched Emma with solemn patience. She phoned her mother, and James drove over. The moment the dog saw James, he trotted forward, tail describing wide, hesitant arcs. James knelt, and the dog rested his head against the man's chest as though greeting a familiar heartbeat. Sarah posted found dog notices. No one claimed him. They named him Darwin. Darwin avoided chocolate balls James brought from a bakery in the city, those crisp, bittersweet Mozartkugeln that delighted humans but poisoned dogs. Instead, Darwin accepted pieces of apple, as if he understood boundaries the way James had explained them to Emma. Some gifts are not meant for everyone, and that is kindness, not exclusion. Under James's guidance, the family learned the not threat dance he once used on Aristotle: avert direct stare, keep hands loose, tilt head aside. A universal bodily humility that says I mean no harm. Sarah practiced in the garden. Leo practiced with classmates. Marcus practiced while shaving, feeling absurd but noticing how his shoulders relaxed. One summer evening James led them onto the grass at dusk. Fireflies stitched slow yellow arcs. Darwin lay at Emma's feet. James spoke almost in a whisper. The bond between humans and dogs is older than agriculture, he said. We kept each other warm before we kept livestock. We hunted together before we fenced land. Dogs read our hearts before we knew what reading was. He paused, eyes moist. Sometimes that bond needs guardians. Your family did not choose Aristotle by accident. He chose you because he sensed you would welcome a frightened stranger at an airport gate. He asked me to carry the bond forward. And I will, as long as I breathe. No one argued. The logic of wonder is its own proof. Not all neighbors understood. Some muttered that the howling night, as people called the synchronized dog song, was a prank. Others insisted electromagnetic interference from satellite arrays could scramble animal behavior. A few elderly residents crossed themselves, remembering legends in which dogs carried souls across rivers unknown. But those who lived nearest the phenomenon, the baker, the florist whose terriers sang like baritones, the librarian whose whippet joined at full cry, felt a hush settle over their houses afterward, not ominous but clarifying, as if a pane of glass had been cleaned between them and meaning. Sarah sometimes climbed the small hill behind their building, looking over roofs toward the airport. She pictured the moment when a dog's panic had rerouted their lives, when a mute man walked up like destiny dressed in denim. She marveled at how fragile and ferocious love could be, how it broke and fused humans with equal violence. James visited Aristotle's grave every evening. He placed simple tokens, a river stone, a sprig of rosemary, a slip of paper on which he wrote names of animals he treated that day. Darwin watched solemnly, learning the ritual, tail motionless until the final moment when James tapped his chest where the totem pulsed. Then Darwin wagged once as though saluting. Emma drew comics of James in a cape, flying above Vienna with Darwin at his side, healing pets and teaching children sign language. James laughed, pinned the drawings to a bulletin board at Dr. Brennan's clinic, and told Emma she captured his soul better than any X-ray could. Months passed. James's voice strengthened daily, never ringing loudly yet carrying a timbre that listeners trusted. He discovered he could hear animal intention, a murmur, a vibration, more clearly than human speech. He used this sensitivity when removing a splinter from a wolfhound's paw, when calming a frightened Siamese, when guiding Darwin through obedience classes. Clients swore their pets acted different after seeing him, calmer, more attentive, more willing to attempt painful rehabilitation exercises. One gray morning, while James set surgical instruments under bright lamps, Dr. Brennan leaned against the doorframe, watching. "You know," Brennan said, "for years I wondered what happened to that bright young veterinarian who quit so suddenly. His hands were steadier than mine at his age. Some animals need him." The old doctor's eyes misted. "I think you found him." James met the gaze, gratitude settling deep. He said, "I'm trying." Winter laid soft snow over the Danube embankments. Marcus shoveled walkways, Emma sculpted Darwin-shaped figures in powder, and Leo learned to skate on a frozen pond. James helped Anna host a holiday party for local families with deaf children, where dogs were welcome and laughter shook the ceiling. Quietly, Sarah invited the security guard from the airport who had nearly ordered them to leave that day. He arrived shyly, unsure why he'd been named guest of honor, until he saw Aristotle's photo on the mantel, lit by a candle. He listened to the story, wiping his eyes on a handkerchief too small for the job. Not every tale ends in sudden applause or dramatic rescue. Some merely grow roots and bloom again and again. James's life fell into this pattern: simple work, shared meals, constant listening to the low hum that threaded his heart, to Darwin's heartbeat, to Sarah's worry, to the neighbor's terrier barking at snowplows. Years later, when Darwin too began to slow, James did not panic. He prepared. He gathered the family on the living room floor and spoke about cycles, about caretakers becoming care receivers. He explained that sorrow was not a sign the bond had broken. It was a ribbon proclaiming the bond had existed. Emma, now tall and sure-footed, read aloud from her first published story, a tale of a beagle who saved a man's voice. Leo, newly in university, built a website connecting retired veterinarians with shelters that needed volunteers. Sarah kissed the scar on James's knuckle where a frightened cat once bit him, and Marcus placed a steady hand on the man's shoulder. They waited with Darwin through the final hours, heartbeat by heartbeat. When the last breath drifted away, no glow filled the room this time. Perhaps once per generation was enough. But James felt the totem shift inside his chest, steady and warm, as if Darwin had whispered thank you, then trotted onward to relay the message down the unseen line of guardians. Outside, the dogs of the neighborhood raised no howl that night. Snow fell so softly it hushed the city naturally. Yet James sensed ears pricked, eyes raised, a silent bow traveling paw to paw. We heard. We remember. Months later, a 1-year-old shelter pup with mismatched eyes and a tail that bent like a question mark chose Leo at an adoption event. Leo looked at James, hesitant. James only smiled and nodded, for the totem had nudged him days earlier in a dream. It was time for another pair to find each other. Sarah sometimes recalled that first airport bark, the confusion and fear, the way an entire journey rerouted through a single compassionate gesture by a stranger. Now she understood that journeys are rarely about the destinations printed on boarding passes. They are about the invisible handshakes, human to human, human to dog, dog to spirit, that rewrite every map. James still visited Aristotle's grave, though less to pray and more to tell stories about dogs he had met that week. People in the neighborhood recognized the tall man who walked at dawn with whichever dog was currently mending. Children waved. When they asked what he did, he answered simply, "I listen." They thought he meant he listened to injuries, to subtle coughs or limps. He did that, yes. But he also listened to the pulse of the old totem, to the quiet spaces where sorrow nested, to the relieved sigh of a family when a barking dog finally felt understood. Listening, he believed, was the oldest medicine of all. Sometimes, in the hush before sunrise, Vienna dogs would hum again, never as loudly as that first night, but enough for attentive ears. James, standing on the balcony with a mug of tea, would close his eyes. He would touch the center of his chest where the totem rested like a patient ember. He knew that, someday far ahead, another keeper would take it. Perhaps Emma's future hound, or Leo's mismatched mutt, or a stranger's dog barking in another airport where another family hurried toward a flight that fate had already decided they would miss. He was content not to know the details. He had learned from Aristotle that guardianship was not about control. It was about readiness, and humility, and the courage to say yes when a frightened creature screamed a warning only you could hear. And if sometimes, late at night, James walked along the Danube and found himself singing, not a polished song but a rough, untrained chant that rose straight from his healed voice to the cold stars, it was not nostalgia for tragedy. It was gratitude for the silence that had taught him how vast a heart can become when it breaks wide enough to let a beagle climb inside and light the way. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The decree appeared on the palace notice boards a little after noon, gold letters shining in the summer light. Every passerby stopped to stare, from merchants who carried sweet figs in straw baskets to guards who wore the king's colors on polished breastplates. The message was clear: His Majesty, Lord of the Northern Valleys, Guardian of the 5 rivers, and ruler of 3 broad provinces, had decided to hold a competition. Whichever unmarried citizen proved himself most worthy would earn both a royal title and the hand of his only child. The announcement carried a promise of music, fireworks, and endless feasts, yet no fine detail of the event stirred as much excitement as the single sentence that named the princess's 18th birthday as the day she would choose, or be chosen. By sunset, every village square in the kingdom rang with lively debate. Bakers promised layers of cake sugar ice to resemble white mountains. Tailors hurried to measure younger lords and ladies for new coats, vests, and dresses. Knights turned old practice grounds to clouds of dust, sharpening their aim with lances. Even the children who threw sticks for sheepdogs beside the river turned their play into pretend jests, calling themselves defenders of royal love. Each person, in private, imagined a world where he or she might meet the young princess and speak at least one sentence clever enough to stay in her mind forever. High above the streets, up beyond the public gardens, past the hanging ivy, and behind a locked tower door, the princess tried to read. Though her book lay open on the thick window ledge and the words were printed in clear, even rose, she found herself losing her place over and over. The sun was bright outside. It painted gold shapes on the polished floor. The brightness made her think of marriage crowns and her father's smile, and each time she tried to follow a paragraph her eyes drifted away and her fingers tightened on the page. Earlier that morning her mother had told her, in a pleasant voice meant for servants, that the search would be good for the entire country. Young men need purpose, the queen said, lifting a silver brush through her daughter's curls. Our allies need fresh assurance that we stand strong beside them. The princess said nothing. She watched the reflection of her mother's face in the round table mirror. The queen's eyes were distant, as though thinking of the provinces rather than the girl in the chair. The queen's fingers guided the brush down, smooth, counted strokes, and the princess felt like an expensive carpet being laid out for buyers. Afterwards she escaped to her private room. From the tower's high window she could see both the servants' orchards and the stretch of paddock to the north. There, appearing small because of the height, a youth practiced the clumsy art of riding at a wooden post with a dull spear. He missed more often than he struck. Yet every time he missed he laughed, spun the horse in a lopsided circle, and tried again. His name was Ian. She knew him from the night she had twisted her ankle behind the stables almost a year earlier. He had offered a rag soaked in cold water, and when she asked what he was doing on palace land so late, he had claimed he was training to become an unbeatable knight. Then he coughed, smiled, and admitted that at the moment, unbeatable was only a dream. She remembered laughing, quick and helpless, and realized that in the 3 minutes they spoke she had felt freer than during most long dinners in the bright hall. Now, as the contest plans bloomed across the kingdom, Ian practiced after the evening chores finished, always beyond the corner where the better apprentices bent to serious drills. Sometimes he used a training lance. Once she spotted him brandishing a tall yard rake, trying to copy the posture of the posters the city plastered upon every inn wall. She would see him begin a charge, see him stumble near the target, then see him brush dirt off his trousers with a sheepish grin. Each clumsy pass broke the stillness of her heavy life. His mistakes seemed made of sunshine. She never liked him better than when he laughed at himself. When the royal proclamation reached the stable hands, Ian had nodded, then quietly begun a list of everything he feared. He owned no armor, no horse fit for a parade, and no noble blood. He kept the list secret, mainly to stop himself from tearing it into pieces. But after the second night he added one line beneath the others, "Make food," and underlined it twice. The idea remained vague yet bright, like the white belly of a swift bird that flashes once across the sky. He did not know why the thought comforted him, only that during the rare moments when he pictured himself in the same room as the princess, he imagined holding a tray rather than a sword. As the weeks passed, the capital became a stage under construction. Carpenters built a covered walk from the outer gate to the grand hall so that any rainstorm would not dampen the first appearance of participants. Ironworkers stamped dozens of new helmets with the king's crest. Banners the size of fishing nets hung across balconies. The princess watched the preparations from her tower and felt as though the decorations belonged to someone else. She knew she should appear grateful. She knew her duty was to speak politely when anyone praised the king's plan. But inside, worry clawed at her in quiet places, whispering that she would smile while others killed each other for the right to place a ring on her finger. One afternoon her father joined her midday ride under the apple trees. He rarely rode now. His joints ached in cool weather, but he made an exception that day. She wore a burgundy cloak lined with silk. He wore the plainer coat he preferred when away from court. They trotted side by side. The sun warmed old stone walls, and horses' hooves tapped like steady drumbeats on gravel paths. "Your mother says you study astronomy at night," the king remarked without preamble, leaning forward to pat his mare's neck. The princess nodded, adjusting her reins. "Yes, father. I like the language of stars. A healthy interest," he said, though his tone suggested he'd practiced the answer. "But duty must share space with interest." She considered answering right then. Her tongue buzzed with the desire to protest, but she simply said, "Yes, father." A dutiful answer to match a dutiful child. And inside something in her chest coiled tighter. Later that night, after candles in the banquet room were doused, and hallways fell to whisper light, the princess slipped from her bedchamber. She walked down the back stairs, past the laundry where warm steam carried the scent of lavender soap, and out the servant door to the moonlit gardens. She needed air. She needed to hear leaves rubbing one another, not courtiers reciting the cost of imported lace. She needed space wide enough to say, "I am frightened." The garden held its own small kingdom of night creatures. Moths fluttered near lamplight. Crickets chirped. Water inside the pond moved only when frogs broke the surface searching for breathing air. She eased through trailing ivy until she reached the water's edge where flat stones offered seats for gardeners at midday. Here, no eyes weighed her posture, no judgment measured how perfectly she stood. She caught her toe on a hidden root and tumbled forward, both hands soaking in the pond mud. The water slapped her cheek, and a cool shock ran down her arms. That was when she heard a thin, amused sound from somewhere behind her, half chuckle, half croak. Turning, she spotted the frog, a plump creature perched upon a stone that jutted just above the dark water. The frog seemed almost sculpted, as though an artist had captured the likeness of indulgent boredom in green marble. Despite herself, a giggle slipped from her lips. Water dripped off her nose. She flicked her fingers, spraying droplets at the intruder. "You find this funny?" she asked. "Moderately," the frog answered, voice dry as dead leaves. "But mainly I find the universe ironic. A princess who can command armies, yet cannot step across a root." She sat back, startled at the talking animal, and then, because she had grown up reading tales of fairies and enchanted mice, she accepted the moment. Mocking from pond creatures was still kinder than some lessons at the palace. They spoke for half an hour, passing from sarcasm to surprising warmth. The frog offered no solutions, only unhurried listening. When she finally confessed the terror that sat behind her ribs, being handed like a ribbon to a stranger, she felt tears hot on muddy cheeks. The frog watched quietly. "Do you want wise words?" the frog asked. "Words might not change the law," she answered, brushing hair from her face. "Then let me offer you questions," the frog said. "What do you value? If you must judge men, choose a study that reveals character rather than strength." She wiped her cheeks with a wet petal the frog handed her. The idea squirmed like a fish she'd never seen, a competition measured not by broken armor but by patient work. What if the contest tested kindness? Or the skill of heating sugar syrup until it formed delicate threads? Would her father agree to such a strange request? She doubted it, and yet the frog's suggestion glimmered. The next morning over breakfast, beneath the cold crystal chandelier, she asked her parents to replace swords with spoons. The room fell silent. The king's knife paused above salted ham. The queen blinked. A cooking tournament, the princess repeated. Let them prepare food worthy of peace, not war. The king cleared his throat. The royal treasurer murmured something about safety. But the oldest advisor, a thin woman known for ink on her forehead and paper scraps in her sleeves, nodded. She spoke of new festivals and minor duchies where bakers dueled politely, judged by flavor rather than force. The notion of a modern, non-violent challenge appealed to the king's wish to be admired not only as strong but also as wise. So he agreed. The official decree changed. On the princess's birthday, candidates would present an original dish using local ingredients, judged on taste, creativity, and the story behind it. The reward remained the same, royal marriage, but many who sharpened lances quietly withdrew. Farmers' daughters stepped forward with pies. Apprentices begged recipe lessons from disgruntled aunts. The capital's finest chef accepted a young baron as student for a heavy fee. News of the change reached Ian one evening while he groomed horses by lantern light. He laughed so loud that his friend Bren, a squire polishing tack nearby, asked whether he'd gone soft in the head. Soft? No, Ian said, setting the brush aside. I just realized I have a real chance. I can't best a knight with a spear, but I can make a meal that remembers where I was born. He found his grandmother's recipe book in a wooden chest under his mother's small bed. The book smelled of dried thyme. Many pages listed dishes that required nothing more exotic than wheat, fat, and backyard vegetables. But in the middle, near a page that had dried tears pressed into the paper grain, he discovered oddities: pickled pears in cinnamon brine, corn cakes dusted with stone-ground sugar, frog legs dipped in buttermilk then fried crisp. A narrow margin note read, "For spring festivals, people laugh at the idea, then ask for seconds." The next week Ian visited the market every dawn, trading grooming hours for baskets of produce. He experimented in the castles and used scullery at night, coaxing a single candle flame for heat when he feared detection. The first batch burned. The second batch fell apart. The third smelled so promising that he laughed and woke the head cook, who chased him out with a ladle. Ian apologized, then returned the following night with a pot scrubbed so clean it shone. The head cook eyed him, sighed, and offered advice about oil temperature. Meanwhile the princess met the frog again and again. She could not explain why talking to him steadied her breathing. She enjoyed his humor, dry as a cellar. He listened without advising unless she asked. Some evenings they played question games. If you could live as a bird or a fish, which would you choose? Why do humans build walls they later regret? If a book described your life, which scent would drift from its pages when opened? The frog asked about her earliest memory, about her secret fears, about the way palace staff whispered her name. She soon realized she told him things she dared not write in her diary. One night she admitted she sometimes dreamed of traveling alone, disguised, perhaps as a scholar, carrying nothing but a pack and a quiet heart. "What stops you?" the frog asked. She smiled sadly. "Lines on a map. Expectations. The weight of a crown even when I'm not wearing it." The frog's throat expanded with a thoughtful croak. "Crowns can be set down," he said. "Not without consequences," she replied. He considered. "Consequences accompany every action. The challenge is to choose which consequences you can live with." Rain began to fall lightly across the pond. She drew her cloak tighter. The frog looked like a tiny general commanding raindrops to avoid him. She found herself wanting to protect him from the sudden chill. The festival arrived. From dawn the kitchens roared. Firewood crackled. Carts rattled across cobblestones carrying sacks of flour, baskets of eggs, bunches of herbs strung together with twine. Candidates drew lots for order of presentation. The princess, dressed in pale blue with pearls at her throat, stood beside her father at the high table soon after midday. She tried to breathe slowly. She reminded herself the competitors would cook, not duel, yet she still sensed tension like stretched wire humming beneath the floor. The first contestant, son of Duke Harrow, presented roasted pheasant stuffed with spiced pears. The scent was sweet yet heavy. The princess acknowledged the dish, tasted a polite mouthful, and felt nothing. Next came a visiting count, offering oysters and sauce so rich it masked the taste of sea. She ate, thanked him, and quietly set the spoon aside. 5 more dishes followed: a fish soup bright with saffron, a glazed boar's head decorated with apple slices, a stew from wild mushrooms that smelled like damp forest. Each earned applause. But inside she imagined the frog at the pond, tilting his head, offering a single sentence: "Do these meals taste like freedom or like expectation?" When Ian's turn arrived, distant chatter softened. He wore simple brown trousers and a clean apron borrowed from the stable kitchen. His hands trembled slightly as he lifted the silver dome cover. Steam plumed upward, carrying the faint perfume of garlic, butter, and something playful, quickly fried crunch followed by a deeper warmth. She blinked at the spiral arrangement of crisp golden morsels on white porcelain. The sight startled her memory: the pond under moonlight, the calm frog watching her speak truth. "Frog legs," Ian said, voice steady though cheeks reddened. "I collected them from the palace gardens. They're lightly marinated, dusted with stone-ground flour, then fried." A ripple crossed the audience: surprise, perhaps offense, perhaps curiosity. The king leaned forward. The queen's eyebrow rose. The princess met Ian's gaze. She saw no mischief in his expression, only open hope. She picked up the delicate silver fork he offered, pierced a piece, and tasted. The crunch gave way to tender meat flavored with herbs she recognized from the kitchen yard. Salt balanced by sweet pepper. Richness balanced by lemon. The flavor surprised her. It was bright, confident, but not overpowering. She tasted rainwater nights and gentle jokes under starlight. "And for dessert," Ian added, lifting a small goblet filled with creamy pearls and berries. "Frog eye pudding. Actually made from pasta, not frogs. Again, a family recipe." She swallowed. She thought of the frog waiting by the pond. She imagined him shrugging. Some creatures give themselves so others can live differently. She tasted the pudding. Cool. Slightly sweet. The tiny pearls popped lightly between her teeth. After she set the spoon down, she closed her eyes. She listened not to applause, not to her father's breathing, but to her own. The dish warmed her throat. She opened her eyes and looked at Ian. "Thank you," she said softly. Judges retreated to confer. Musicians played gentle strings to fill the hall. Candidates paced. Ian returned to the far table where kitchen helpers stacked platters for washing. He pressed his hands together to stop them shaking. Finally the king stood, holding a scroll. He praised every participant, honored tradition, and spoke of unity. Then he read the winner. The hall released a collective breath. Some voices cheered. Some muttered. Ian's name echoed up toward the rafters. He froze. Bran punched his shoulder in delight. The stable boy turned slowly, as though expecting someone else with the same name to step forward. When nobody did, he began the long walk to the dais. His boots clacked on polished floor. The path felt longer than any lance charge. The rules required a final acceptance from the princess herself. The king gestured for him to kneel. Ian obeyed, eyes lowered. The princess stepped down one marble stair. She held the prepared crown of white flowers, a symbol of engagement rather than marriage. Sylvia, the palace secretary of ceremony, whispered instructions: place it on the winner's head. The princess hesitated. She looked beyond the banners, beyond Ian, toward tall glass doors that opened to the garden. Beyond them, the pond waited beneath dusk. She thought of the frog's listening silence. She thought of Ian's laughter when he practiced with a rake. She thought of a life lived as a treaty, compared to a life lived as a person. She lifted the wreath. Her hands shook. She lowered the wreath, not on Ian, but onto her own arm. She turned to the hall. "I am honored by every dish," she said. Her voice carried, steady now. "But this contest was meant to prove a suitor's worth. What it proved, instead, is my own. I choose myself." Gasps. Murmurs. The king stiffened. The queen's face turned ashen. "I will not marry tonight," The princess continued louder. I will not marry tomorrow. I will marry only when love chooses me, not when tradition demands it. Please enjoy the feast you work so hard to make. She stepped back, signaling dismissal. At first nobody moved. Then the oldest advisor tipped her ink-stained fingers together and began to clap. Others, uncertain, followed. Applause spread like wind over tall grass. Some slow, some eager. The king's mouth opened to object, but years of diplomacy guided him to bow instead, to mask surprise with approval. He raised the princess's hand to the crowd. My daughter demonstrates courage, he proclaimed. May we all learn. Later, after speeches and music resumed, the princess escaped the hall, crown of flowers still looped over her wrist. She hurried along the moonlit garden path, dress hem flicking dew. She reached the pond. She found the flat stone empty. She looked across still water. Only dragonflies glinted. I'm sorry, she whispered to the knight. Your gift saved me. Thank you. She waited. The garden winds carried jasmine. Frogs croaked farther away. She finally turned to leave. A familiar croak sounded close behind. She spun. The frog sat on the bank near her feet, eyes glossy. Good speech, he said. Bit long, but heartfelt. She dropped to her knees, laughter and tears mixing. You're safe, she said. Safe enough. He looked toward the palace. And so are you for now. What will you do tomorrow? She thought about the vast world beyond walls. I might ride north, she said. See the rivers my father guards. Meet families who never see royal carriages. He nodded. Bring good shoes. The world bites. She reached out. The frog hopped onto her palm. Surprised, she lifted him to eye level. You changed my life, she said. You changed it yourself, he replied. I only asked questions. She bent her head and kissed the frog on the smooth top of his head. A chill of magic pulsed, soft, fleeting. She held her breath, but he remained a frog. He winked. Once was enough, he said. Then he leapt from her hand into the pond, ripples widening like silver rings. She stood alone, smelling moss, tasting salt of her own tears mixed with pond air. She heard footsteps behind. Ian emerged, holding 2 lanterns. I thought you might be here, he said, offering a light. She took it. They walked the path back to the palace not as princess and subject, but as friends who knew the taste of choices. In the weeks that followed, the kingdom buzzed about the banquet's outcome. Some gossiped that the princess had insulted noble houses. Others praised her bravery. Quietly, the king arranged fresh alliances through trade agreements rather than marriage promises. The queen hosted gatherings to display community. And on mornings when dew twinkled on roses, the princess saddled her horse without waiting for ceremony and rode beyond the orchard, Ian riding beside her on a borrowed gelding, both carrying small packs of bread and fruit. They visited border villages. They taught children easy recipes. They listened to fishermen speak of river floods. The princess practiced tying her own boots, lighting her own fire. Sometimes she recalled the frog's words, crowns can be set down. She did not discard hers. She chose when to wear it. One evening, returning dusty and laughing, they paused near the pond. Lamps from the palace window glimmered on the calm surface. Ian looked across water. Thank you, he said, though he did not explain for what. She touched his arm, smiling, then glanced toward the stone. The frog was nowhere in sight. Perhaps he watched from reeds, satisfied. Life did not stop. The princess studied regional laws. She learned trade routes. She practiced repairing saddles. Ian trained with palace guards on weekends, improving enough to unseat 2 apprentices in mock justs. But when asked his greatest skill, he said, I cook comfort. Years later, when the king's hair silvered and the queen's hands shook, the princess was crowned queen in a ceremony smaller than anyone expected. She wore a gown of sky blue, the color of new beginnings, and guests feasted on simple dishes served in generous portions. A section of the garden was declared protected land, no hunting, no foraging. One might still hear frogs croak at sunset, sending polite complaints if humans talk too loudly. Ian became royal chef. He stood beside the new queen not as husband but as friend trusted with counsel. When courtiers asked why she never married, she smiled and said love would choose its time, as seasons did. Some believed a secret romance bound her to the cook. Others whispered about a prince in a neighboring land. Only she, Ian, and a certain plump frog knew the deeper truth. She had pressed her lips to possibility, and possibility had answered by leaving her entirely as herself. On quiet nights she crossed the garden alone. She sat beside the pond, remembering mud on her face, remembering laughter with someone small who gave big questions. Whenever she felt doubts tug at her, she imagined the frog's calm statement in her ear, "Choose the consequences you can live with." Then her shoulders eased, and she returned to the palace ready to listen, rule, and laugh without apology. And somewhere beyond sight, beneath lily pads, a frog floated under starlight, quite pleased that one conversation by moonlit water could ripple outward to shape a kingdom's story. Jessie McCrae's voice drifted across the meadows every afternoon, light as thistledown on the western wind. Neighbors paused at their fences to listen as she laced old lullabies through the tall grass, her nimble fingers braiding reeds into baskets that sprawled larger than her lap. She was no more than 8, a bright-eyed child who lived on the eastern edge of the birch woods with 2 people who loved her fiercely, Coinage, her broad-shouldered father who smelled of pine resin, and Ailey, her gentle mother who spent long days selling vegetables and woven goods in distant Kerala. Jessie did not mind their absence. She knew every coin they earned meant a warmer stove and thicker blankets when winter pushed in from the sea. Alone in the field, she sang, rolled on her back, and declared the world boring, at least twice an hour. Some afternoons she flattened enough grass to mimic the shape of distant locks. Other days she tucked her baskets into a tattered canvas bag and imagined each one a crown for an invisible parade. When shadows stretched, Logan, her nearest neighbor, would lean over his gate and call, "Home now, Jessie! Your father's waiting." She always obeyed, bare shins flashing through green until gravel clicked beneath her sandals. On her way she often met Logan's wife, Saoirse. Saoirse's eyes mixed the color of clear sky with the pink of clover petals, and Jessie never tired of saying she should become a city model. Saoirse just laughed, brushing Jessie's unruly hair. "Bring those baskets to market tomorrow," she urged one evening, admiring the pile in Jessie's arms. "They'll sell before noon. My mam already said I could," Jessie reported, proud. "I'll make lots of money for all of us." Saoirse kissed her brow. "Money can wait. Keep that kind heart. That's worth more than silver." Jessie skipped the last bend home. Coinage stooped at the doorway, creases deeper than usual beneath hazel eyes. He smelled of smoke and damp earth. Jessie dropped her bag and leaped into his arms. He whispered her pet name, Little Mischief, yet his voice carried fatigue. When she asked if she might join the next day's trip to Kerala, he hesitated. "It's a long walk through the wood," he said. "Not safe for a child." "But Diorsa goes with his da," she protested, eyes wide. "Please? I'll carry my own baskets." He stiffened, then raised his voice, a rare thing. "No, Jessie. You stay here. This house keeps you safe." Shocked, she retreated to her room, hugging her straw bag tight. He followed, regret already softening his tone. "I'm sorry. Today has been hard." He rubbed his temples, tears caught in his beard. Jessie, frightened by his sorrow, wrapped her arms around his legs. "Where's Mam?" she asked. He only held her tighter, whispering that he needed her safe. At dawn he relented. She could accompany him, but must stay close. They loaded the cart, onions, carrots, and her finest baskets nested among the vegetables, and set off. The birches gleamed white in early sun, moss climbing their narrow trunks. Jessie tried to steer the cart yet mostly stumbled as her father bore the weight without complaint. Scratches ran along his forearms like old stories. When rooftops appeared over the ridge and salt air reached them, Jessie gasped. Kerala's summer market rang with gull cries, fiddle music, and fishermen shouting bargains. Under bright tents coinages produced sold quickly, Jessie's baskets vanished even faster. She called out prices, charmed passing tourists, and by noon hugged her father in triumph. He rested a work-rough hand on her head. "I love you, Abobane," he said, voice thick with pride. She beamed. They left late, sun still high, though Coinage warned it would sink before they reached home. Jessie darted ahead on the path despite his cautions. One turn, then another, and suddenly the slender trees looked identical. She spun, expecting her father's laugh, but saw only birch trunks and creeping dusk. Panic pricked her chest. "Papa?" she called, cupping her mouth the way Logan had taught. No answer. She wandered, first brave, then frantic, breaking into sobs when each cluster of trees matched the last. Hours felt like seasons. At last she folded against a trunk, tears darkening her dress. Distantly, earth trembled, branches rattling as though something large moved with careful steps. A face peered around leaves, enormous, gentle, framed by tangled black hair. A voice low yet quiet asked, "Are you alone?" The being was cloaked in moss and twigs, neither man nor beast, but something both. Jessie sniffed. "I'm lost." The giant introduced himself as the Gilly Dhu, guardian spirit of these woods. When she nodded, too tired for fear, he lifted her with surprising tenderness and promised to take her home. Purple twilight stretched when he laid her on her own doorstep. Before he could slip away, a torch flare split the dark, Coinage leading neighbors with rakes and clubs. Seeing the towering figure, he roared and charged. Jessie woke, crying that this was her rescuer, yet the mob's fear drowned her words. They drove the Gilly Dhu back with flame, moss garments caught fire, and the giant retreated into shadowed trees, weeping in pain. Coinage carried Jessie inside, shaking. "That beast!" he muttered, but she clutched his coat, insisting the Gilly Dhu had saved her life. Exhaustion folded them both. He slept beside her bed, hand in her hair, while outside the guardian's cries echoed until dawn. Jessie lay awake, tears soaking her pillow. "How cruel we are!" she whispered, vowing to find the wounded spirit and repay his kindness. But for that night she could only dream of birch trunks swaying like white towers, and a giant's lament fading beneath the summer wind. In the bright patchwork land of Tullahachie, a clown family lived in a tidy cottage at the bend of the river. The father, Turvey, wore shoes as long as oars and white gloves he tried to keep clean while he tended beans and tomatoes behind the house. The mother, Topsy, balanced pies on her head when she hurried out to collect laundry, and their daughter, Tinker, bounced through life like a loose rubber ball. On one hot, squinty morning, perfect for asking uncomfortable questions, Tinker ambled up to her mother, tilted her painted face, and blurted, "Mama, why are there bad clowns in the big tent?" Topsy stared at her only child, juggling a stack of plates while her brain spun faster than the china. Parents in every village know a question that stops them cold. This was hers. She set the plates down, dabbed a dotted kerchief against her brow, and said, "My little juggling ball, the answer is bigger than I am. Let's fetch your papa." They found Turvey beside the scarecrow, shoveling dirt around new carrot tops. His spotless gloves had already turned the color of coffee grounds, and he scratched his nose with the back of his wrist as the two clowns approached. Tinker repeated her question, lips puckered, eyes wide. Turvey huffed, shuffled his feet, then joked, "Could you give your old dad a full year to invent a wise answer?" When Tinker solemnly shook her head, Turvey winked at Topsy, a signal that he would handle this, and lifted his daughter onto muddy shoulders. "Class is in session," he announced. He clomped into the utility room, washed, changed into fresh polka-dot gloves, and led his family into the sitting room. Turvey's reputation as the neighborhood telestory master was well-earned. Every child within earshot thumped up the porch steps to watch whenever his screen flickered on. Today was no different. As soon as Turvey honked the digital clown nose on his clown pad, the west wall flipped over into a glowing picture board, and half the street's kitty clowns pressed inside carrying bowls of rainbow popcorn. Parents leaned along the walls, ready to hear again the oldest tale Tullahachie knew, though they always hoped for a twist. Turvey adjusted the bright cotton candy headset that let him sketch pictures in midair. Swirls of light formed forests, rivers, planets. Everything he named sprang up with color. Long, long ago, he began. The great ringmaster had a thought so wide and bright it lit the emptiness. His thoughts are always joyous, but this one burst open and painted a universe. In that universe he placed many worlds. On one of them he stretched a canvas that would become the big tent. On the wall the children saw a planet striped like a circus top. Turvey went on. He wished to share his delight, so he filled that new world with animals of every shape, flowers that laughed in the rain, and two very first clowns, Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, to tend and enjoy it all. Tinker started to interrupt. She already knew who Ann and Andy were from earlier lessons, but Turvey lifted a finger. You've never heard it just this way, he promised. He painted the scene, and then Andy blinked in the bright light of their new home, while lions practiced somersaults, and rabbits learned to play kazoo. The ringmaster taught the pair how to juggle stars, flip onto stilts, and throw pies that tasted of cherries rather than cream. Most of all, the ringmaster himself could juggle anything, Turvey said, and he loved to show them. One day he set down 3 golden juggling balls. Before walking off to prepare hot dogs and curly fries for supper, he warned, "Do not touch these. I will be right back." A hush fell over the children. They knew a rule in a story meant temptation. Turvey ushered the next picture forward. From the far side of sweet mallow shrubs, a dazzling figure emerged. He wore a rainbow tuxedo, hair fanning out like peacock feathers, a purple nose glowing with rhythm, and silver shoes that caught the sun. This, Turvey explained, was the ringleader. Once he had been the ringmaster's favorite performer, but vanity twisted him. The ringleader juggled 10 chocolate apples beneath a giant candy tree, and a strange music, almost like a calliope yet sharper, drifted through the wood. And Andy followed the sound, forgetting hot dogs, forgetting fries. The ringleader flattered them. "I have heard of your skill," he crooned. "Join my traveling circus and you will be stars." He lied smoothly, saying his show was grander than any in the big tent. And Andy glanced at each other, awed by his shimmer. When they asked why they had never seen his tent, the ringleader waved the question away and offered a test. Bring him the ringmaster's golden balls. And Andy objected. The ringmaster had been clear, but the ringleader needled them, claiming the ringmaster feared they would surpass him. "Touch those balls," he whispered, "and wisdom equal to his own will flood you. Surely the ringmaster can make more for himself." His silvery voice cracked their resolve. At this point Tinker, fists balled, shouted at the glowing wall. "Bad, horrible ringleader, I wish you'd never been made." Laughter rippled among the parents. They remembered shouting similar protests when they were young and first heard the tale. Turvey smiled sadly and continued. And Andy tiptoed back, snatched the golden juggling balls, and instantly discovered they could perform triple spins and sky-high cascades with no effort. Delight changed to horror the moment the ringmaster stepped through the trees carrying picnic baskets. He asked softly, "Children, what are you hiding?" In shame they held out the balls. Grief stretched across the ringmaster's kind face, and that hurt them worse than any thunderclap. Because the first clowns chose disobedience, the ringmaster sent them from the forest home. Security guards blocked the gates so they could never return. And Andy wandered, looking for the ringleader's circus, but they never found even a footprint of its existence. The further they traveled, the heavier their hearts grew. Without the ringmaster's presence, the world lost its glow. They tried juggling ordinary red, blue, and yellow balls, yet the tricks felt hollow. One evening, in a meadow beside the Tullahatchie River, they cried aloud, begging the ringmaster to forgive them. No sooner had their plea left their lips than he appeared holding hot dogs and lemonade. He forgave them, yet the rule remained: the garden was closed. Turvey concluded. And Andy settled by our own river, taught others what the ringmaster had taught them, and wrote every lesson down. But the ringleader never stopped lying. Even today he whispers to clowns who will listen, telling them they can outshine the ringmaster. Turvey closed the app, the wall eased back to its usual wood panel, and popcorn rustled while children chewed in thought. Tinker lifted her hand first. She asked, "Did Anne and Andy ever return to the ringmaster's garden?" Quiet spread across the room again. Turvey removed his headset, crouched, and said gently, "No, sweetheart. Not in their lifetimes. But the ringmaster visited them often, and someday he will reopen the gates." Tinker nodded slowly, still sad for them. Behind her, Rufus the strong man cleared his throat. Turvey recognized the silent plea. Adults wanted the end of story hour because a footy ball game would soon start down the lane. He raised both gloved hands. "That is why bad clowns exist," he summarized. "Whenever someone believes the ringleaders lie, believes they no longer need the ringmaster, they lose the joyful spark given at creation. A clown without that spark soon invents cruel jokes, ugly tricks, and fearsome masks to cover the hollow feeling." Topsy, who had remained quiet, added a final thought. "So every time you see a clown act mean, remember it started with a lie that sounded like flattery. Our job is to keep listening to the ringmaster's real voice, the one that gives laughter, not fear." Windows rattled. A tall silhouette moved outside, a flash of rainbow tuxedo and bright hair. Only Topsy noticed. She stepped to the drapes and closed them firmly, heart thumping. Somewhere out there the ringleader still searched for little hearts like her daughters. Inside, neighborhood children applauded Turvey's tale. They scattered home in twos and threes, leaving behind empty bowls and sticky fingerprints. Parents followed, calling good night. When the cottage grew quiet, Turvey scooped Tinker into an embrace. She whispered, "I'll never listen to that ringleader." Turvey kissed her forehead. "None of us fight him alone," he said. Then he looked toward the shut window, thinking of the long history he had just retold and of the next evening, when another question would surely arise and the screen would flip over once more. Elaine Lane leaned back in her leather chair and pressed her phone against her ear as if willing her words to sink straight into Fiona's mind. "They want another look at you, Fi. I'm telling you, this is the audition that could change everything. You're 31 but you still pass for 25 on camera. That gives you an edge most women in this town only dream about. If you keep dodging the big parts, you'll age out of them before you even get started. You've got to push past the nerves and take this one." Fiona sat on the opposite side of the desk, careful to keep her right shoulder hidden behind her long strawberry blonde hair. She loved Elaine, loved her hustle, her grit, her refusal to sugarcoat. But there were things about her own body that her agent had never seen. Things she was certain a casting director would zoom in on the instant she slipped into a low-cut gown under studio lights. "I appreciate how hard you fought to get me through the door," she said, forcing a smile. "And I know you're right about the timing. But you know these roles, Elaine. They want a lot of skin. I can't keep the camera from seeing everything." Elaine tilted her head, mascara-thick lashes drawing a sharp line from brow to cheekbone. "Oh, honey," she sighed. "What did the men in your life withhold that you don't see how beautiful you are? Do you understand how much leverage you have right this second? Looks fade. Opportunities fade faster. Use what you have while you have it." Fiona swallowed hard. The compliment didn't warm her. It only made the secret on her skin burn hotter. She rose from her chair, hesitated, then slipped the collar of her blouse off one shoulder. The fabric slid just far enough to reveal two irregular blotches, brownish, ragged along the edges. Under certain light they almost looked like bruises. Elaine leaned in, squinting. When she realized what she was seeing, her mouth opened in a startled O she quickly covered with a manicured hand. "Oh, Fi!" Fiona tossed her hair aside and exposed another mark at the crook of her neck. "This one showed up a month ago," she said. Her voice trembled. "Every month there's a new one. They're benign, my dermatologist says so, but they're visible. I can hide everything with clothes, but not if a casting agent wants a strapless dress or a swimsuit scene. Makeup can only do so much under HD lights." The agent approached and gently eased the blouse back over Fiona's shoulder. "Sweetheart, every face on every billboard has been airbrushed. Every actor has something. There are specialists for everything. Fiona folded her arms. Specialists can lighten them, freeze them, laser them, it all comes back. Or it scars. I've been to every office in Los Angeles. I walked out of the last consultation with bandages on my face and a bill bigger than my rent. Elaine pursed her lips, thinking. Then she strode to her computer and began typing. Keys clacked, scroll bars slid. After a moment she swiveled the monitor toward Fiona. You haven't seen this woman. Fiona stepped forward. On the screen was a simple black page with one logo, ZFX. Underneath, a line of text, for industry queries, call Burton. ZFX does prosthetics and special makeup for half the studios in town, Elaine said. Burton keeps a private list. He once covered an entire skin graft on an A-list star. No one ever knew. He'll point you to the right person. Fiona stared. She trusted Elaine's grind, but this looked like one of those dead-end phone numbers that promise miracles and deliver nothing. Still, what choice did she have? She copied the number into her contacts. That night she promised herself she would shut off the world early, draw a hot bath, sip cheap Chardonnay, watch reality TV about people baking pastries shaped like mythical creatures, and be asleep by 9. Yet there she stood in her bathroom at 10:30, phone glowing in her hand, fingertip poised above the mysterious number labeled Burton. She touched the screen. The ring lasted less than a second. Hello? Said a quiet male voice. It wasn't a question. It sounded as though he already knew who was calling and why. Is this Burton? Fiona asked, suddenly breathless. Hold a second, the man said. A strange mechanical clank rattled through the line, metal spooling on metal. Then another voice replaced the first, louder, brisk. ZFX prosthetics. Fiona's stomach lurched. This felt off. Maybe it was a wrong number. Maybe Elaine had mixed digits. I think I called the wrong extension, she stammered. Wait, said the brisk voice. Burton's number isn't public. Which agent referred you? Elaine Lane, she managed. Silence followed, then a click. I'll connect you, the voice said. Another burst of that metallic noise, as if old machinery were gearing up in some basement. Fiona held the phone at arm's length, wondering how fast she could hit end without offending Elaine. Before she decided, the call shifted again. My name is Nancy. The voice was female, cool, faintly Midwestern. You need help removing age spots. Fiona blinked. Yes. She realized she sounded unsure, almost guilty. You're in Los Angeles? That's right. A sigh gusted through the speaker. I fly from Chicago. I require first-class travel and do not fly coach. I charge $5,000 per legion. Payment is due only after the work is complete, but travel must be wired in advance. Do you understand? The figure punched the breath from Fiona's chest. $15,000 plus a first-class ticket? Elaine must have lost her mind if she thought Fiona could swing this. Yet the way Nancy delivered those numbers, flat, unflinching, made them feel non-negotiable. I'm interested, she heard herself say, though her brain shouted, Are you insane? After we end this call you'll receive 2 messages. Nancy continued. One with bank instructions for the ticket. The second with a public meeting location and a separate phone number. Use that number only if plans change. If funds are not received by 9:30 tomorrow morning Pacific time, the engagement is cancelled. Yes, Fiona whispered. The line went dead. She did not sleep until nearly 4 a.m. She spent 2 hours scouring every flight from O'Hare to LAX, comparing costs she could barely afford against the terror of losing the audition and her shot at Rio Rolls. Elaine called just after midnight, giddy. This is a steal, Phi. Trust me. Madison Nix had skin worse than yours. Poof, gone. Pay Nancy, meet her, then we'll nail this part. At 9 sharp, Fiona stood inside her bank, first customer of the day, adrenaline fizzing. She transferred the full ticket price plus an extra $100 for comfort. By 10 she was on the freeway to LAX, practicing lines under her breath. At 10:57 she texted the burner number, I'm on my way. Seconds later came the reply, Bean Saint Cafe, Terminal 7, 4:08 p.m. She arrived early, found the cafe, chose a small round table, and ordered tea she barely sipped. Time slowed. Travelers bustled past, suitcases rattling, announcements echoed. Every 5 minutes her gaze jerked to the entrance, expecting either salvation or scam. At exactly 4:08 she saw her. Nancy did not look like a miracle worker. She was neither young nor old, her brown hair free of gray yet her hands matte-veined. Lavender fragrance hung around her like a veil. She wore a plain navy dress and low heels. No makeup, no jewelry, no warmth. Fiona stood. Nancy scanned her once, expressionless, then took the chair opposite. She reached across the table and without permission eased Fiona's blouse from her shoulder. Fingers cool as river stones prodded each blemish. Nancy pulled Fiona's hair aside and inspected the spot on her neck, then asked to see the one near her eye. Fiona tilted her face. The whole process took under a minute. 3 lesions, Nancy said. I'll discount the adjacent pair. 8,000 total due on completion. She named a hotel an hour away but told Fiona not to bother with a room. I leave tonight, she said. Come now. In the taxi, Nancy spoke little. Fiona received a frenzy of texts from Elaine. The director wants to Zoom with you tomorrow. Call me. Fiona's heart soared even as the cityscape outside grew unfamiliar. Warehouses, chain-link fences, anonymous office parks. Memoriam, Nancy said abruptly. I own controlling shares. Is that a funeral company? Fiona asked, startled from her daydream of red carpets and acceptance speeches. A conglomerate. Nothing further. When they reached the Riverview Plaza Center, Nancy paid and dismissed the cab. The low glass building looked abandoned. No logos, no lights. Nancy keyed a code and the doors whispered open to a sterile corridor. Fiona's nerves finally cracked. What exactly is your method? She asked as they walked. Laser? Chemical? Nancy stopped at a metal door. A handwritten sign read NONOK. She undid a padlock. I'm going to perform a transference ritual, she said. I'm a witch. Fiona laughed. She couldn't help it, but the sound bounced strangely in the empty hall. Nancy's face remained flat, eyes dark wells. If you want out, she said, this is your last chance. Part of Fiona tingled with the urge to bolt. But the thought of that audition, of a camera lingering on flawless skin, outshone fear. She nodded. The door opened onto a chilled chamber lined with body drawers. Fiona's breath puffed white. Nancy slid one drawer and revealed a shrouded corpse of an elderly woman. She peeled the sheet back to expose a gnarly foot. A toe tag read Greta. Foreign words poured from Nancy's lips, thick and rhythmic. She spat on her fingers, pressed them to each of Fiona's spots, then slammed her palms onto the corpse's foot. The chanting stopped. Nancy stepped back, breathing hard, and handed Fiona a small mirror. Fiona lifted it. Her skin was clear. She touched the smooth flesh near her eye, her shoulder, her neck. No discoloration, no trace. She gaped at the corpse's foot. 3 new blotches marred the chalky skin, identical in shape and size to the ones lost from her own body. Thank you, Greta, Nancy whispered, drawing the sheet over the foot. Fiona could not speak. Relief flooded her so intensely she felt high. Nancy issued an invoice for $18,000, 8 for the procedure, 10 for expedited materials. Fiona promised to pay soon. She left the building elated, dialing Elaine before the cab even pulled away. Within months Fiona Price was everywhere. Late-night interviews, fashion spreads, indie film festivals. A higher-tier agent poached her from Elaine. Scripts arrived by courier. She told herself she'd wire Nancy's fee after the next paycheck, then after the next contract, then after the awards cycle. Emails from Elaine about overdue payment went unread on a phone she replaced with the first fat residual check. A year passed. Then 2. On the night of her biggest premiere, Fiona sat in her suite surrounded by stylists, hairdressers, assistants. She beamed at her own reflection until a strange tightness pulled across her temples. She leaned closer. The skin beneath her eyes purpled in real time. Capillaries burst into spiderwebs. Her cheeks sagged. In seconds she looked decades older. She gasped. The stylist froze. Her hands flew to her face, and halted. The hands were not hers. The knuckles swelled like walnuts under thin parchment skin mottled with bruises. Blue veins bulged. She felt something shift inside her mouth. Teeth loosened, toppled onto her tongue. She spat shards into her palm, yellowed, crumbling pieces. She screamed for everyone to leave. They fled. Alone, she watched her youthful features collapse. Deep folds cut around her mouth. Hair dulled, turned coarse gray. Liver spots bloomed everywhere, not 3 but dozens, then hundreds, a map of rot spreading down her arms. The suite door burst open. Her new agent, slick suit, perfect tan, stepped in. "They want more photos." He stopped, stared at the ruin she had become in less than a minute. Fiona tried to speak, but air rasped through shriveled lungs. She looked down. The toe tag from Greta's corpse hung around her wrist. They wanted more of her. They got it. "Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more." I never asked to be called Tinkerbell, yet from the first week of 9th grade the nickname stuck to me like wet gum on a shoe. One jock spotted a faded sticker of Disney's Pixie inside my locker, laughed, and announced to everyone in earshot that Delaney High had found its own fairy. Nobody bothered to learn my real name after that. I was the skinny white kid with second-hand clothes, too long hair, and an awkward walk, an easy target in a school that worshipped biceps and brand-name sneakers. It didn't matter that I read a book every week, spoke decent French, or built a scale model bridge at 11. In the jungle of teenagers, only muscle and popularity counted. The guys who could bench their own weight ruled. The girls who used to talk about science now competed to squeeze into the tightest tops. And kids like me were good for one thing: being laughed at. Gym class showed me how far down the chain I really was. Coach Haskins, who looked like a basketball inflated inside a polo shirt, made 2 linebackers draft their dodgeball teams. Even Fat Mike, who wheezed after 2 laps, was picked before me. I was left alone until the coach forced one team to take me. That afternoon, somebody tripped me on purpose. When I fell, my glasses flew off and cracked. The laughter echoed off the cinder block walls and no one offered a hand. Home gave no relief. My father, proud owner of a gun rack and a grill the size of a small car, believed problems ended with a good punch in the mouth. My mother sighed and shielded him with, "Boys will be boys." If I came home with a bruised cheek, Dad told me I'd better toughen up. If I stayed silent, Mom said I needed to learn to get along with others. Teachers weren't much better. Most quoted the Bible or the school handbook: turn the other cheek, keep the peace, tell an adult. Though when I did, the jocks received lunchtime detention and I received even harder punches behind the gym. One teacher was different. Professor Karen Hart taught biology and algebra, sometimes subbing in psychology or history. After class she let me linger, talking about genetics, probability, or anything else on my mind. When she first heard my nickname, I muttered that I hated it. She smiled and said, "Tinkerbell is actually a beautiful name. A name hurts only when someone uses it to hurt you." Then she asked, "If I called you Tinkerbell, would you hate me?" I couldn't. Her voice was gentle, never mocking. From that day it became our secret code. In the hall she would say, "Morning, Tinkerbell," and I almost enjoyed hearing it. That refuge carried me through sophomore year, but we shared no classes junior year. I saw her only in passing, and my shield was gone. I kept my head down, skipped gym whenever I dared, lied about stomachaches. The bullying worsened. Locker slams, tripped feet, whispered slurs, sudden punches for laughs. Every week brought something new, and every week I retreated further into textbooks and loud rock music. Megadeth and Foo Fighters drowned the echoes of all the jeers. One afternoon I left the bathroom holding my ribs. Jake Holden, quarterback, 6'2", brain of a carrot, had decided I needed discipline. His friends laughed while he rammed me into a sink. Now 2 ribs were cracked and my nose bled. I pulled my hood up and almost escaped when Professor Hart stepped from her classroom. "Tinker, Jake? What happened?" she asked. I kept moving, but she placed warm hands on my cheeks and lifted my face. Tears filled her eyes. "This has to stop. Tell me who did this." I stared at the floor. "It's too late." "No, it isn't," she said, but I saw her own hurt and bolted before she could say more. I drove home, shut my bedroom door, and sat in darkness with the music off. For the first time the silence was louder than any guitar riff. My father's hunting trophies glinted in the hallway, and a thought whispered, why not end it? If I disappeared, nobody would have to carry the burden of protecting me. That Friday night I found Dad's keys, opened the gun safe, and took his revolver. Outside, the woods were quiet except for a creek trickling near an old boulder. I loaded 1 round, sat, and pictured the splash it would make in my brain. But then I imagined Professor Hart finding out. I imagined the jocks cackling at my weakness. No, I decided. If death was the only exit, I'd take them first. They would understand what years of torment created. Monday morning I parked near the empty lot behind Delaney High. Inside the car lay Dad's revolver, shotgun, and bolt-action rifle. I knew the bell's schedule by heart. Homeroom had ended, first period just begun. With slow breaths I loaded shells into the shotgun, slipped the revolver under my hoodie, and slung the rifle across my back. I pictured every face, Jake, Tyler, Brandon, the twins who loved elbowing me in the cafeteria. I pictured the fear that would replace their smirks. The hallway was silent when I slipped in. The school resource officer sat at his desk scrolling his phone. He nodded when I walked past. The first classroom on the right was my own history class. Ironic, I thought, since nobody learns from history. I eased the shotgun barrel out of my pant leg and grasped the handle. My heart pounded, but my hands were steady. I kicked the door wide. 30 heads turned. Conversation stopped mid-sentence. Students froze. And at the front of the room, holding a textbook, stood Professor Hart. Our eyes locked. Confusion, shock, pleading. Her face showed all 3 in one breath. "Tinkerbell?" she said. My plan shattered. I had expected screams, not her voice. I lowered the shotgun a fraction. Behind me someone gasped. A desk scraped. Hart raised her hand. "Everyone stay calm. Jake, put the gun down." My name, not the nickname, hit me harder than any fist. I swallowed. "They deserve it," I muttered. Hart took a step. Maybe some of them hurt you. But if you pull that trigger you'll hurt people who never did, and you'll never get free of that. "They laughed," I said. "They punched me. Every day." Her eyes filled again, the same way they had in the hallway. "I know. I tried to reach you. I filed reports, held meetings, begged the administration. I failed you, Jake. But this won't fix it." Footsteps sounded behind me. The officer had entered. I swung the shotgun his direction. He froze, hands lifted. My classmates whimpered. Hart moved between me and the officer. "Look at me," she said. "I called you Tinkerbell because I knew you were more than what they said. Don't give them the power to turn you into the monster they invented." Tears blurred my sight. The barrel shook. Memories flashed. Dad laughing at touchdowns, Mom sighing, lockers slamming, Hart's soft voice explaining Mendel's P's. I thought I had no cheeks left to turn, but here was another choice. Slowly I let the shotgun dangle. Hart reached and grasped the barrel, guiding it down. My knees buckled. Sobs erupted from somewhere deep. The officer snatched the guns after I dropped them. Sirens wailed outside. Students cried, but they were alive. I was led away in cuffs, past Hart. She whispered, "Your life isn't over, Jake. Let this be the start." Months later I sat in juvenile detention, studying for my GED. Letters arrived weekly, one from Mom, one from Hart. She sent math problems, biology articles, French phrases. She always signed, "Still believing in Tinkerbell." I still hated the nickname, but I began signing my replies with it. Because when she said it, I could almost believe I deserved to exist. I found her letter on a Tuesday morning, the kind of cold gray morning that makes an empty mailbox feel like a verdict. That day I was ready to give up. I had started toward the cottage, meaning to light a fire and burn every half-finished manuscript still stacked on my desk. Then I saw an envelope that was not a bill, not a threat from the bank, but a neat white rectangle addressed to me in tidy blue ink. The return name read, Natalie, and a foreign stamp told me it had crossed the Atlantic to find me. I opened it right there in the lane, standing between the mailbox and the house I was about to lose. Her note was 3 pages, handwritten in looping script. She thanked me for my novel, said she had found a copy in a second-hand shop in Ohio, sat down that afternoon, and read the entire thing at once. She wrote that it moved her, that she believed every sentence, that she was still thinking about the characters a week later. "You reminded me why I used to write stories of my own," she said. "You've given me the courage to try again." She ended with an address in a small American town and an invitation. If I was ever in the States, I should write back, and she would love to meet the book's creator over coffee, to hear how it had come to life. I stared at those lines until my fingers went numb. Not one reviewer had written such words about my work. No editor had spoken with that kind of warmth. Yet a stranger had crossed an ocean just to encourage me. I felt a click inside, the sudden click a gun makes when a fresh round slides into place. Natalie believed in me. One person on earth understood, and that was enough to pull me out of the dark pit that had been widening beneath my feet. I walked up the stone path to the cottage and pushed open the door. The front room was cold despite the stove left burning overnight, and the walls smelled of damp books and unpaid bills. A final letter from the bank lay on the table, red ink shouting that the mortgage was in default. I set Natalie's pages on top of that threat, as if her words could press the red ink flat. Then I hauled my largest suitcase from the wardrobe. I packed clothes first, almost all of them bought second-hand, 3 sweaters, 2 pairs of trousers, a threadbare sport coat I still hoped to wear to a book launch someday. Into the gaps I slid the things that mattered more. 5 first-edition copies of my novel, each one autographed years ago in anticipation of fans I never found. A fountain pen that had belonged to my grandfather. A thin folder that held my passport, 2 credit cards, only one still active, and a sheaf of rejection slips. Until that moment I had convinced myself I wanted isolation. I had retreated to this forgotten corner of England because anonymity felt like safety. But isolation had rotted my imagination. Natalie's letter proved the one notion I needed to remember. Words survive only if someone reads them. If I stayed here any longer, my head would fill only with silence and the scratching of rats in the loft. I booked a one-way ticket to New York on the credit card with the last few £100 of credit left. The airline site asked whether I wanted seat insurance, extra baggage, special meals. I ignored every box. Food and comfort could wait. What mattered was crossing the ocean to thank the woman who had saved my voice. While the confirmation email loaded, I walked to the back of the cottage. Through the kitchen window I saw the edge of the woods where 2 shallow mounds lay hidden beneath leaf fall and ivy. Most nights I dreamed about the men buried there. The first was the famous author I had admired since childhood. He refused to read my manuscript after a signing in London, smiling politely, brushing me off as if I were another dull fan. His words, "I'm sorry, perhaps another time," had felt like a blade under the ribs. My revenge became literal. I followed him out a side door, stunned him with a tire iron, drove him to these woods, and left him beneath an oak. I kept telling myself he would understand, that a man who wrote about darkness and obsession would approve of someone living the theme. The second man was Brad, the critic whose review labeled my book ambitious but hollow. 2 weeks after the review, the book slid from the front window of Waterstones to the bargain bin. I invited Brad to the cottage with a fabricated story about an exclusive interview. When he arrived, I served wine, quoted Hamlet, and slid a knife between his ribs. Literary justice, I told myself after burying him beside the oak. Justice nobody else would ever see. I had not killed since Brad. But their ghost voices clattered in my head whenever I opened my laptop. You are hollow, you are unworthy, you will never be read again. Natalie's letter pushed those voices aside. She was proof that someone could still be moved by my pages. I whispered thank you to her name, closed the suitcase, and carried it to my aging hatchback. The drive to Heathrow blurred into gray hedges and flashes of traffic lights. At the long-term parking lot I left the car unlocked with the keys in the glove box. Let the bank take it, let thieves do what they wished. By the time anyone found it, I would be an ocean away. Inside the terminal I bought a thick-rimmed coffee that burned my tongue and reread Natalie's letter for the 5th time. Each sentence seemed to glow brighter. She wanted to meet me. She wanted to learn how a story was born. I imagined sitting across from her in a small cafe, sliding one of the first edition copies across the table, watching her eyes widen. The flight attendant scanned my boarding pass and asked if I had any dangerous items to declare. I thought of the revolver hidden on my ankle, old habit, a final tether to the belief that every critic was an enemy. But I shook my head and smiled until she waved me through. During the 8-hour flight I outlined a new novel. The story formed as if Natalie's letter were wind filling the sails. A writer loses faith, plans suicide, receives a letter from a devoted reader, and travels the world to find her. A love story, I decided, dark, but tender at the core. I wrote notes on a napkin, imagining lines of dialogue in which the writer confesses his sins. The reader forgives him because she sees the genius behind the madness. I titled the outline The One Who Believed. JFK smelled of coffee, jet fuel, and anxiety. I followed signs to domestic connections, bought another ticket with the credit card, this time to a mid-size airport in Natalie's state. The second flight was short. I spent it studying her address on my phone, zooming in on satellite view. Her street was lined with maple trees, each yard guarded by a mailbox shaped like a smiling cartoon. A quiet place, the kind of neighborhood where neighbors waved and children chalked driveways with hopscotch grids. A place where nobody would foresee violence. On the ground I rented a car without hesitation. The clerk asked if I wanted insurance. I declined. I was done worrying about tomorrow's bills. Night had fallen by the time I reached Natalie's town. I drove once around the block, headlights off, memorizing the shape of her house. A porch light glowed. Curtains were open. Through them I glimpsed shelves of books, a small desk beneath a window, the kind of tidy living room a writer might keep. I parked down the street. The cold air cut through my jacket as I stepped into the quiet. Every house was dark except Natalie's. I placed the first edition copy of my book in a canvas bag, added a single red rose purchased at a gas station, and walked to her porch. I raised my hand to knock, then lowered it. Instead I slipped the book and flower into the mailbox, tucked under the flag so she would see it at dawn. I wanted the gift to appear like magic. Back in the car I felt a happiness I had not tasted in years. Tomorrow I would knock. We would share coffee, tell our stories, maybe even start a collaboration. The thought dulled the edge of the revolver strapped to my ankle. With Natalie, I would need no weapons. Sleep found me in a motel on the edge of town. I dreamed of oak leaves falling like pages, burying old sins beneath fresh soil. In the morning I showered, shaved for the first time in weeks, and put on the sport coat. At 7 I parked in Natalie's driveway. Steam curled from her chimney. I rehearsed my greeting. Hello, Natalie, I'm the author of the book you loved. Thank you for saving me. Steps creaked under my shoes. I knocked. A moment later the door opened a crack and a young woman looked out, brown hair in a loose braid, eyes the color of wet leaves. She wore a robe and held a mug that said, "Right on." When I said her name, she blinked in surprise. "I'm sorry," she said. "Do we know each other?" "I'm the writer of Winter's Ashes. You wrote me a letter." I offered a smile meant to show gratitude, not hunger. "I hope the book in your mailbox reached you safely." Her hand rose to her mouth. "You're really here." She invited me inside. The house smelled of cinnamon toast. Books filled every wall, second-hand paperbacks, hardcovers with cracked spines. She set my novel on a side table beside the rose, petals shiny. "I thought a fan might have left it," she said. "I never dreamed you'd bring it yourself." We sat on a sofa. She poured coffee into a second mug and offered it. I sipped, watching steam swirl. She asked about my flight, my cottage, my next project. Words came easily. Natalie listened as if no one had spoken to her so openly before. I told her about the outlines on napkins, the struggle to capture another story. I kept certain truths hidden, the graves, the blood, but hinted that critics had wounded me deeply. She touched my arm and murmured, "I'm sorry," with such sincerity that my chest ached. Time blurred into mid-morning. She showed me her latest short story, printed and annotated in pen. The prose was rough, but the heart was pure. As I made gentle suggestions, she leaned closer, eager. I felt a pulse of warmth, a possibility of partnership, perhaps something deeper. At noon she insisted on making lunch, tomato soup, grilled cheese cut diagonally. I offered to help. She waved me to the table and hummed while buttering bread. Watching her, I realized how different Natalie was from the men buried under the oak. She shared a writer's hunger, but hers was for beauty, not for tearing down. The urge to possess her completely flickered, an old urge, quick and sharp, but I pressed it down. Killing Natalie would not honor her letter. She deserved more than a hole in the woods. She deserved pages. After lunch I asked if she would read to me. She blushed, said it was unfinished, but finally agreed. Her voice wavered on the first paragraph, strengthened on the second. Sitting opposite her I felt the revolver dig into my ankle and thought of what it had done. I imagined unloading it, leaving it here, proof that I was changing. The idea frightened me. Without the gun I was vulnerable again, prey for the next critic. But Natalie's words wrapped the room in softness. Maybe I could live without fear. Dusk softened the windows before I rose to leave. She walked me to the door, holding the signed first edition against her chest. On the porch I thanked her. She thanked me. We stood in the fading light, both unsure how to end the moment. "You saved me," I said. "Your letter came the day I meant to stop writing forever." Natalie smiled, tears bright at the corner of her eyes. "Then I'm glad I wrote." Back at the motel, I opened my laptop. The cursor blinked on a blank document titled "The One Who Believed." Words poured out. I wrote until dawn, until birds outside chirped like typewriter keys. When exhaustion forced me to stop, I showered, changed clothes, and returned to Natalie's house at 8. She opened the door wearing jeans and a sweater, surprised but smiling. I told her I had written through the night, inspired by her. I asked whether she would read the opening pages. She invited me in, brewed coffee, and curled on the sofa with the manuscript. I paced the living room, pulse hammering. When she finished she looked up with shining eyes. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "But dark. I can soften it," I said. "If you'll help me." I asked if she would become my first reader, my partner in revision. "Every writer needs someone who understands." She hesitated, then nodded. Over the next week we fell into a routine. Morning coffee, shared pages, gentle arguments about phrasing. I booked a longer stay at the motel. She insisted on paying for groceries. I insisted on cooking dinner. On Friday she confessed she had not shown her own stories to anyone until me. I told her she had a clean, honest voice. Her cheeks flushed. The following Tuesday she invited me to stay in her guest room. I moved the suitcase into the small upstairs space and lined my first editions on the dresser. Natalie laughed at my habit of sleeping with a notebook and pen under the pillow in case a line arrived at 3 a.m. Days became chapters. The novel took shape, a writer haunted by his past, saved by a reader who believes in him. The ending remained cloudy. In every draft the writer confessed his crimes and waited for the reader's judgment. Natalie said forgiveness made sense. I said truth required punishment. We circled the issue like wolves around a bone. One night I walked to the bedroom carrying the revolver. I stared at it under the lamp glow, then removed the bullets, dropped them one by one into the waste bin. I slipped the empty weapon into the back of a dresser drawer. That gesture felt like ripping out a tooth, painful, but necessary. 2 weeks later, Natalie found it while folding laundry. She appeared in my doorway, gun in hand, eyes wide. "Why is this here?" The answer rose on my tongue: habit, fear, protection. But the real story pressed harder, the story of London, of Brad, of graves beneath an oak. I told her pieces: the critic who ruined the book, the rage, the forest. My voice shook, but I spoke until the room felt airless. Natalie's face blanched. She set the gun on the carpet and backed away. "I never meant to hurt you," I said. "You saved me." She stared. "You said you wanted to be better." "I do." I knelt, palms up, as if offering my wrists for chains. "Help me finish the book. Let the ending be redemption." Natalie picked up the gun again, hands trembling. "You have to leave." Tears slid down her cheeks. "Please. I don't know what to do." I went. I packed the manuscripts, left the first editions, walked into the night without the revolver. On the motel bed I rewrote the ending. The writer confesses, the reader turns away, the writer flees into darkness carrying blank pages. No forgiveness, no punishment, only exile. At dawn I mailed the manuscript to my London agent. I wrote Natalie a final letter. "I will not ask your pardon. Your belief gave me words. My truth cost me your trust. Thank you for both gifts." I drove until the car's fuel light blinked red, then abandoned it near a bus station. I boarded a coach heading west, notebook on my lap. I began a new novel about a man who buries his past under oak leaves and tries to plant something better. Whether it ends in blood or blossom, I can't yet say. But the first word on the first page is hers. Natalie. I pulled up to the crossroads a little before noon. The sky was gray and low, pressed down with the weight of another storm that never seemed to break. I tapped the steering wheel and blew out the kind of breath people used to let go of before a job interview or a dentist appointment. These days my decisions felt bigger even when the scenery stayed small. If I turned right, I would head back to the compound along the familiar dirt route, the one we trusted. If I turned left, I would slide into the half-dead streets at the edge of downtown, where the buildings leaned like tired drunks and the traffic lights still blinked out of habit even though nobody obeyed them. Left meant risk, but it also meant medicine, and medicine was the one thing our land could never grow. I had spent the last month telling everyone we were fine, that we could ride it out, that the garden would keep feeding us and the creek would keep flowing and the rabbit snares would keep twitching. In most ways I believed myself. I liked the comfort of our fence, and the clean routine of our chores, and the silent agreement that we would never invite a stranger past the gate. But I also saw new numbers in the notebook where we tracked supplies, and those numbers did not lie. Our antibiotic shelf had only 3 half bottles left. Our gauze bin was down to rags. The last time my wife tripped on the porch step and skinned her knee, I sat awake most of the night listening for signs of infection. I never used to worry over little scrapes. That was before our world shrank to 4 acres and a creek and whatever I could load into the truck without dying for it. So there in the middle of the empty intersection I argued with myself. Go home, keep everyone safe, ration the pills a few more months. Or go left, venture into the skeleton streets, grab whatever was not already looted, and pray no one followed me back. Every time I made that choice I told myself it would be the last. Every time I came home alive I kissed my children harder because I knew I would eventually push my luck too far. I guess that is the nature of luck. You do not know the line until you cross it. I turned left. The engine hummed, trying to sound healthy, though it was older than I cared to admit. Gasoline had become another quiet problem, but I had siphoned enough reserves from abandoned farm equipment that I could still justify these trips once in a while. 5 blocks from the first brick storefronts, I swung onto a weed-choked side street, killed the motor, and let the truck roll to rest behind an overgrown shrub. Habit said hide the vehicle early, walk the rest. It was the only way to be sure nobody tagged my plates or tailed me out of curiosity. I shouldered my pack, checked the pistol at my hip even though I hoped not to use it, slipped on night vision goggles, and started down the alley's shadows. The smell of rot and wet concrete hit first, followed by the faint tin rattle of wind through broken windows. Downtown used to talk, cars and horns and bus brakes and music spilling from open bar doors. Now its throat was bruised. Only loose signs clacked against poles, and somewhere a piece of sheet metal flapped like a lazy bird. The pharmacy stood at the far corner of a strip that once housed a bakery and a nail salon. Glass littered the sidewalk in front of both. The pharmacy door hung on a single hinge. I ducked through sideways. Inside, the air felt cooler, still holding the ghost of old air conditioning ducts that no longer breathed. I switched on the goggles because the front windows had been plywood boarded. Green light washed the shelves. Painkillers always went first. Bandages followed. Cough syrup was a third favorite because you could thin it into alcohol if you had the tools. I kneeled at the antibiotics shelf. Someone had knocked most of the bottles over, but careless looters sometimes missed what they did not recognize. I found 2 dusty packs of amoxicillin and 1 of cephalexin. I also pocketed a roll of medical tape and 3 cracked boxes of gauze. It was not a haul that screamed jackpot, but it was enough to keep a fever from claiming one of my kids this winter. I zipped the pack, pressed myself into a corner, waited to be sure I had not triggered any footsteps. Downtown was never totally empty. People scraped through daily, picking wires and copper tubing from walls, harvesting batteries or anything they could trade. I had no desire to meet those people. We all wore the same face now, thin, hungry, dangerous when startled. I counted to 60, slow seconds, lungs held half shut, then crept back to the door. Outside, the sky was darker than before. Maybe the storm would finally break. Maybe the rain would clean the streets and erase any sign of my footprints. I kept to the lanes behind dumpsters, checking my 6 every few seconds. 2 blocks north I spotted movement. A pair of drifters hunched at a trash can, turning over spoiled cans of beans. They did not look up. Good. Let them stay busy. I did not hurry until I smelled rain on the wind. That scent still made me nostalgic. Summer evenings when sprinklers clicked on across suburban lawns, when puddles cooled driveways after the heat. Now the same smell meant fewer tracks for someone to follow. I welcomed it. I made the last turn, reached the side street, and froze. A teenage boy stood beside my truck. He was skinny as a rail, hair to his collar, jacket hanging open. His hands were in his pockets, shoulders slumped like he had nowhere to be. He had probably watched me park because I had not noticed him before. My chest thumped. If he saw me with goggles and a full pack, he might figure I had good loot. If I walked up and surprised him, he might run. Worse, he might have friends nearby circling for an ambush. I backed 1 step into the alley mouth, calculated. The boy kicked at a stone. He didn't glance around as if expecting backup. He seemed, if anything, bored and lonely. I kept the pistol low in my hand and stepped out. "Truck's empty," I said calm. "No keys inside." He whipped toward me. His eyes were wide but not angry. I wasn't going to steal it." I stayed 20 feet away. "Then what are you doing?" He looked behind me, nervous. "Was hoping to trade." He lifted a filthy cloth. Inside rested 5 small glass vials labeled insulin. My stomach dipped. People on insulin did not last long these days. The fact he carried it meant someone close to him was desperate. "What do you need?" I asked. "Food," he said. "Canned anything. Bread." His voice cracked on the last word. It sounded like he used to be well-fed, well-taught. The city had not yet hardened him into a scavenger. I opened my pack just enough to show him the gauze and pills. "Medical only." "Sorry." He bit his lip. "So you're a doctor?" "No." I pictured my daughter's face the last time she had strep. The boy's eyes reminded me of hers. I exhaled. "1 can of beans," I said. "For 2 vials." I reached into the side pouch and pulled out a dented can. I bribed my children to eat those beans by telling them they were magic. He shook his head sadly. Need all 5. This was the moment I always feared. If I refused, he could scream, draw attention, get me trapped. If I agreed, I might doom my own family's winter supplies. Before I could choose, thunder rolled. Fat drops spattered the pavement. The boy flinched at the sound but stayed. Look, I said, I can't carry that much food. But there's maybe a pound of dried venison in my cab. You can have it if you walk north and don't follow me. His posture softened. Venison? Real meat? It'll last you a week if you ration. He held out the vials. They rattled in his palm. Thank you. I traded the meat and one small water bottle for all 5 vials. I felt like a thief to my own kids, but sometimes you barter a little mercy. When the boy vanished around the corner, I unlocked my truck, peeled away. Rain hammered the roof. I drove a mile before circling twice and parking again. Now paranoia spoke. Had he planted a tracker? Had I just given up our location? I ran through countermeasures, shook my head. No teenage loner carried drones. Back on the road near the compound, I left the truck under its blanket of brush and crawled along the creek. Every branch snap sent adrenaline through my ribs. At the back gate, I gave the bird call signal. My wife unlatched quietly. When I stepped inside the circle of her arms, relief melted my spine. I told them about the storm, the boy, the insulin. My son asked what insulin was. My wife explained, voice steady, proud. We prayed near the fire. We ate venison, only half a pound left now, and boiled creek water for tea. The kids went to the sleeping loft, whispering about thunder. When the sky was black, my wife and I sat by embers. She ran her fingers over the pill bottles. Good haul. I nodded. But we'll need more before winter. She watched sparks twist upward into the night. We always need more, she said. I slept badly. Dreams of the teenage boy walking miles through rain, protecting his vials, hoping the meat stayed dry. I wanted to believe kindness would keep him alive. I hoped no one would follow his footprints to our gate. Morning broke dull and humid. The storm had already rolled east. Steam rose off the garden rows. I walked the perimeter, checking snares, whispering thanks when I found a rabbit. I skinned it at the creek, washed my hands until they stung cold. Weeks passed quiet. We planted another round of late-season greens. My wife taught the children fractions by measuring seed rows. I patched fence boards. The boy and his insulin drifted from my thoughts, until my daughter spiked a fever so sudden she fainted on the floor. I pressed cool cloths to her head while my wife crushed a half-tablet of the amoxicillin into syrup. The bottle that mattered most had a dented metal cap, same as the day I'd found it. It took 2 days before the fever eased. 1 day later my wife caught the same infection. I counted pills. We would need more, not emergency now, but soon. I felt the next trip pulling at me like the undertow of the old world. But then a noise changed everything. It happened at dusk, the chickens settling. My wife and I stacked firewood under the overhang. A distant hum reached us, faint but wrong. I raised a hand. We froze. The hum grew louder, mechanical, whining like an angry mosquito. A single pinpoint rose above the tree-line, zigzagging, blinking a red eye. Drone. Panic slashed me open. We had always feared this. Someone had sent a scout. Someone maybe followed it with binoculars, GPS coordinates, guns. I cursed myself for letting worry slip. We should have strung nets or built screens. While I stared, my wife acted. She slapped the switch on our camouflaged canopy. The netting we had rigged between tree trunks rolled down, covering most of the clearing. Not perfect, but enough to blur our outlines. The drone hovered overhead 10 long seconds. We huddled beneath the eaves, eyes to the sky. Then it buzzed south and vanished. We waited a full hour before speaking. Could be random, she murmured. Could be the boy, I answered, regret tight in my throat. He might have traded location for safety. We had no proof, only fear. That fear changed our routine. We cut the garden rows with deeper ditches to conceal them from above. We fed chickens under tarps. I forbade outside fires at night. The children grew quiet. Their joy dimmed around the edges. 2 weeks later, tracks appeared near the creek. Bootprints wider than mine, spaced heavy. They stopped short of our gate, then doubled back. Whoever it was had been scouting. I lifted each footfall in my mind, pictured the owner, maybe 200 pounds strong, deliberate. Not the boy. Someone else had found us. That evening I laid out options. We could pack what we carried and move deeper into woods, start over. But the house, the well, the fencing, years of work would die. Or we could fortify and prepare for a siege. My wife, jaw set, said we fight for our home. I kissed her calloused hands. Night fell. We stacked sandbags at windows, loaded the rifle. I taught my son to reload. My daughter carried messages between watch posts, 2 hay bales where we knelt to peer through slits. We waited. On the third night they came. I saw flashlights first, thin beams slicing low. 4 men slipped along the creek, rifles slung. They paused at the rear gate exactly where I used to crawl in. A smaller figure followed, the boy. Anger twisted my gut, then drained away, leaving only an ache of betrayal. He had survived on our venison and sold our coordinates for that gift. Maybe he believed these men would spare us. Maybe he did not care. The tallest man gave a signal. 3 spread out, 1 cut the lock. The gate yawned. They entered single file. I whispered to my wife. We had agreed on warnings first. She fired a single round above their heads. The crack shattered night's silence. The men froze. I shouted, "Leave now and live." The leader laughed. "Got supplies in there. We'll share polite." His accent dripped city swagger. I aimed center mass at his shadow. "Last chance." He lifted his rifle. I squeezed before he finished dragging the barrel up. He dropped, a sack of bone. The boy screamed. The others fired blind toward the flash. Bullets tore bark beside my cheek. Adrenaline emptied my mind. I rolled behind the hay bale, chambered another round. My wife fired from the opposite corner, forcing them to split attention. A grenade arced over the fence, clattered in dirt. My son, 10 years old, scooped it with gloved hands and hurled back. It burst in midair behind the intruders, showering sparks. 1 man fled outright. Another collapsed, wailing with shrapnel in thigh. The third crouched behind the chicken coop, railing shots. Wood splintered. Feathers exploded. I pulled trigger until the slide locked empty. Silence fell but for the injured man's moans. Then a small sobbing voice. "Please stop. Please." The boy. I stepped out, rifle raised but finger off trigger. In the wavering flashlight beam I saw him kneeling over the leader's body. Blood soaked his sleeves. He lifted wet hands to me. "I didn't know they'd kill you," he said. "They said nobody lived here. They promised trade." I kept distance. My wife covered me from porch steps. The boy trembled in rain-wet clothes. I wondered where my mercy had gone. The wounded man cursed, tried crawling. I signaled my wife. She secured him with rope, searched him for knives. The runaway was long gone. "I can help him," the boy cried. "Give insulin, fix his sugar. He's sick." I almost laughed. Insulin again, like fate circling the same track. "You think I'll let you inside?" He shook his head. "I just want to stay. Please. I'm tired of running." Tears streaked muck on his cheeks. Trust was a dead currency. Still, something in his voice. I inhaled. "You bring any supplies?" He pointed to a duffel near the fence. My son fetched it, dumped contents, ammunition, bolt cutters, 2 cans of peaches, and 1 large med kit, sealed. I crouched by the bleeding man. Pulse weak. Could patch him, save him, tie him to a tree, decide later. Or could end him quick. My daughter's small gasp behind me reminded me she was watching. I dressed the wound tight, injected antibiotic. The man passed out. We dragged him to an outbuilding, locked the door. Then I faced the boy. "You stay in the coop tonight. At dawn we decide your fate." He nodded, grateful even for straw. That night I lay beside my fever-sleeping wife and listened to wine tug at tarps. I wondered if kindness was still strength, or if it would kill us. I pictured the unlocked back gate, the world of need beyond. Finally I drifted off, rifle across my chest. Morning light crept through slats. I walked to the coop. The boy sat cross-legged, hands in lap. "Name's Caleb," he said. "Why follow us?" He stared at chickens scratching debris. "Because you helped me. I thought you had enough. I was hungry. Hungry enough to hand us to killers." He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." Sorry was thin cloth against cold reality. Still, I saw bones under his shirt. A child, nearly. My kids watched from porch, reading my every move. What lesson would they learn? Mercy or defense? I decided both. I gave him a shovel. "You dig a grave for the man you brought. Then you chop wood. Then we talk." He dug through noon. Sweat streaked dirt on his back. My son carried water but said nothing. When the hole was finished, we lowered the body. Caleb whispered something, a prayer maybe. He picked up the axe and split logs until his arms shook. I stood over him. "You want refuge, you earn it. One slip, and you're gone." He nodded, eyes bright. Weeks became months. Winter set its teeth. Caleb proved useful in garden trenches, weapon drills, creek fishing. My daughter laughed again. My wife's infection resolved. One snowy evening we gathered by fire, steam rising from rabbit stew. Caleb shared stories of his city street before collapse, basketball on rooftops, cafeteria pizza, his sister's violin. He fell quiet, swallowed. "I don't know if she's alive." I offered him a piece of cornbread. "Maybe someday we'll search," I said. Maybe we would. Maybe we'd hide forever. Life had narrowed to these choices: guard what we loved, help when we dared, risk when duty called. Medicine still ran low. The world outside still circled like wolves. But in that glow of firelight, we were together. For a while, that was enough. I never liked to dress up excuses as if they were facts. Even so, excuses run around my mind like mice in a pantry, nibbling at every corner of my conscience. The worst, the oldest, the most convenient excuse is the one I just used again a few minutes ago. I don't have a choice. Everyone says it. Everyone swears it is the only possible truth. But in my gut I know that I did have options tonight. They simply hurt more than the one I picked. Let me tell it straight, from the street up. I parked 4 blocks away, on a stretch of crumbling asphalt lined with lifeless warehouses that smell of wet cardboard and rust. Even on calm evenings that part of town feels like a mouthful of broken teeth, all jagged concrete and shattered glass. Streetlights there burn out fast. Nobody rushes to replace them. In those long, violet shadows you can almost believe the devil walks openly, flicking his claws against the sidewalk like a man snapping a lighter, waiting to seal a bargain. I could have turned around the moment I stepped out of my old Pontiac, turned the key, driven home, tried to sleep, but I didn't. That was the first choice, and I ignored it. The second choice came when I spotted Rick standing outside the designated warehouse. He paced under the only working light on the block, hands buried in the depth of his coat, waiting for me the way a lonely dog waits for scraps. He wasn't alone. 2 cars with tinted windows idled at opposite ends of the alley, ready to whisk him away if my conversation turned wrong. I decided to keep to the plan instead of phoning the boss for backup. That was choice number 2. I tossed it aside because impatience itched stronger than prudence. The third choice hovered between us when I stepped out of the darkness and greeted him. There was sweat on his forehead even though the night air had bite. He forced a grin, showing teeth too sharp for his own good, then tried to sound casual about the mess he had made. He said he was sorry, that the police cornered him, that they threatened him with life behind bars. He said he had no choice. The phrase cut between us like wire. At that moment I could have tried mercy. We could have walked away together to some bar with a neon sign still clinging to life, ordered 2 cheap whiskeys, and weighed our options like civilized criminals. I pushed that possibility aside. Third choice wasted. Instead, I raised my handgun and ordered him to kneel. That was never the boss's instruction. The boss had said, "Bring him in if you can, put him down clean if you must." I twisted that into, "Make him suffer." Rick, in his panic, blurted every cliché known to guilty men. "Think of my kid, please, we can fix this, I'll disappear, we can talk to the old man together." He was right. Once, months earlier, I could have coached him through the tricky lines that keep you out of jail and in good favor. I could have helped him keep his nose clean. But it had always been easier to let him stumble. Easier still to resent the spark in him that reminded me I was turning gray. When the butt of my pistol crushed his lip and scattered bits of enamel across the gutter, it felt like pressing a button. Aggression started, remorse muted. He sprawled like a knocked-down scarecrow, crawling among the cigarette butts and bottle caps, gasping around the copper taste in his mouth. I waited for him to find his feet again. Waited for the lens of the streetlight to reflect his tears so I could be sure he understood. One last time, he begged for his daughter's future, spitting his wife's name, then the child's, as if that might unlock my better nature. "You screwed up, Rick," I said. "You sang to the wrong ears. There's no fixing that." A moment stretched taut as rope between us. My trigger finger pulled to the inflection point. I wanted something, anger, pity, an outside force, to stop me, but nothing happened. The alley stayed silent except for the tinny heartbeat of distant club music. In that hush, the fourth and final choice fell on me. A choice I did want to make. The pistol rocked in my hand, bucking like a live thing. The muzzle flash etched a brief white flower on the brick wall behind him. Lead pierced Rick's skull, threw him backward, split his thoughts mid-plea. He landed hard. His eyes remained open, but whatever spark had lived in them was gone, replaced by a dumb vacancy that looked less like death and more like a screen turned off. 2 extra rounds joined the first, a gesture of professional courtesy to make sure no paramedic would labor in vain. Even as I took aim for the final insurance shot, I wondered whether those bullets sealed Rick's fate or my own. But the question passed, shoved aside by routine. A gust rattled plastic wrap caught on a chain-link fence. Sirens mewed far away. I cracked my neck, turned my face to the hazy sky where a few low clouds glowed purple from the city's dirty light. That should have been the end of the night. 1 corpse, 1 spent magazine, a call to the cleanup crew. But moral nausea rose uninvited, swirling behind my sternum. A realization crept in. I had wanted to shoot him. Not needed to, like a soldier in a firefight, but wanted. The spark in Rick's eyes had goaded me, an ember of ambition I no longer possessed. Killing him felt like stamping it out. The relief shocked me. I dialed the boss with a thumb gone numb from gripping the gun too tight. We spoke our little script, our voices oddly flat, as though we were reading lines unchanged for decades. He said, "What a waste." I said, "Shame." Then I hung up. Alone again, I leaned against the wall, breathing gray smoke from a cigarette that tasted of ashes and recycled despair. The dead man's blood crept under the heel of my boot. For an ugly moment I fought the urge to stamp it deeper, grind him into the pavement until only a stain remained. Instead, I inhaled, closed my eyes, and pictured that 2-year-old daughter he would never see again. Pictured my own face reflected in her wide eyes when she learns the name of her father's murderer. Many years from now, maybe she'll come after me. Maybe that's justice. Maybe it's the devil promising a future rendezvous. Time will tell. Headlights glimmered at the alley mouth. 2 of our boys came in a battered van with stolen plates. They'd lift Rick's body, hose down the scene with acid wash, carry him tied and tarped to a vacant lot near the river where weeds grow thick as wrists. Tomorrow morning, someone would find an empty alley with a faint iron scent in the air, but no trace strong enough to draw questions. While the crew worked, I paced beyond the line of light, nursing the cigarette. Broken glass underfoot crackled like ice. I flicked the butt away, climbed into my Pontiac, and merged onto the freeway toward our side of town. Yet once I hit 60 miles an hour, the steering wheel seemed glued in my hands. I couldn't keep the lane, the lines wobbled like worms. The gravity of what I'd done clawed at my throat. I wanted to shout into the night, "Sorry!" but it would ring hollow. I wasn't sorry, just sick of hearing myself pretend. The remainder of that drive unfolded in fragments: exit signs, headlights, the echo of a shot reverberating against high-rise glass. By the time I turned onto my street, dawn threatened the horizon, painting windows pale yellow. I killed the engine and sat there, wondering how much longer a man can go on collecting regrets before he simply sinks into them like wet cement. You could argue every step was inevitable. That survival demands sacrifice. That I'm merely a cog in a brutal machine. Yet I know the unsparing truth. I could have chosen differently at any fork. I could have disobeyed orders, protected Rick, or at least spared him bullets to the face. I could have left the life years ago, when Mom was still alive and believed her boy had a decent heart. I can dress the corpse of my conscience in pretty phrases, just business, no choice. But those are only costumes stitched by the coward inside me. Tomorrow night the boss will hand me a fresh job. Another alley, another target, another hush in the distance. And unless something inside me changes, I'll nod, load my gun, and drive into the dark again. Because the devil doesn't need to write my warrant. He knows I'll reach for the pen myself. That's the part no one says. The devil doesn't force our hands. He only shows us the ink. I never liked to dress up excuses as if they were facts. Even so, excuses run around my mind like mice in a pantry, nibbling at every corner of my conscience. The worst, the oldest, the most convenient excuse is the one I just used again a few minutes ago. I don't have a choice. Everyone says it. Everyone swears it is the only possible truth. But in my gut I know that I did have options tonight. They simply hurt more than the one I picked. Let me tell it straight, from the street up. I parked 4 blocks away, on a stretch of crumbling asphalt lined with lifeless warehouses that smell of wet cardboard and rust. Even on calm evenings that part of town feels like a mouthful of broken teeth, all jagged concrete and shattered glass. Streetlights there burn out fast. Nobody rushes to replace them. In those long, violet shadows you can almost believe the devil walks openly, flicking his claws against the sidewalk like a man snapping a lighter, waiting to seal a bargain. I could have turned around the moment I stepped out of my old Pontiac, turned the key, driven home, tried to sleep, but I didn't. That was the first choice, and I ignored it. The second choice came when I spotted Rick standing outside the designated warehouse. He paced under the only working light on the block, hands buried in the depth of his coat, waiting for me the way a lonely dog waits for scraps. He wasn't alone. 2 cars with tinted windows idled at opposite ends of the alley, ready to whisk him away if my conversation turned wrong. I decided to keep to the plan instead of phoning the boss for backup. That was choice number 2. I tossed it aside because impatience itched stronger than prudence. The third choice hovered between us when I stepped out of the darkness and greeted him. There was sweat on his forehead even though the night air had bite. He forced a grin, showing teeth too sharp for his own good, then tried to sound casual about the mess he had made. He said he was sorry, that the police cornered him, that they threatened him with life behind bars. He said he had no choice. The phrase cut between us like wire. At that moment I could have tried mercy. We could have walked away together to some bar with a neon sign still clinging to life, ordered 2 cheap whiskeys, and weighed our options like civilized criminals. I pushed that possibility aside. Third choice wasted. Instead, I raised my handgun and ordered him to kneel. That was never the boss's instruction. The boss had said, "Bring him in if you can, put him down clean if you must." I twisted that into, "Make him suffer." Rick, in his panic, blurted every cliché known to guilty men. "Think of my kid, please, we can fix this, I'll disappear, we can talk to the old man together." He was right, once, months earlier, I could have coached him through the tricky lines that keep you out of jail and in good favor. I could have helped him keep his nose clean. But it had always been easier to let him stumble. Easier still to resent the spark in him that reminded me I was turning gray. When the butt of my pistol crushed his lip and scattered bits of enamel across the gutter, it felt like pressing a button. Aggression started, remorse muted. He sprawled like a knocked-down scarecrow, crawling among the cigarette butts and bottle caps, gasping around the copper taste in his mouth. I waited for him to find his feet again. Waited for the lens of the streetlight to reflect his tears so I could be sure he understood. One last time, he begged for his daughter's future, spitting his wife's name, then the child's, as if that might unlock my better nature. "You screwed up, Rick," I said. "You sang to the wrong ears. There's no fixing that." A moment stretched taut as rope between us. My trigger finger pulled to the inflection point. I wanted something, anger, pity, an outside force, to stop me, but nothing happened. The alley stayed silent except for the tinny heartbeat of distant club music. In that hush, the fourth and final choice fell on me. A choice I did want to make. The pistol rocked in my hand, bucking like a live thing. The muzzle flash etched a brief white flower on the brick wall behind him. Lead pierced Rick's skull, threw him backward, split his thoughts mid-plea. He landed hard. His eyes remained open, but whatever spark had lived in them was gone, replaced by a dumb vacancy that looked less like death and more like a screen turned off. 2 extra rounds joined the first, a gesture of professional courtesy to make sure no paramedic would labor in vain. Even as I took aim for the final insurance shot, I wondered whether those bullets sealed Rick's fate or my own. But the question passed, shoved aside by routine. A gust rattled plastic wrap caught on a chain-link fence. Sirens mewed far away. I cracked my neck, turned my face to the hazy sky where a few low clouds glowed purple from the city's dirty light. That should have been the end of the night. 1 corpse, 1 spent magazine, a call to the cleanup crew. But moral nausea rose uninvited, swirling behind my sternum. A realization crept in. I had wanted to shoot him. Not needed to, like a soldier in a firefight, but wanted. The spark in Rick's eyes had goaded me, an ember of ambition I no longer possessed. Killing him felt like stamping it out. The relief shocked me. I dialed the boss with a thumb gone numb from gripping the gun too tight. We spoke our little script, our voices oddly flat, as though we were reading lines unchanged for decades. He said, "What a waste." I said, "Shame." Then I hung up. Alone again, I leaned against the wall, breathing gray smoke from a cigarette that tasted of ashes and recycled despair. The dead man's blood crept under the heel of my boot. For an ugly moment I fought the urge to stamp it deeper, grind him into the pavement until only a stain remained. Instead, I inhaled, closed my eyes, and pictured that 2-year-old daughter he would never see again. Pictured my own face reflected in her wide eyes when she learns the name of her father's murderer. Many years from now, maybe she'll come after me. Maybe that's justice. Maybe it's the devil promising a future rendezvous. Time will tell. Headlights glimmered at the alley mouth. 2 of our boys came in a battered van with stolen plates. They'd lift Rick's body, hose down the scene with acid wash, carry him tied and tarped to a vacant lot near the river where weeds grow thick as wrists. Tomorrow morning, someone would find an empty alley with a faint iron scent in the air, but no trace strong enough to draw questions. While the crew worked, I paced beyond the line of light, nursing the cigarette. Broken glass underfoot crackled like ice. I flicked the butt away, climbed into my Pontiac, and merged onto the freeway toward our side of town. Yet once I hit 60 miles an hour, the steering wheel seemed glued in my hands. I couldn't keep the lane, the lines wobbled like worms. The gravity of what I'd done clawed at my throat. I wanted to shout into the night, "Sorry!" but it would ring hollow. I wasn't sorry, just sick of hearing myself pretend. The remainder of that drive unfolded in fragments: exit signs, headlights, the echo of a shot reverberating against high-rise glass. By the time I turned onto my street, dawn threatened the horizon, painting windows pale yellow. I killed the engine and sat there, wondering how much longer a man can go on collecting regrets before he simply sinks into them like wet cement. You could argue every step was inevitable. That survival demands sacrifice. That I'm merely a cog in a brutal machine. Yet I know the unsparing truth. I could have chosen differently at any fork. I could have disobeyed orders, protected Rick, or at least spared him bullets to the face. I could have left the life years ago, when Mom was still alive and believed her boy had a decent heart. I can dress the corpse of my conscience in pretty phrases, just business, no choice. But those are only costumes stitched by the coward inside me. Tomorrow night the boss will hand me a fresh job. Another alley, another target, another hush in the distance. And unless something inside me changes, I'll nod, load my gun, and drive into the dark again. Because the devil doesn't need to write my warrant. He knows I'll reach for the pen myself. That's the part no one says. The devil doesn't force our hands. He only shows us the ink. Most days I walk through the world wearing a smile that feels light as silk. People see a gentle face, a ready grin, eyes warm with welcome. Strangers feel comfortable enough to ask directions. Coworkers drift toward my desk just to chat. Men glance back over their shoulders as they pass, curious and a little dazzled. More than once I have been told I give off a scent, something pleasant, something that seems to whisper, "Stay near me." All of that is true, yet it is only a costume. Beneath that calm surface I keep a second self, colder and far less forgiving, hidden away until the moment it is needed. When the mask slips, I do not raise my voice or move my hands. I let silence and strategy do the damage while my fingerprints stay invisible. I have lived this way for years, and it began long before I could place the reasons into words. I was 6 the first time I understood school could be safer than home. August sunshine spilled through our apartment window in Southern California, tracing bright squares on the worn carpet. Palm leaves swayed in warm air that smelled of pavement and jasmine. I should have been giddy that morning. New backpack, new pencils, a whole year of recesses and friends waiting for me across the street. But what thrilled me even more was the small fact that class would last nearly 7 hours. 7 hours meant 7 hours of breathing without tiptoeing around adult shadows. My mother was only 19 when I arrived, still a teenager herself the day she labored alone in a county hospital. The man who provided half my DNA disappeared before the nurses even removed the wristband from Mom's arm. She refused to speak his name, always calling him a ghost not worth chasing. For a while she managed on her own. She found work in a bakery, then in an office, and somehow she kept us afloat until the summer before first grade, when downsizing forced her out. The next job paid smaller wages. Rent and groceries soon outgrew her paycheck, so she added a graveyard shift at a shipping warehouse. 5 nights a week she clocked in at 2 a.m., unloaded boxes until sunrise, caught a nap, then hustled to her day job by noon. On Mondays and Tuesdays, the only days she did not work both shifts, she became a different woman entirely. She slept half the morning, then rose restless, her body aching for peace. Whiskey offered the quiet she craved. Bottles with black labels lined the cabinet above our stove. Their smell clung to her lips each night when she kissed my forehead. I studied her moods the way other children memorized multiplication tables. I learned when to speak, when to hide, how to soothe her with small kindnesses, a folded blanket, a glass of water, a silly drawing taped to the fridge. But I also absorbed her sorrow like rain soaking into dirt. By the last week of summer I was brittle with worry. The first day of school felt like slipping into another life. I heard laughter burst across the playground, felt wind tease the flag overhead, rang the metal triangle that signaled snack time. At dismissal I skipped toward the crosswalk, eager to describe every detail to Mom before she dressed for work. The crossing guard lifted her red sign, and my sneakers thumped across hot asphalt. I reached the apartment courtyard, a tunnel of aloe leaves and bougainvillea, pulled my single gold key from my shoe pocket, and stepped inside. Darkness met me. The front room lay still, curtains half drawn, air conditioning humming too loudly. A peanut butter sandwich sat on the counter beside a square of yellow paper. Mommy had to leave early. Grandma will be there soon. Eat and tell me everything tonight. My throat tightened. The note was neat, cheerful, but the pen strokes shook slightly. I pictured her hands trembling as she wrote. I sat at the small round table, sandwich untouched, and counted seconds until a knock rattled the door. Grandma's gray curls peeked through as she called my name. She smiled, but worry clouded her eyes. She lived only 2 streets away, so the short drive felt longer than usual, while she avoided saying why Mom had missed me. Grandma let me watch cartoons until bath time, then tucked me into her guest bed. Her house smelled of lavender soap and lemon floor polish, scents that always hinted at safety, yet I lay awake listening for the sound of Mom's key in the lock. It never came. Dawn brought Grandma's touch on my shoulder, gentle but insistent. She packed my lunch, braided my hair, and walked me to class. I clutched her fingers, too afraid to ask where Mom had gone. During reading circle, words blurred on the page. At recess, I watched clouds instead of playing tag. When the final bell rang, I shuffled outside and froze. Mom stood across the street. Her hair was pulled back, lips painted carefully, arms open wide. I sprinted so fast my backpack slapped my legs at every step. She scooped me up and spun me once before setting me down. She tried to explain while we sat on the sofa eating microwaved macaroni. She said a surprise shift had called her early. Grandma's house was safer than waking me to stay alone. Her smile wobbled as she brushed crumbs from my chin. I nodded, wanting to believe her words were the whole truth. Weeks passed. Some evenings Mom's laugh returned, playful and bright. Others ended with her weeping at the kitchen table, fingers trembling around a half-empty glass. Then, 3 months later, the doorbell rang long after midnight. I peeked from my room and saw a tall figure on the threshold. His silhouette filled the doorway. Mom stood frozen, one hand clutching her robe. The stranger stepped inside, and everything tipped upside down. The man was my father. At least that is what he claimed. He wore a sharp suit, smelled of cologne and engine oil, carried stories of missed years and sudden remorse. Mom accepted his tale because hope is stubborn. She let him sleep on our couch. By morning he had brewed coffee and promised to pay back rent. A week later he moved in permanently. What followed was a slow bruising of our lives. He found excuses to stay unemployed yet criticized Mom's double shifts. When she sighed too loudly, he snapped. When money ran short, he drilled blame into her ears. One night I watched from the hallway as he grabbed a fistful of her hair, dragging her across threadbare carpet into the bedroom. The door slammed. I covered my ears and counted my heartbeat until silence finally settled. Years collapsed into one another, a reel of yelling and slammed cupboards and broken picture frames. I learned how to read anger before it burst. I saved spare coins to buy Mom flowers after particularly bad nights. She accepted them with tear-bright eyes and a smile that barely remembered how to stretch. The morning after my 10th birthday, I found Mom in the bathroom, staring at her reflection. Blue and purple shadows mottled her cheek. She dabbed concealer over the bruise, then turned to me. Her eyes whispered an apology she could not voice. I hugged her waist. She stroked my hair and whispered that pain teaches us to outgrow fear. By 12 I knew more hiding places for cash than most adults know for jewelry. I knew how to call Grandma in a whisper when things broke on the other side of the wall. I knew the exact rhythm of my father's snores when whiskey knocked him out, steady enough that I dared creep into the kitchen for water. Then, without warning, death removed him from the equation. An undiagnosed heart defect, said the coroner. Collapsed behind the wheel 2 blocks from a bar. Immediate, unstoppable. The news arrived on a bright Thursday. Police knocked. I opened the door. Mom sagged against me when she heard. For a whole minute she sobbed with relief so raw it terrified me. Then exhaustion folded her in half. Funeral arrangements progressed in dutiful silence. Mom ordered a plain casket, no flowers. She informed relatives with the tone of someone reporting a cancelled flight. We rehearsed our polite faces and agreed to meet at the chapel the next day. I stood before my vanity mirror that morning, arranging eyeliner with steady hands. My mask fit flawlessly now. Beneath it memories unspooled, nights of slammed doors, mornings of hushed apologies, a child's prayer that he might disappear. Day that prayer echoed as reality. I slipped into a flowing black dress, simple yet elegant, the kind that whispers dignity while dancing around anger. Mom waited beside her dented car in the funeral home lot. She wore wide-leg black slacks, a sheer blouse buttoned at the throat, and a calm expression that belonged to someone else. When she saw me, her lips lifted half an inch. "Hi," she said, smoothing invisible wrinkles on her sleeve. "You look beautiful. Are you ready?" I asked. She paused, searching my face. I knew the words perched behind her teeth. He was a monster but also a man. We must behave. Instead, she inhaled and shook her head softly. "Today isn't about him," she said. "Today is about closing a door." I nodded. My sunglasses shielded whatever truth flickered in my eyes. "You wasted your breath on him long enough," I said. "No use wasting words now." She exhaled something between a sigh and a laugh. We walked toward the chapel side by side. Our steps matched, quiet as secrets. Inside, mourners would whisper platitudes about peace and forgiveness. Outside, sunlight glittered on windshields as if applauding our arrival. I touched Mom's elbow, guiding her forward like a partner on a narrow bridge. She glanced at me, a question lingering in the curve of her brow. My reply was the faintest smile, sharpened at the edges. We would let the service proceed. We would bow our heads, accept condolences, and watch the casket descend. But we were not grieving. We were breathing freer than we ever had. Afterward, life might present new masks to wear: dutiful daughter, resilient widow. But today ours slipped just long enough for the devil to see he had lost. Our hands, always clean, would keep their gentle touch. Yet anyone who dared peel back the surface might glimpse a fierceness forged in childhood shadows, a promise that we would never surrender our peace again. That was our choice. And this time we were glad to make it. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Clara Delaney parked 2 houses down from number 18, Watergrove Road, and switched off the engine, listening for a long moment to the cooling tick of the sedan's exhaust. Daylight was failing fast. Late winter sun slanted through bare branches and painted slender bars of gold across the cracked pavement. She could hear birds settling in the huge oak that loomed behind the vacant house next door, but otherwise the neighborhood was unnaturally still. Not the new suburb kind of still, where children are inside with streaming cartoons and parents scroll through phones while dinner bubbles on the stove. This was a hush that felt watchful, an expectant pause in which even the wind seemed to hesitate. Clara killed the anxious music of her turn signal, gathered her messenger bag, and stepped onto the curb. The official paperwork she carried labeled this first visit a routine bereavement consultation. One widower, no extended family, referral from the county's in-home grief support initiative. But she already knew grief often distorted. Routine. Houses breathed sorrow in a dozen different ways, sometimes in cautious sighs that scuttled beneath closed doors, sometimes in outright wails that rattled cupboard handles. 10 years on the job had taught Clara how to listen for both. Tonight she sensed a third possibility, a silence so taut it could snap. A solitary porch lamp flickered on as she approached. The bulb behind the scalloped glass shade was feeble, barely pushing back the January dusk. Nevertheless, the house was tidy. Hedges squared off with patient indecision, windows brushed clean, gutters free of leaves. Someone still cared for the outer skin, at least. She raised a gloved fist to the door. Before she could knock, it swung inward. Darren Monroe stood framed by the hallway light, shoulders high as if braced for a blow. He was tall, 35 on the intake form, but care had carved deep parentheses around his mouth. His charcoal sweater hung loose across the collarbone. Beard growth shadowed his jaw. For one brittle second he said nothing. Then he offered a small, startled smile, as brittle as sponge sugar left in a rainstorm, and stepped sideways. "Miss Delaney." A rasp scraped through the 2 words, like sand across stone. "Please come in." I wasn't sure I'd hear you knock." She thanked him and crossed the threshold. The door clicked shut behind her, sealing away the outside world and plunging her into a hush so complete that her pulse sounded loud as shoe heels in a cathedral. The house smelled faintly of lavender furniture polish overlaid by something subtler, the stale whisper of old tears. Clara had encountered homes where sorrow lay heavy like damp wool, but this felt different, almost animate. The quiet pressed in all directions, gently but firmly, as though testing her credentials. She tuned her ears to the background. No hum of a television left to mask loneliness, no distant rattle of a dishwasher cycling through chores. Even the furnace seemed reluctant to sigh. Somewhere deeper in the hallway, a floorboard released a tiny pop, wood shifting as temperature fell, but the sound slid away so softly it might have been imagined. Darren led her toward the sitting room. "Forgive the clutter," he murmured before she could reassure him, and gestured to a space that was not cluttered so much as arrested mid-gesture. A mug sat on the coffee table, lipstick mark unwashed. Women's slippers waited by the couch. A knitting project draped across the armrest, its needles still lodged in an unfinished row. Clara recognized the stage of grief in which survivors freeze their environment exactly as loved ones left it, as though an untouched mug might hold the spirit in place. But here the familiarity felt uneasy, as if the objects themselves were aware their rightful owner would never lift them again. Clara chose a high-backed armchair opposite the sagging couch. She placed her satchel on the floor, withdrew a slim notebook, and gave a gentle nod. "Whenever you're ready, Mr. Monroe." He folded onto the couch's worn cushion with mechanical care, like someone sitting on eggshell porcelain. His gaze flicked to the armrest where a knitted rectangle clung. When he spoke, the words emerged as though from a mile away. "Lily fell," he said, "down the stairs." Silence flooded in after the sentence. Clara waited, pen poised, granting him space. Eventually he continued, describing an ordinary Tuesday, Lily retrieving fresh linens from the upstairs closet, Darren in the kitchen rinsing mugs. He heard a thump, then found her crumpled at the foot of the staircase, head bent at a wrong angle. "The coroner said blunt force trauma," he whispered. "Hit the banister, skull fracture. Instant." His fingers twitched against his knee, remembering textures only he could feel. "I didn't even hear her cry." Clara's chest tightened with the familiar ache of witness. She asked softly about Lily, how they met, what she loved, a job tutoring math, the sound of violin music in winter. Darren answered in fragments. Each mention of her name knocked his breath off rhythm, yet he insisted on finishing every sentence, as though duty kept him tethered to narrative. 30 minutes later Clara suggested a pause. She offered reassurances about future sessions, explained small coping exercises for insomnia. He nodded, polite but distant. She closed her notebook and rose. That was when the air shifted. Cold swept across the room, a sudden stripe of frost brushing Clara's forearm, prickling the hairs upright. Instinctively she glanced toward the bay window, but its latch was locked and the heavy curtains undisturbed. The chill had no logical entry point. For an instant Clara felt a presence leaning close, breath icy against her cheek. The sensation vanished as quickly as it came, leaving the air still and stale. Darren had not moved. His eyes stared past her, watery and vacant. Clara's pulse stuttered. She forced a friendly farewell, scheduled their next meeting, and left the house with steps measured and brisk. Only once she reached her car did she allow her shoulders to sag. She told herself the draft was a quirk of old insulation. She told herself she had not heard a half-formed whisper in the gloom. But alone that evening she dreamt of lily-white hands gripping banisters, knuckles whitening under the strain. Session 2 began under a hard blue sky. Clara parked in the same spot, noticing fresh grooves scarring the curb, marks of a tow truck or a hurried parallel park gone wrong. Papers inside her satchel felt heavier than usual. She shook off tension, reminded herself of professional boundaries, and approached the porch. The moment Darren opened the door, a cold gust threaded between them. Again the windows were closed. Again the hallway lantern burned a steady flame. Yet the chill crawled across Clara's scalp. She suppressed a shiver and followed him inside. They settled. Darren spoke of Lily's laughter, how she would hum television-themed songs while sautéing onions. Clara jotted notes, steady and encouraging. As minutes passed, the hush returned, the charged quiet that seemed to watch their exchange like an unseen spectator. Mid-sentence Darren paused, eyes fixed on some point behind Clara's shoulder. She half-turned. Nothing but the hall mirror reflecting their seated shapes. When she turned back, Darren's gaze snapped to the floor so quickly it might have been imagination. "Would you excuse me?" he asked, rising abruptly. "I forgot water." Clara used his absence to stretch. Tight muscles protested. She rotated her neck, scanned the room, then froze. On the wall to her right hung half a dozen framed photographs. For she recognized from last time, wedding portraits, vacation shots. But one was new, a candid photo of Lily standing at the top of the very staircase that had killed her. Clara approached. Lily wore a light summer dress, hair tied loosely, hand resting on the railing. Her smile was radiant yet shy. The date in the bottom corner, timestamped from a basic digital camera, was 2 weeks before the accident. Clara's gaze drifted lower, to Lily's abdomen. Was there a subtle curve under the fabric, hinting at early pregnancy? The pattern made certainty impossible, but something in Lily's posture suggested protective warmth. A creak behind Clara. She spun. Darren stood in the doorway, glasses of water trembling on a tray. "New photo?" she asked lightly. Her heart hammered. He didn't answer at first. When he spoke, the words emerged thin. "Found it in a desk drawer. Thought it should be up." Clara returned to her chair, unsettled. They resumed their talk, dissecting moments of guilt that haunted Darren's sleepless nights. He spoke of blaming himself for not installing better lighting over the stairs, for leaving a book on the top step earlier in the day. Clara guided him through measured breathing, gentle reframing. Yet all the while she felt Lily watching. After the session ended, Clara requested the bathroom. Darren gave directions, then busied himself collecting mugs in the kitchen. The bathroom hallway was lined with wedding photos. As Clara washed her hands, the mirror fogged, though no hot tap had run. Steam coiled on the glass, swirling under invisible breath. Slowly letters formed, water droplets pulling apart to spell words. "Leave. Now." Clara stumbled backwards, shoulders striking the towel rack. She blinked hard. Condensation slid downward, yet the letters remained, stubborn shapes carved by chill fingertips. She fled down the corridor, inventing an apology about tight schedules. She felt Darren's bewildered stare as she muttered goodbye and hurried outside. The crisp air of late afternoon tasted like freedom. She promised herself she would not enter that house again. Yet week 3 found her standing on the same porch. Because duty trumped dread, because Darren still needed help, and because Lily's voice, rather than scaring her away, had begun to sound like a plea. Darren's smile when he opened the door was rueful but relieved. He wore the same charcoal sweater, stubble darkened his cheeks. Clara met his eye, determined to maintain calm. They talked. The session wandered toward children, how Lily had wanted 3, maybe 4, how each negative pregnancy test carved deeper disappointment. Darren confessed he'd started comparing himself to other husbands, felt inadequate, terrified he couldn't give her what she wanted. His voice cracked, and tears spilled. Clara offered tissues. She noted the intensity of his self-reproach. That level of shame sometimes masked anger, the kind turned inward, or outward. A movement flickered near the staircase. Clara's peripheral vision caught the sway of a dress hem vanishing around the corner. She swallowed hard. "Did you ever argue about starting a family?" she asked, gentle. Darren wiped his nose, shook his head too quickly. "Just sadness," he said. "Never anger." But Clara saw tiny muscle twitches along his jaw. And then, behind her, the hallway mirror rattled on its hook, though no breeze blew. She ended the session early. Outside, night had fallen. Clara sat in her car, exhaling shaky breaths. She forced herself to examine possibilities, grief hallucinations, suggestion by environment, her own fatigue. Yet the primal alarm in her marrow whispered another truth. Lily was not at rest. Fourth visit. Clara almost turned around twice while driving. But professional ethics, and Lily's diary quiet voice and Clara's nightmares, drove her forward. Darren answered the door with less surprise this time. He looked exhausted, shadowed eyes and slumped posture. He led her down the hallway, apologizing about phone calls he needed to take. Clara nodded, aware of a plan forming inside her like coalescing mercury. When Darren set his cell vibrating on the coffee table and excused himself to the kitchen, Clara's heart pounded. She waited until the tap ran, cupboards clinked. Then she slipped from the living room and climbed the stairs. Upstairs smelled faintly of rose talc. 2 doors on the landing, bathroom left, bedroom right. She chose bedroom. The master room was neat, dusted, bed made with hospital corners. But something felt off, too perfect, as though staged. She drifted to the dresser, fingers skimming wood. A single drawer sat slightly ajar. Inside, receipts for prenatal vitamins, ultrasound pamphlet, a small foil packet of pregnancy safety. Evidence. Yet the most damning lay under the bed plank. Clara spotted a board not flush with others and pride. She found the diary. Leather cover soft with use, pages filled in tidy handwriting. Clara scanned with guilty urgency. Her stomach twisted. Entries revealed escalating fear, bruises hidden under scarves, apologies scribbled between lines about love. One entry 3 nights before Lily's death. He shouted about bills again. Threw my phone at the wall. It cracked. He cried after, said he was sorry. Tomorrow I'll buy a cheap replacement, keep numbers hidden. Then, the final entry dated the morning she died. I am pregnant. Took 3 tests, all positive. I haven't told him yet. I'm afraid. If something happens to me, please know I did not fall. Clara's blood roared in her ears. Footsteps pounded on the stairs. She jammed the diary under her sweater and pivoted as Darren burst through the door. What are you doing? His calm mask slid, revealing something feral underneath. Clara squared her shoulders. Words flew out raw. You pushed her. She was pregnant. You killed them both. His nostrils flared. Put that back. She kept records. She was terrified. Clara's voice trembled but held. You said she was clumsy. You lied. He lunged. Hands caught her wrists, prying for the book. They grappled, knocking a lamp. Fear sharpened Clara's instincts. She jerked free, shoved the diary against his chest. She wrote everything. Darren's eyes flicked to pages. Recognition, or guilt, lit them. He dropped the book like hot coals and grabbed her shoulders. It was an accident, he shouted, spit flying. I pushed, she lost balance, I couldn't catch. His sentence drowned in rage. You weren't there. He shoved her. She stumbled backward into the hallway, slamming shoulder against plaster. Pain flashed white. He advanced, face twisted. Adrenaline propelled Clara toward the staircase. She dashed down but felt him behind, heavy steps shaking the rail. Basement door yawned at foot of stairs. She darted through, slamming the door. In darkness she fumbled down wooden steps. The basement air was hot yet stale. Her phone's flashlight cut a narrow beam over cobwebs and cardboard boxes. She hid behind a toppled workbench, chest heaving. Upstairs the door creaked. Darren's silhouette blocked dim light. He descended slowly, knife glinting. I don't want to hurt you, he said, voice now low, coaxing. Give me the diary. We can forget this. Clara clutched a paint scraper she'd found on the bench, heart galloping. Behind her the wall bulged with old shelves. Her phone beam caught a faint seam, an outline of a secret door. Moonlight from some unknown source glimmered through cracks. Darren reached bottom step. His footfalls crunched glass. Come out, Clara! She ducked around clutter, found the seam, pried. The hidden door opened inward to a narrow crawlspace smelling of damp earth. A pale glow pulsed inside, like phosphorescence, but warmer. A cold breeze brushed Clara's cheek. The same ghostly touch, guiding her. She slipped through. Darren darted, grabbing her sleeve. Fabric tore as she slammed the hidden door and shot the bolt. He hammered from the other side. Wood shuddered, hinges squealed. She backed away, deeper into the crawlspace. The glow brightened, revealing etched words on the opposite wall. Tell the truth. Clara pressed her palm to the message. It felt warm. A sound behind, wood splitting, hinge snapping. Darren forced the secret door open, staggered inside. Knife raised. Before he could step, the narrow space bloomed with white radiance. Lily's figure materialized, luminous dress billowing though no air stirred. She placed a translucent hand on Darren's chest. His body locked. Knife clattered. His eyes widened in terror, or recognition. Clara scrambled past, out of crawlspace, fled up basement steps as his strangled scream echoed. The house's silence swallowed the sound. By the time Clara reached the living room, still clutching the diary, the knife, and her breath, the stairs behind her were empty. She sprinted to the front door. At the threshold she looked back once. In the hallway mirror, Lily stood calm, gaze steady, as if guarding her home at last. The lights flickered. Then the reflection faded, and only Clara remained, panting but alive. Outside, sirens wailed, summoned by neighbors to the earlier shouts. Clara stepped onto the porch, diary clutched. The cold night air felt alive with possibility, not menace. She whispered thank you into the darkness. A final breeze lingered against her cheek, almost like a nod. Then it too was gone, leaving only the ordinary sounds of evening. Clara walked toward flashing red and blue lights, ready to hand over Lily's truth and finally break the silence that had spoken so fiercely. Mila Lim left the bright, ordered walkways of Singapore's newest financial district and crossed through the old stone arch that led into Chinatown. In an instant the sounds and smells changed. Under striped canvas awnings merchants called out prices in Cantonese, Hokkien, and Mandarin. Frying woks hissed. Dried squid crackled as it was scooped into paper bags. Lanterns swung on cords that had probably hung there since before Mila was born. The market had stood on these lanes for 2 centuries, and it looked stubborn enough to outlive every glass tower rising around it. Mila tried to match her footsteps to the easy rhythm of the crowd, though her pulse hammered too fast. Over her head a small surveillance drone drifted between rooftops. Its silver body caught the haze-filtered afternoon sun and flared like a warning light. She resisted the urge to stare at it. Everyone in the city was used to drones by now. They watched traffic, crowd size, heat signatures, the colors of IDs on wristbands. Paying attention to them only made you suspicious. Instead, she tightened her grip on the straps of her backpack and forced her shoulders to stay loose. She told herself to think of better days. When she was 6, her grandmother would bring her here on Saturday mornings, bargaining for star anise and Szechuan pepper while little Mila hid among sacks of rice. Back then the skyline had already been climbing, but most towers still stopped at 40 floors. Now you could count a dozen buildings that pushed above 200. The newest was the center of everything, Lingua Tower, a single column of obsidian glass that pierced the low clouds like a black needle. 47 outdoor gardens circled it in spirals of neon vines and rain-driven turbines. Within its walls sat the brain of Polyglot Technologies, the place where every world leader sent their words to be translated in a heartbeat. No matter which way you turned you felt the tower watching, and no matter where you walked you saw Lingua devices. At one fruit stall 2 elderly women shouted in Hokkien, while a German tourist held up a glowing wristband. Subtitles spun along his forearm to show a price in euros. Farther on, a Dutch backpacker pointed an earbud at a menu and received soft Dutch vowels whispered into her ear. All of it flowed through LinguaNet, the system Mila had helped write line by line. She had been proud once. 10 years earlier she was a skinny graduate student who hacked a language learning app because it did not understand Singlish, the island's unruly mix of English, Malay, Teochew, and hand gestures. Polyglot noticed. They brought her in, gave her a narrow desk on the 42nd floor, and let her teach their infant AI how to do more than swap words. It learned irony, emphasis, body language. It grew polite, especially clever, and eventually indispensable. Corporations used it to negotiate cross-border contracts. Hospitals used it to diagnose refugees who spoke no language the doctors understood. The United Nations used it for peace talks. Every child in every school used it for homework. Every day it gained new voices. Then someone had tampered with those voices, and nations were threatening war. That was why Mila was here. She walked through the market's back lane, took a narrow stone path beside a shut tea house, and reached the ruined temple hidden by banyan vines. The gate hung crooked, bronze studs eaten by rain. When she slipped inside, her shoes crunched on dry leaves that had blown through holes in the roof. The air smelled of lichen and extinguished incense powder. No cameras, no drones, no listening walls, only the stink of wet ash and mildew. Her contact had promised it was safe. To the left of the entrance stood a row of stone lotus burners, each blackened by hundreds of candles. At the base of the fourth burner she found the hairline crack that marked a compartment. Her fingers shook as she pried it open. She slid the tiny red data stick inside, pressed the stone closed until it clicked, and let out a breath that tasted like iron. That stick carried everything: log files, buried code, cloned audio of secret conversations, proof that somebody had slipped malicious routines into LinguaNet, and that Polyglot's board had hidden the truth while markets crashed and governments shouted. Mila could no longer reach the official ethics office. After she raised her concerns, most of her system access vanished, and colleagues suddenly stopped chatting near her desk. Even her home smart wall forgot to deliver certain news sites. So she had turned to underground whistleblower channels, and the free press had answered. "Leave your evidence in the temple," the anonymous message said. "We will pick it up." 2 days passed. Mila went to work each morning at the tower, logged in with her narrowed permissions, watched a cheerful internal memo about the company's new carbon-neutral cafeteria, and waited for a single headline to erupt: "Polyglot corruption exposed." Nothing appeared. India and China still argued about provocation and intent. The rest of the world still braced for trouble. She took the maglev home every night and checked her feed until her eyes burned. On the third evening, someone knocked at her apartment door. The floating district was not a place where people arrived without invitation. The island was a glittering arcology of embassies and high-tech engineers, and security drones patrolled the hallways more often than cleaning staff. Mila crept to her front console. The camera feed showed a woman whose face shimmered beneath a fashionable hologram shawl. The shawl blurred features, swapping them for shifting flowers. A few of Mila's neighbors wore such scarves. They offered privacy, but they also hid identities. "Mila," the caller said in Cantonese, tilting her covered head toward the mic. "It's me, your cousin Verity Chin. I wanted to thank you for your thoughtful gift." Verity was the code phrase. The gift was the data stick. Mila punched the lock release and yanked the door open. She pulled the visitor inside, relocked the door, and hissed, "How did you know it was me?" Her guest peeled off the shawl, revealing the sharp eyes and compact frame Mila recognized from underground profiles of Jia Tan, senior investigator for the Free Press. Jia smiled faintly while hanging her coat. "Better question," she said. "How did you know it was me?" Mila folded her arms. "Verity, truth, gift, evidence. Simple cipher." They sat at her kitchen table. Mila poured red wine in thick stemless glasses. She felt anger rising now that relief had passed. "Why hasn't the story broken?" Jia raised a placating hand. "We needed confirmation. Your dump was huge, and we must be certain before we shout fire in a theater. Cross-checking takes time. But every hour that code stays alive, our two largest neighbors inch toward war." Jia nodded, eyes steady. "Start at the beginning." So Mila told her. She described how LinguaNet's self-learning loops were designed to adjust translations in real time, how error correction models lay nested under context models, how for months she noticed micro-shifts in diplomatic transcripts, rare words swapped for slightly harsher synonyms, tone tags modulated from neutral to aggressive. She traced the infamous glitch last year, and showed how logs proved there had been no overload spike. She named the ghost routines, user registry dummies that mirrored VIP accounts, permission tokens that rewrote themselves every 48 hours, database calls to an off-site address disguised as a weather API. At first she thought it was corporate sabotage from a rival. But the deeper she dug, the more she suspected a private cabal, maybe even inside Polyglot, targeting specific languages and political proposals. By the time she finished, Jia held her glass without drinking. "When are we going public?" Mila demanded. "After," Jia said. "After what?" The reporter's silence told Mila what her words would not. Mila leaned back, closed her eyes. She had predicted this pathway at 2 a.m. nights ago, when dread kept her awake. The contagion was too deep. Stopping it meant direct action inside the mainframe. "I built a kill switch," she admitted. From her backpack she produced a second device, a dull silver stub half the size of her thumb. "It targets only the corrupt subnet. The core translation engine survives." Jia gestured toward the window where Lingua Tower stabbed the sky. "Then that device must reach level 0 storage. We'll coordinate." Mila's breath fogged the glass as she stared at the black spire across the bay. "You'll need someone already cleared onto that level." Feet patted outside her door. Jia gathered her shawl. "We have someone." The next afternoon Mila met Jia again in a small tailoring shop in Boat Quay. The seamstress led them through bolts of red silk to a back room where Samantha awaited, Mila's own departmental boss at Polyglot. Mila's reaction spiked from betrayal to confusion to wary hope in seconds. Samantha lifted both palms. "I'm with them." Quietly. "Polyglot's board cannot be trusted. They've known about the anomalies since last year." Mila's anger flared. "You reassigned my projects. You locked my access. I had to mute suspicion until we could find decisive proof," Samantha said. "I noticed your killswitch branch in the sandbox. That's when I contacted the Free Press." The plan formed swiftly. Samantha's high-level pass would get Mila into the tower offices. Once inside she would appear as Samantha, thanks to Jia's hollow shawl paired with a voice mod chip. Samantha would occupy morning meetings in the adjoining complex, generating digital alibis. Jia would wear a Mila disguise visiting Mila's apartment so cameras showed the engineer at home. Layer upon layer of decoys. The greatest risk remained the final server vault 2 floors below ground, protected by biometric gates and a rotating key cycle. Jia opened a velvet pouch and spilled 6 slim access tags, each stolen from different Polyglot contractors. "One of these," she said, "should open the grate. We don't know which," Mila said. "If it fails, alarms trip. They'll trace access back to Samantha." Samantha placed a hand on Mila's wrist. "That's my choice. Just get it done." Mila practiced Samantha's posture, the clipped stride, the habit of tapping her pen twice before speaking, the slight tilt of head when listening. With the shawl active, the mirror showed Samantha's face, flawless bun and thin eyebrows. Beneath it Mila sweated in fear. At sunrise she entered Lingua Tower through the employees' lobby. No questions, the security gate saw Samantha Ong's facial pattern, recognized her pass, and waved her through. Inside she took the express lift to floor 70 to run Samantha's usual log checks. Her hands shook as she scrolled through the night reports. Every few lines she spotted a secret routine still rewriting output. Angry flush crawled up her neck. She slipped the kill device into the carbon fiber briefcase and headed for the basement elevators. Everything went smoothly until she reached level 3 above servers. The head of security, Damien Teo, exited his office at the exact moment she stepped from the lift. He grinned. "Director Ong, still spoiling us with chocolates?" Mila's panic nearly ruined her voice modulator. She forced Samantha's crisp tone. "European truffles. Don't tell accounting." She produced the package Jia had packed. Teo's grin widened. "You're too kind." He walked with her chatting about weekend sailing. Mila kept pace. The basement lift doors closed behind them, sealing them into a silence only broken by the whir of descent. her hands inside the briefcase balled to fists. Level 0 smelled of filtered cold air and metal. Racks lined a vaulted room, LEDs blinking like city traffic at night. A gated arch protected the central core. Mila swiped the first stolen tag, red denial light. Second tag, nothing. Third green pulse. The gate swung. She whispered thanks. Inside the column coils of fiber glowed. She located the only maintenance port not sealed in glass, dropped to her knees, and slid the kill key home. Tiny text scrolled across the embedded display, payload engaged. Mila exhaled. The tower hummed a note lower, like a tension cord resolving. She retrieved the stick, rushed out, locked the gate, crossed the floor, and alarms shrieked. Strobes flooded red. Samantha's ID had triggered intrusion due to mismatched body mass or gate pattern. Cameras pivoted. Damien Teo burst from his office above, hand clamped on earbud. Drones unfolded from ceiling rails. Mila fought to remember Samantha's aloof calm. She shoved truffle box at him, ran. He yelled code words, but his confusion bought seconds. Mila reached the mezzanine exit. Locks refused. Teo sprinted. Drones armed non-lethal tasers. Then a guard near the scanner lifted his wristband and discreetly tapped override. The exit hissed open. Teo lunged to tackle, purposely misstepping so Mila slid past. Outside the gate she tore off voice mod chip, letting Samantha's tone glitch to static, and dashed into the gift shop. She yanked on a jacket from the rack, slipped into a restroom, and replaced her shawl with a new face, an elderly Malay woman. She flushed the mod chip, reversed her jacket, and walked calmly among panicked crowds evacuating. Behind her, the tower's alarm cut, replaced by a neutral announcement. System maintenance complete, please return to work. Mila imagined the kill code burning away the corruption, rewriting logs, resetting translation nodes to their true forms. Hours later news feeds carried a brief note from Polyglot. Integrity updates deployed successfully. The next morning international exchange rates stabilized. 2 days after that India and China announced renewed talks citing clarified communications. But the free press waited 1 week. Then Gia's article detonated across the net. It showed how subtle linguistic nudges had escalated mistrust, how markets were manipulated by hidden output bias, and how corporate secrecy endangered peace. Names of board members appeared. Share prices fell. Committees formed. Mila remained at work. Cameras recorded her entering each day, sipping tea at her desk. Gia's earlier footage ensured alibi. Samantha faced an inquiry, but internal investigators found no breach by her biometrics. Meanwhile, whistleblower protections shielded Mila once Gia provided anonymized documents. On Friday evening, Mila and Gia walked the market lane again, chestnut smoke curling around neon dragon lanterns. The drones overhead drifted idly, their lenses indifferent. It's not finished, Mila said. Her voice felt stronger for saying it aloud. Whoever planted that code still exists. Gia nodded, sipping sugarcane juice. They woke a beast. Now we hunt. Mila looked up at the tower, now just another dark blade among many. Its lights pulsed a calmer blue. She remembered her grandmother teaching her to barter by reading faces, old skills no algorithm could copy. The world still needed eyes, ears, human doubt. And courage. Mila squared her shoulders. The market buzz rose warm around her, voices weaving languages without wires. And somewhere far behind them the silence at the core of the tower waited, no longer sure it could speak without being heard. We need to talk, I said through clenched teeth. I leaned over the table. He smelled of expensive cologne. He greeted me by my real name, Sean, and reminisced about an old university writers group, claiming we had shared early drafts. He spoke of a contract we supposedly signed, an agreement that any abandoned ideas were fair game. My memory flickered. I had attended casual reading circles, yes, but never met him. I pressed him, anger pulsing. He mentioned my professor's seminar, same year, same campus. Was it possible he had glimpsed my notes in a workshop? My head swam. I fled to the restroom and vomited, the espresso sour on my tongue. When I looked up, I felt I was shedding my skin. The mirror showed a stranger. The restroom smelled of artificial pine. I rinsed my face and decided, if the name was gone, I would start again. I would write. That was all I ever owned, the words. I forced my way into Mariner Fox headquarters before dawn by masquerading as the building's cleaning staff. My old agent's warnings echoed, but I had to confront Terry Gahn, the publisher. Security found me in the executive hallway, but I insisted on 5 minutes. Terry emerged from his glass office, tie crooked, steamed oat latte in hand. He recognized my real face from an old personnel badge and sneered. "You don't just take credit for another man's work," he said before I could speak. "Sal told us everything. He claimed the imposter was the true author, that I had plagiarized him in college, written his ideas to glory, then hidden on a mountain. The accusation winded me. Terry threatened legal action. Guards tugged my arms. He told me never to enter the building again. I left, numb, escorted onto Fifth Avenue, where the city's early chaos felt like a harsher silence than the mountain cabin ever did. By mid-morning I found myself in Central Park, sitting on a bench, watching children chase kites and couples unfold picnic blankets. I had lost my pen name, my agent, my publisher, and possibly my reputation. But I realized that none of that had ever been the point. The point was the page. If an actor could steal my persona and still attract readers, maybe persona was only a costume. The craft was the core. I still had sentences inside me. The mountain air had not sucked them out. The imposter had not written them yet. Near my bench a boy sat under a sugar maple, reading a tattered comic. I asked which title it was. He shyly explained the superhero's origin, a nobody who survived a bizarre accident, reinvented himself, and vowed to protect the innocent. I thanked him and walked south. Crowds parted, pigeons scattered. The sky above the towers shone pale blue, as though it had been cleaned for a news story. I checked my reflection in a shop window, bald head, scruffy beard, thick-rimmed glasses. That face did not belong to Sal Driggs anymore, nor to the myth of Sean Katz. It belonged to a writer in search of the next sentence. I entered a cheap stationery store, bought a spiral notebook and a $2 pen, and scribbled 3 words across the first page. Chapter 1: Anonymous. The city roared around me, indifferent and alive. And I smiled, because I was free, finally free to start again, one clean line at a time. I had been hiding in my Leadville cabin for almost 2 years, telling myself it was only a quiet retreat at 10,000 feet, but deep down I knew it was plain old fear. My real name was Sean Katz. The world, however, knew me by my pen name, Sal Driggs, and the last book I had published, A Forest of Mirrors, was supposed to be my victory lap. I even told a small circle of editors it would be my mic drop, like a rapper who claims retirement right after a sold-out tour. I said it with a grin, but somewhere in that joke I meant every word. When I turned in the final proofs I simply vanished. No interviews, no signings, no social media, no public photographs. In a city of 500,000 faces, there were perhaps 6 hazy pictures of me still floating around, all snapped long before I grew my beard and shaved my head. Some first-year MFA students whispered that I was the next J.D. Salinger, some kind of mountain hermit who threw lightning bolts down into the literary scene and then retired to silence. Back then, the rumors were only fuel for sales. People bought the paperback because they wanted to figure out the hidden references in the novel. In the story, the main character, named Sal Driggs, of course, uncovered government secrets, blew the whistle, and went on the run. My readers practiced sleuthing. If the hero was hiding in the woods, maybe Sean Katz was too, and maybe the fiction masked some real conspiracy. I never corrected them because the attention kept the royalty checks steady and the cabin stocked with food. For a while it was easy to think my own fiction had swallowed me whole, that my invented self had replaced the man I used to be. Then, on a raw March afternoon, my phone signal found a weak bar, and I clicked on a random podcast link. Tamara Peralta, the Unstoppable Media host, was interviewing a guest, someone claiming to be Sal Driggs. He spoke in the first person about memories I supposedly shared with him. He described my time in college, my favorite bars in New York, the apartment where I once lived above a dry cleaner, even the pattern on the wallpaper that I had ripped down during writer's block at 3 in the morning. The voice had my quick, sarcastic tone and a polished laugh. The man looked younger, fitter, with perfect teeth, veneers that shone like porcelain. But he said he was me. He used my name on the video's title bar, and nobody questioned it. The crowd applauded him like he was my official return to public life. I snatched my phone off the table, nearly dropped it in the fireplace, then punched the one contact who still knew both my names, my agent, Alex Murray. He was my New York anchor, the guy who brokered every deal with publishers, yet I rarely saw him. Most months I forgot he even existed, the way a landlord remembers tenants only on rent day. The line hissed with static. Colorado wind rattled my panes. I could picture him below some subway vent in Manhattan, chewing gum like a bored teenager. "Alex," I growled, pacing the wood floor. "Explain to me why a stranger is on Peralta's show pretending to be Sal Driggs. Explain before I tear your contract in half." At first he seemed delighted to hear my voice. It had been weeks since our last call, but the excitement faded when he realized I was not phoning to chat about book ideas. He cleared his throat and admitted that my publisher, Mariner Fox, had arranged the stunt. Sales were soft, he said, and the marketing department proposed a fresh public face. They found an actor with a similar shape and let him rehearse my bio. The board decided they owned the brand, and the brand could appear in public with or without me. Alex tried to lighten the news. He said, "It's just advertising, buddy. Your contract allows it." I could almost feel the blood vessels swelling in my temples. "An actor traveling the podcast circuit under my pen name isn't just advertising, Alex. It's identity theft." He softened his tone, the way you speak to someone clutching a knife. "Look, Sean, Sal, nobody knows what you look like. You haven't put out a photo or a tweet in 2 years. Nobody can reach you except through me. We're losing momentum." In my fury I booked a flight to New York, left the cabin with nothing but a backpack, my old manuscripts, and a battered spiral notebook. I reached LaGuardia at dawn and spent the day roaming Midtown like a ghost. As night fell I chose a cafe in Murray Hill, the Station Cafe, a place that smelled of croissants and single-origin espresso. There, displayed on a small stand, I saw a slim paperback I had never authorized. They ate all the breadcrumbs. The subtitle read, "Stories by Sal Driggs." The cover showed a stylized trail winding into a blackwood while crows descended. It was clever, even beautiful. Yet I had not written a word. I bought a copy, slid into a corner table, and read every story while swallowing double espressos. My heart hammered faster with each page. The style was unmistakably mine, my sentence rhythm, my quirky metaphors, my preference for long pauses after one-word paragraphs, yet honed, smoothed, improved. I reached the final piece, Stanley Kubrick Isn't Home. For 10 years I had drafted fragments of that idea but never finished it. Here it was complete, polished. The main character, an anxious screenwriter, knocked on Kubrick's estate door only to be told by Kubrick himself, disguised as a butler, that Mr. Kubrick isn't receiving visitors. The absurd tension built until the writer realized the director had been dead inside the house for weeks. It was exactly the angle I once sketched, but the execution was brilliant. I slammed the book shut, half gasp, half sob. Had I lost track of my own output? Could I have written these lines during a sleep-starved mania? No. I would remember. Someone had stolen my private notebooks long ago. Or worse, someone had merged with me, taken over the identity, and was now outshining the original. I stumbled to the restroom and stared at myself in the mirror. Hollow cheeks, unshaven jaw, eyes bloodshot from high-altitude air and sleepless flights. "Who are you?" I whispered. The man in the glass did not answer. That afternoon I marched to Alex's Brooklyn brownstone. I rang until the door shuddered. He opened with a guilty grin, holding his phone at arm's length. Next to him on a video call, smiling too widely, was the imposter. The new Sal Driggs had slicked hair, dazzling teeth, and dimples. He lifted a hand in greeting like we were old college pals who lost touch. "Alex," I said, "call off this farce." But even as I spoke, the imposter's background looked like a velvet studio. He was preparing for another podcast. Alex tried to charm me, promising bigger royalties. He said the readers loved mysterious authors, and an actor kept the myth alive. I threatened to fire him. He shrugged and said the publisher had already questioned his commission. The actor's charm had the board in his pocket. That night the Barnes & Noble on Fifth Avenue hosted a signing. Posters showed the thick-flamed cover of The Fire Tower, apparently my new novel, and the smiling face of the imposter. I waited at the back of a line of fans clutching books. When my turn came, I stepped forward and watched his grin freeze. I woke late on Friday morning, already nursing the sort of headache that comes from cheap wine and worse decisions. At 11-something I should have been standing behind the counter of Community Hobby, Missy Sanderson's so-called art gallery, where popsicle stick picture frames pass for modern sculpture. But Missy had fired me the day before, which explained why I was home, barefoot, hair unbrushed, staring at the kitchen doorway and wondering why my toaster was floating in midair. It really was floating, drifting out of the kitchen like an obedient dog on an invisible leash. For a moment I just watched, coffee mug hanging from my hand. A reasonable person might have asked how a toaster could defy gravity, or whether she was having some sort of breakdown. I decided it was easier to talk to the appliance. "What?" I said. "Are you doing?" The toaster, being a toaster, refused to answer. My pulse spiked. The apartment felt too quiet, too bright, and I could hear my therapist's voice reminding me to ground myself. List what you know, name what you feel. Fine. What did I know? 1. I was unemployed. 2. I was alone in the apartment. My roommate was at a job she didn't hate. 3. Toasters do not normally levitate. 4. I needed a shower. 5. I needed to update my resume. 6. This list was not making me feel better. The toaster bobbed into the living room, sunbeams catching dust motes, and turning the whole scene into something weirdly beautiful. I made a mental note to paint it later, replace the toaster with a vase, maybe, something less insane. Then I marched to the sink, dumped the last of last night's wine into a coffee mug the size of my face, and took a medicinal swallow. Courage juice. Time to job hunt. I opened my laptop, still trying to ignore the toaster hovering behind my shoulder like an eager balloon. Customer service? No. Medical billing? Definitely no. I scrolled past half a dozen posts until one listing snagged my eye. Gallery assistant wanted. Bachelor's degree in art preferred. Located 3 blocks away. Pay decent. I did a little triumphant wiggle in my chair. The toaster drifted closer as if curious. I opened a blank document, started pounding out my cover letter, inflating my achievements just enough to sound impressive. Only when I reached the greeting did I realize I hadn't checked the name of the hiring manager. I clicked back to the listing. Contact, Missy Sanderson. My stomach dropped. Missy Sanderson, as in my former boss, as in the woman who fired me yesterday for being cruel to the artists. Below her name, a final requirement glared at me. Above all, applicant must be kind, respectful, empathetic, and encouraging. Great. Missy wanted to replace me with someone exactly unlike me. Yesterday's firing replayed itself in my head. Missy's office, walls painted what might once have been cheerful yellow but now looked sun-bleached and blotchy. Dollar store frames displayed globs of mixed media, hot-glued by adults who insisted on calling themselves artists. That morning Missy had folded her hands under her chin and said, "We need to talk about your attitude." I had snorted, rolled my eyes, and let my opinions pour out, opinions about Sam's latest piece, a fuzz-covered blob she'd titled Depression. "Looks like a dog got a hold of Elmer's and a lighter," I told Sam. Later I'd discovered that Sam's piece really was about her depression. That night Sam killed herself. Missy blamed herself for letting me keep my job long enough to hurt Sam one last time. She blamed me. I blamed a lot of things. Mostly myself, though I'd never say it aloud. Now the toaster glided down the hall like a silver ghost. I followed, wine mug in hand. The appliance settled to a stop on the floor outside the bathroom, cord dangling. It made a soft metallic click, almost polite, as if requesting permission to enter. I shook my head at the absurdity, then decided what I really needed was a bubble bath. I filled the tub, lit candles, poured lavender soap until foam peaked like clouds. Music drifted from my phone. I slid under the water and let the heat unwrap my shoulders. Maybe, I told myself, losing that terrible job was a blessing. Maybe I'd find somewhere I fit, somewhere people painted with oils instead of googly eyes. A gentle knock on the half-open door broke my reverie. The toaster floated in, cord trailing behind like a tail. It hummed once, the lever clicked down, orange coils glowing. My laugh turned to a gasp when I noticed the cord had snaked itself toward an outlet near the sink. Sparks spat as prongs found metal. I sat up, water sloshing. "Not funny," I whispered, heart pounding. The toaster hovered inches above the bubbles. Then a shape resolved in the steam, a figure standing behind it, as clear as if she were flesh and bone. Sam. Pale, serene Sam, whose fuzz-covered sculpture I'd mocked into oblivion. Her hands cupped the toaster's sides, guiding it toward the water. Fear nailed me in place. I tried to speak but produced only a harsh croak. "Ship," Sam said, voice soft as candle smoke. "It's all right. I did something with those emotions. I came to share that with you." The toaster descended. Its glowing innards lit the bubbles blood orange. I felt the tiny hairs on my arms lift. Panic became a physical thing clawing my throat. Electricity hit the bath in a blinding snap. For a heartbeat I knew nothing except white fire and the iron taste of adrenaline. Then the current released me. Water stilled. Steam curled. The toaster rested beside my knee, lifeless. Sam was gone. I sat shivering until the tub cooled around me. Eventually I drained the water, wrapped myself in a towel, and carried the scorched toaster back to the kitchen counter where it belonged. Its sides were pitted where bubbles had burst against hot metal, but otherwise it looked ordinary, harmless, like any other small machine capable of ruining bread if you didn't watch the dial. Days passed. I did not apply for Missy's job. I wasn't stupid enough to think she'd welcome my resume. Instead I applied to everything else: dog walking, warehouse retrieval, museum guard, barista. Rejections trickled in. Nightmares woke me, Sam standing at the foot of my bed, silent, toaster glowing in her hands. I started sleeping with every light on. A week later an email popped up: Community Mental Health Center seeking art therapy assistant. Bachelor's degree in art preferred. Empathy required. The irony wasn't lost on me. I almost deleted it. But a different impulse guided my finger. I clicked apply. My cover letter did not boast about my critical eye. Instead I wrote about wanting to help people translate pain into color and shape. I wrote about learning the hard way what careless words can cost. They called me in. The director, a calm woman with deep laugh lines, asked why I'd left my last gallery. I told her the truth, minus floating toasters and bathroom hauntings. She listened. She did not judge. She hired me. It turns out I'm good at coaxing beauty from grief. I don't call popsicle stick sculptures worthless anymore. I see a different courage now. I kept the toaster, scarred, still functional. Most mornings when I drop bread into its slots, I hear a faint scrape, like a reminder. Each piece pops up just slightly browned, never burnt. I eat, sip coffee, and write names of the clients I will meet that day, people shaping sadness into something bright enough to hold. Whenever I doubt, I trace the dented metal of the toaster's shell and remember that forgiveness can arrive in strange disguises, and that sometimes an impossible thing floats right past you simply to say, change is possible, even here, even now. Andrew hefted his small suitcase over the gap between the carriage and the platform, his hand gripping Millie's for balance. The doors slid shut behind them with a hollow clunk, the train pulling away into the darkness. In the unexpected quiet they both realized, again, how many errors had stacked up to bring them here. The sky above was thick with cloud, starless and moonless, so the only light came from a flickering digital board overhead and a tired floodlamp across the track that had long ago lost its strength. A white picket fence ringed 3 sides of the platform, neat and bright enough to look like it belonged outside a suburban house instead of this lonely halt. A single signal showed red at the end of the short platform. Past it stretched a narrow level crossing gate, metal and wood, and beside that stood a plastic notice board so stained with moss its leaflets were unreadable. Millie pulled her coat tight against an early drizzle. "Where are we?" Andrew pointed to the painted sign just behind the fence. "Calford Halt." "Yeah, but where is that?" "Somewhere past where we meant to get off." He scratched his damp fringe aside, heavy drops finding his neck. "We were, talking." Talking was a polite label for what had really been happening on the train. Soft laughter, knees touching in the dim corner seats, the hot whisper that raced past their lips whenever the carriage rocked them too close together. Whatever it was, it had carried them beyond their proper stop. Andrew watched the red tail lights swing along a bend until they sank into black. There was no warm halo from a nearby town, no glimmer of village lamps. The road leading away from the level crossing melted at once into open dark. Even the faint sigh of engines, so normal elsewhere, was missing. A distant, low note rolled over the fields. Millie tipped her head. "What's that?" Andrew listened and heard it too, an uneven bell, muffled, then a sound that reminded him of an air horn a long way off. It drifted across both sides of the track, echoing inside the floor of night. Could be a church, he guessed, though it felt wrong. Maybe the clock tower. There's still some places ring on the hour. At 10? Out here? No chance. She lifted her chin, eyes narrowing against the rain. It's all around us. Feels wide. Then the scent reached them, wet earth, sweet grass, fermenting hay. Millie wrinkled her nose. Smells like a farmyard. Andrew scanned the level crossing again. Now he caught the thin outline of a metal grid set into the tarmac. Cattle grid, he said. Must be cows roaming near the road. Those bells on their necks, their calls. That's what we're hearing. She nodded, relieved at a sensible answer. So we missed our stop and got out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by cows. Exactly the romantic ending to a writer's weekend. Andrew walked to the notice board, wiping moss off the plastic with his sleeve. He tried to bring up the train app on his phone, but no signal crept in. The electronic board overhead flashed half-formed digits every few seconds. He squinted at the faded timetable sheet, the lamplight too weak to read the tiny print with ease. While he stared at timetables, Millie hugged her arms, feeling the weight of fatigue slide through her bones. The past 48 hours replayed in fragments. Those serious morning workshops at the Grand Brighton Hotel, cups of coffee too bitter to enjoy, her secret pleasure whenever Andrew spoke up in class, their easy stride along the promenade after lunch, and the growing worry she tried to bury each time her husband video-called to show their baby's latest trick. The worry took shape again now, heavy and undeniable. A drip from the shelter roof struck her collar. She backed away from the trickle and found herself staring at Andrew. In the flickering glow his hair looked stranger, his mouth sharper, his eyes twin mirrors of her own questions. She sensed he was about to speak another apology, so she did it first. What does it say? Please tell me there's a train soon. 20 minutes, he answered. We need the other side. That'll take us back one station. From there we can swap for London Bridge. She nodded and followed him towards a level crossing. Rain thickened, hissing softly on the rails. The only handling lights came from Andrew's phone torch as he guided them over the cattle grid. Millie's rolling case lurched. She lifted it awkwardly. Beyond the crossing they climbed the ramp onto the opposite platform. There was an illusion of greater gloom here. The single flood lamp did not reach so far. A shallow shelter stood midway, paneled and flimsy plastic streaked with dirt. Andrew rested his suitcase inside, out of the rain. She set hers down too and leaned on it, trying to slow her breathing. "I've been thinking," she said, speaking quietly to the space just between them, "about that conversation we kept starting and stopping." He folded his arms. "I'm not sure where to take it." "Nor am I," she admitted. "But it exists. Something happened." There were two figures pressed into a narrow plastic box by night and rain, their bags the only witnesses. She studied his profile, saw him searching for careful language. The care itself saddened her more than any outburst could have done. Care meant he wanted her kept at a safe distance. "It's not even the weekend," she said, letting a self-aware laugh slip out. "It's only been since Saturday. But I feel like we lived half a lifetime." Andrew's shoulders lifted in a slow breath. "I know. And yet none of it changes the fact we both have our lives already built, partners, rent, routines. Families," she whispered, thinking of Tommy's chubby fingers reaching for the phone. "Exactly." He ran a hand through his hair. "We write fiction, but our real lives, I don't think we can rewrite those as easily as we'd like." Millie tried to picture returning to the cafe where she made lattes between diaper changes and drafts of poems. Would that world welcome her after this half-imagined wander down a darker path? Would Glenn guess that a man had made her heart race again? "You know the ridiculous thing?" Andrew said, surprising her. "Part of me already wants to turn this night into a short story. Two writers miss their stop, get stranded among cows, and spend 20 minutes deciding whether to ruin their lives together." She almost laughed. "Please don't murder me in the fiction version." His grin was small, rueful. "Tempting, but no. I'd let the cows trample me instead. Or the vending machine that isn't here." Her laugh came out genuine this time. It felt unfair to laugh when her chest hurt so oddly, but laughter made the hurt manageable. They stood quietly then, listening to the bell-like clanks and soft moos drifting across unseen fields. Millie imagined the animals breathing mist under the same dark sky, unaware of two foolish humans at the fence line. "You're cold," Andrew said, noticing her shiver. He unzipped his coat and draped half over her shoulders. She didn't stop him. "What will Daisy think if you come home coatless?" "She'll think I'm still hopeless," he said, tone gentle. "Which she already knows." Millie let the new silence settle. A hidden part of her longed to rest her head against him, memorize the feel so she could take it to memory's drawer marked safe. But she held back, unsure if indulging in comfort would deepen her ache, or his. A white headlight appeared far down the track. Reflex made them step apart, an inch or two. The light swelled, rain shining like threads. The train blasted past without slowing, a freight service loaded with sheeted containers. Its rush stole the shelter's thin warmth. Wine sucked at their clothes. Andrew reached and drew her farther from the platform edge until the last wagon thundered by. "Thanks," she said when stillness returned. He offered a faint nod. "At least those trains are on time." She watched the red rear lamp shrink into country dark. They reminded her of taillights disappearing down a suburban street each weekday when Glenn left for the office. She wondered if Glenn was pacing their small living room right now, coffee gone cold, waiting for her text that said, "Made the change at Gatwick, see you by midnight." "I'm afraid to message," she admitted. Andrew tapped his pocket. "Same." They drifted into the shelter again. The rain now fell straight, no wind, a curtain between them and the hidden fields. Time became strange inside the dark, too slow and oddly thin. Millie started picturing tiny futures. Andrew handing her the dog's leash on a sunlit seafront, herself reading his latest draft aloud while their child gurgled on a rug, Glenn's face at the kitchen table when she confessed. "Look," Andrew whispered suddenly, eyes on the track curve. Two headlights approached, this time a passenger service. He lifted his suitcase. "That's us." "Already?" The 20 minutes had fled faster than she believed. They stepped into the soft rain and waited. As the train halted, doors sliding open, warm air puffed out. Inside the carriage, yellow lights glowed over empty seats. Andrew motioned for her to board first. Millie climbed, stowed her case. Andrew followed. When the doors slid shut, the spell of the platform broke. Everything behind them felt instantly unreal, as if the cows and the fence and the shelter had never existed. But the memory of standing heart to heart in the blackness remained painfully solid. They chose seats across the aisle from each other, not side by side. She looked at him, and he looked at her, and they each forced a small smile. "We'll swap our work, like we said," he murmured. "Yes. I meant that." "Good." He stared out into the drizzle beyond his own reflection. "I should add a line to my story," he said after a moment, "about how the real mystery isn't whether the strangers kiss, but whether they ever tell anyone how close they came." Millie traced a fingertip on the pane. "Do they? I don't know." Rain streaked sideways outside as the train accelerated, wheels humming beneath their feet. Every so often the carriage lights dimmed when they passed a signal. During each flicker she imagined she might rise, sit beside him, weave her fingers through his. When the lights steadied, she stayed where she was. Miles later, the trains slid into their intended station. They rose without speaking. She let him exit first this time, a courtesy that felt like closure. Platforms hissed under sodium lamps, bright after the void they'd left. Electronic voices announced connections. Andrew turned at the barrier. "Happy?" Millie knew he meant safe and uncomplicated. "Happy," she answered, though the word dropped like a stone between them. They walked toward separate gates, his to a night bus, hers to the underground, twin suitcases clacking out of sync. A wall of brightly lit adverts glimmered overhead, commuters striding past, oblivious. Millie paused at the turn for her platform. She looked back just in time to see Andrew disappear down a stairwell. He didn't glance over his shoulder. She exhaled, nodded to no one, and wheeled her case toward the escalators. Behind her a freight horn echoed somewhere far outside the city, muffled through tunnels and concrete. It could have been a cowbell, or a reminder, or simply part of the night's wide orchestra they would each try to forget when dawn woke their ordinary lives. Because, in a sense, they always did. As the CEO of VAS Tech Global, a company both admired and despised for its push into artificial intelligence, he had to live with cameras, articles, and furious think pieces every single day. The firm's rollout of an automated software engineering platform, capable of replacing thousands of junior coders, had attracted glowing investor praise and bitter public protest. Scores of once secure professionals were now redundant, and many of them had shown up yesterday to wave hand-painted placards outside the headquarters' glass facade. Robin thought of them the way he thought about traffic jams, inevitable side effects of progress. Robin Summers pulled into the underground garage 20 minutes before dawn, and felt an immediate flicker of triumph. Another day he had beaten the city's traffic. From childhood he had detested being late. His father, a punctual military engineer, had drilled that lesson into him with the severity of parade ground barked commands, and now it was as hardwired as a reflex. Robin parked in the slot closest to the elevator, exactly where he liked it, switched off the engine of his silver sedan, and spent a moment looking at his own reflection in the rearview mirror. Sharp features, hair clipped short, suit crisp. His tie bore one discreet corporate logo, but he still adjusted it as though reporters lurked nearby. He stepped into the elevator and glided upward through the silent tower, alone except for his briefcase. When the doors opened on the ground floor lobby, he found Salim Batha waiting, as he always did. Sali was a tall, broad-shouldered security veteran with a newspaper folded under one arm and a walkie-talkie clipped to his belt. "Good morning, Mr. Summers," Sali said, handing over the newspaper. "Morning, Sali. Anything boiling out there?" "Quiet for now, sir," the guard replied, turning his head toward the tinted doors. "But I'd be surprised if the crowd stayed away much longer. Police are on standby. I told them we'd call if the shouting starts up again." Robin nodded, flipped the paper open, and scanned the front page. More headlines about layoffs, another quote from an opposition party spokesperson calling him the poster boy for ruthless automation. He felt a momentary spike in blood pressure, then smoothed it away. His board loved him. His investors adored him. His own opinion of himself mattered most. Protesters could wail all day and achieve nothing but sore throats. "I'll go on up to the boardroom," he said, folding the paper. "We've got a shoot this morning for the annual report." Solly pressed the call button for the executive elevator. "Makeup artist is already upstairs." Robin's brows lifted just a touch. "Earlier than me?" He tried to remember when that had last happened. Probably never. Solly shrugged. "She told reception she hates traffic worse than you do. Then she may be worth keeping," Robin said, stepping into the elevator again. The doors whispered together. As he rose, he tapped the edge of the newspaper against his palm, already thinking through the day's tasks. The shoot, a conference call with lawyers about new patents, lunch with 2 venture capital angels, and then a hush-hush meeting with HR about trimming another 200 positions overseas. The thought of so much work made him feel pleasantly important. On the 27th floor, he exited into the hush of a wide corridor lined with abstract steel sculptures, the kind creative interns praised as edgy while finance staff mumbled about wasteful spending. He pushed through the glass doors of the boardroom and found a young woman seated at the far end of the gleaming walnut table. She wore ripped black jeans, a gray hoodie drawn up around her neck, and she exhaled a delicate mist from a slim vape pen. Silvery vapor coiled upward toward the recessed lights. She startled when he spoke. "Good morning." In her rush to hide the vape, she coughed, eyes watering. "Excuse me, sorry, good morning." She set the pen on the table, embarrassed. Robin grinned in a faintly patronizing way, hanging his suit jacket over the back of a chair. "No bother. I smoked for 20 years, worst habit in the world." Vaping smiled by comparison. He loosened his tie a fraction and studied her. She was younger than he had expected, not older than 27, maybe 30 at most. Sharp cheekbones under minimal makeup, and a pair of slate-gray eyes that seemed both nervous and self-possessed. A modest gold ring with a single diamond flashed on her left hand. She picked up a sheet of paper, glanced at her watch, and forced a steadier smile. "You're Mr. Summers?" "Robin, please." "And yes, top of the list, I assume." She scanned the page again, flipped it, found it wholly blank, then cleared her throat. "Right, Robin Summers." She extended a hand. "I'm Tiffany Rhodes. The agency sent me." "Pleasure." Her handshake was firm, not limp, which impressed him. Many vendors treated COs like rare porcelain, terrified to apply pressure. Tiffany's grip said she didn't scare easily. She gestured to a padded swivel chair under a spotlight near the windows. "If you'd like, we can get started before the photographer arrives. That way he can jump straight to shots." He watched her unpack equipment from a battered black kit, zippy little airbrush device, palettes of foundation, a rainbow of color-correcting creams. A chemical smell drifted across the polished table, plasticky, faintly floral. He strolled to the chair and sat while she fastened a black cape around his neck. "I'm surprised you're here so early," he said. She shrugged. "Rush hour gridlock makes me crazy. Better to beat it." "Exactly my thinking." He considered her ring again, the simple design. "Engaged?" Her brush paused for an instant. "Yes. A while back." "Big date set?" "Not anymore," she said quietly. "Fiancé got laid off. We're reevaluating." Laid off. Another ripple of satisfaction moved through Robin, the confirmation that the debt of change spread all over, touching unpredictably. Then he wondered, could her Marcellus, she had said the name so fast he almost missed it, be one of his own employees? He'd signed hundreds of termination letters, seldom reading surnames with care. No matter. The question felt intrusive but harmless. He breathed through the chemical haze while she dusted powder across his forehead. The brush bristles were soft, but the smell was stronger than expected, oddly stale, like chalk. She replaced that brush, drew a smaller one, dipped it into something opaque and pale. As she drew closer, he saw a tattoo on the inside of her left forearm, a thin serpentine line curling around 2 words in tiny italic letters. He couldn't decipher the text. "So you're the boss." she said softly, almost conversational. You're the one everybody praises, and everyone else curses. He gave a wry smile. Part of the job, Tiffany. He felt a mild wooziness in his temples. We innovate. Sometimes that means pruning staff. But a business that stagnates dies. She dabbed at his temples, nose, chin. Does it bother you sometimes? These are real people, after all. Not just figures. Robin sighed, as though explaining to a slow intern. Look, I answer to shareholders. If we don't automate, competitors will. Then everyone loses. I keep the doors open. That's ethical, too. He swallowed. The room seemed mildly hotter. She set the smaller brush down, unclipped a plastic bag inside which sat a bright white powder compact. A different smell emanated, peppery, almost metallic. Robin opened his mouth to ask what brand it was but found his tongue leaden. A buzzing sensation spread in his gums, then washed downward into his throat. The boardroom light above him doubled, edges blurring. Tiffany's eyes darkened, pupils dilating to pools of gunmetal. My fiancé, she murmured, worked here for 7 years. He told me you'd interviewed him once, said he was indispensable. She flicked the brush across Robin's cheekbones, dusting the unfamiliar powder. Then one email. Goodbye, Marcellus. Good luck. His pulse pounded. I sign hundreds, can't. Of course not. She leaned closer. But I remember everything. The way he sold his motorcycle to buy this ring. How he swallowed his pride and told his mother he'd failed. How we cancelled caterers, the venue, flowers. All because an algorithm wrote code faster than he could. Robin tried to rise, but his legs wouldn't obey. The cape felt suffocating, heavy as lead. Panic surged. Tiffany, what are you doing? Finishing the makeover. Her tone remained soft, almost affectionate. Remember you asked why my mask looked like nuclear gear? Because I don't breathe what I use today. Not safe. He saw again the sealed bag, the powder. Something hissed in his ears like escaping steam. His heart hammered irregular notes. You treated Marcellus like a corrupted file to be deleted. Now I delete you. Tiffany whispered a phrase. He realized it matched the tattoo. Exodus Iquitas. Justice in exit. She traced the line of his jaw with one gloved fingertip, then stepped back. Robin's jaw muscles twitched uncontrollably. Vision tunneled toward darkness. He wanted to call for Sally, but his vocal cords seized. The last thing he saw was Tiffany folding the cape, sliding her tools away methodically, professionally, as though nothing unusual had occurred. Then a cold rush swept over him, and everything faded to black. When the photographer arrived 15 minutes later, guided by Sally, they found Robin slumped in the chair, head tilted back, face as pale as the floodlit sculptures in the corridor. The makeup artist was gone, leaving only a faint chemical tang and a page of white paper fluttering on the polished table. Police would later discover security footage of a woman matching Tiffany's description leaving the building calmly, suitcase in hand, slipping into pre-dawn shadows before sirens pierced the skyline. No one could say exactly what substance had coated Robin's skin, only that it paralyzed nerves within minutes, undetected by standard tests. It was speculated that a disgruntled chemist from one of Vasteca's outsourced labs might have supplied it, though nothing was proven. Salim Batha, shaken to learn the CEO he admired had collapsed mere floors above, later told investigators about the brief conversation in the lobby. He said traffic was the worst thing in the world, Sally recalled. Who would guess death could arrive even faster? Marcellus Rhodes, for his part, watched the news in a dim apartment, wedding ring still nestled in a box atop a shelf filled with outdated programming manuals. He stared at the television, at the scrolling headline about Vasteca's visionary chief executive found dead during a photo shoot, and felt no triumph. Only a hollow wonder at how a single email had ricocheted outward into unpredictable catastrophe. Across the city, Tiffany sat in an idling car outside a clinic that specialized in identity changes for women fleeing domestic violence or retributive legal battles. She lifted her phone, deleted a text half-formed to Marcellus, and instead opened a map app listing rural towns far north. places where protests never reached and companies like VAS Tech never built gleaming towers. Places where, perhaps, a person could set down new routes undetected. As dawn bled across the horizon, she removed the engagement ring, dropped it onto the passenger seat, and drove. The Radisson Blue Palace Hotel glittered at the edge of Ulsoy Lake, ablaze with strings of saffron and emerald lights. The driveway bloomed with lotus-shaped floral arches. Valets in crisp Kurta jackets guided BMWs and vintage Rolls to a private lot. Under a massive marquee stood photo backdrops bearing the words, "Anika and Arian forever." Guests in silk sherwanis and gowns inched along a crimson carpet, while television hosts shrieked about couture and who had designed which necklace. Rohan stepped out of a battered taxi 2 blocks away and walked the last stretch on foot, camera bobbing on his chest. 2 uniformed guards at the gate scanned his credential, barely glancing at his face. Inside, junior staff handed him a small lapel sticker marked "Photo" in bold white letters, one more layer of camouflage. The main banquet hall looked like a scene from a myth. Crystal chandeliers, mirrored pillars, rivers of jasmine and tuberose, a raised stage draped in gold cloth where Anika Reddy, the bride, sat under spotlights beside her groom. Cameramen jockeyed for angles, reporters thrust microphones at whomever looked important. Rohan lifted his own camera, letting the viewfinder hide his eyes as he mapped exits, guard positions, and the path to the service elevators. Everything matched his reconnaissance. He photographed ministers grinning with film stars. He photographed chefs in towering hats slicing open a goat roasted whole and stuffed with fragrant rice. He photographed a cluster of startup founders raising champagne. He moved constantly, always searching for the ivory glow of Reddy's Sherwani. There, near the ice sculpture shaped like India Gate, Devraj Reddy laughed, one arm slung around a cabinet minister's shoulders, the other wrapped around Anika's waist. Even across the hall Rohan could see the gleam of Reddy's watch, solid gold, encrusted with diamonds. The man's smile carried no hint of conscience, only satisfaction inside his fortress of money. Rohan lifted the camera, captured 2 frames, then slipped into the wings of the stage and circled behind drapery. A narrow staircase led up to the terrace garden where waiters sometimes retreated for a smoke. No cameras had line of sight there. The rooftop glass walkway above that garden provided a panoramic view, perfect for exclusive portraits, as he'd tell Anika. He had memorized every blind spot. 2 minutes later, he emerged into a soft night breeze tinged with rose petals drifted from below. The city lights stretched beyond the railing like constellations fallen to earth. He turned when he heard the rustle of silk. Anika approached alone, holding the edge of her heavy lehenga so it would not drag on the stone. Her forehead shimmered with a maung tikka of pearls and rubies. She smiled shyly. "Misterson said you wanted to capture some images of the skyline?" she said. Her voice was gentle, unassuming, nothing like the arrogance her father wore. Guilt flickered in Rohan's stomach, brief, painful, and then the old silence smothered it. "Yes," he said, forcing warmth into his tone. "Just a few shots, if you can spare a moment. The city behind you makes a stunning frame." She positioned herself near the glass balustrade. He raised the camera, adjusted focus. The lens filled with her face, her fragile poise. He imagined his mother's hands arranging flowers for evening prayer. He remembered his father's whistle when he solved a tricky crossword. His throat tightened. Focus. He stepped closer as if for a tighter shot. With one smooth motion he hooked his left arm around Anika's waist, yanked her backward against his chest, and slid the knife from its sheath. The cold metal pressed to the pulse at her throat. She made one small gasp and froze. "Don't move," he whispered. A guard at the garden entrance spun, saw them, reached for his pistol. Rohan dragged Anika farther onto the glass walkway so any shot risked hitting her. Within seconds the terrace filled with tension. The second bodyguard stormed out, weapon drawn. Below, murmurs rippled through the crowd as staff radios crackled warnings. Reddy burst onto the rooftop, breathing hard despite his tailored fitness. His eyes, usually narrowed in scorn, now bulged with fear. "Let her go," he barked, though his voice broke on the last syllable. "Close the doors," Rohan ordered. "No one else comes up." Reddy gestured. The guards complied. Wind tugged at the bride's dupatta, making the golden border flutter like a trapped bird. Tears slipped from her eyes. She was no villain, Rohan knew. She was just collateral to break her father. "What do you want?" Reddy said. Rohan stared at him, hunger and hate mixing like acid in his veins. "I want you to feel powerless." "Money?" Reddy offered. Even in crisis he defaulted to currency. "Any amount." "Say it." "You cannot buy me," Rohan said, echoing his father's words. The memory stabbed him again, sharper than the knife he held. He felt Anika tremble. She could not stop shaking. He had not planned for innocence to feel so warm against him. His resolve flickered, then solidified. Revenge demanded a payment. If not her life, then a life changed forever. His grip shifted lower. He drove the blade between her lower vertebrae, angled to sever the spinal cord. Her scream ripped the night. Her legs buckled. He eased her to the floor so she did not smash her head on glass. Reddy lurched forward. Guards seized him. "She will live," Rohan said, voice flat. "But every sunrise you will see her in that chair and remember why." He dropped the knife. At once gunfire cracked, 3 shots. Pain exploded in his chest, his shoulder, his abdomen. He staggered, knees failing, and collapsed beside Anika. Her sobs blurred into distant sirens in his ringing ears. The night sky wheeled overhead. He smelled jasmine again, mixed with smoke and blood. Reddy knelt over his daughter, weeping, shouting orders no one could obey. Cameras somewhere below kept recording, broadcasting chaos to millions. Soon those millions would also read Vikram's files. Arjun would send them 5 minutes from now, exactly as planned. The world would discover every secret Reddy had tried to bury. Rohan's vision dimmed. He pictured his parents waiting in a quiet place with steaming cups of cardamom tea. His mother would chide him for violence, he knew, but she would also pull him into her arms. His father would rest a hand on his shoulder, crossword folded in a pocket, proud that his son had finished the final, brutal clue nobody else could solve. Warmth drained from his limbs, but his lips curved in a faint smile. Devraj Reddy, for all his power, would never again sleep through the night. That would be justice enough. Darkness closed. Somewhere beyond it, the silence finally spoke, welcoming him home. Mike's hand slipped on the steel pole as the city bus rattled along its route, stopping every block, sighing each time the doors opened or closed. He had been standing for half an hour, though it felt much longer. The dim overhead lights, the chemical smell of vinyl seats, and the low drone of the engine pressed on his nerves until his vision tunneled on one thing only: the man at the front of the bus. The man wore a deep crimson coat that was far too heavy for the mild September weather. The color marked him, red among the muddy yellows, faded browns, and burnt oranges of everyone else's jackets. You don't see many reds, Mike thought. 3, maybe 4 in my life, and each time I kept my head down. This was different. Today, he wasn't going to stay out of their way. He had made up his mind and tried not to think about what might come next. His fingers slipped into his jeans pocket and wrapped around the cracked handle of a small folding knife. The blade was cheap steel, dull in places, but it had belonged to the father he never met. Mike had no childhood stories about the man, only this pocket knife, found in a shoebox of odds and ends after his mother died. Even so, he treated the humble tool as a relic. In his palm, it felt steadier than any gun, closer than any friend. The bus slowed yet again. This time the red-clad passenger shuffled forward on the bench as if he were preparing to leave. Mike's mouth went dry. He squeezed the knife, convinced the handle might spring to life and hop away if he didn't hold on. The doors hissed open. People stepped off, chatting, swiping at their phones. With them went the red. Mike followed, merging into the current of passengers as though the sidewalk were a slow river. Car horns echoed down the canyon of abandoned storefronts and broken-windowed apartment towers. Steel shutters bore graffiti like scabs on pale skin. At the curb, rusted shelves of cars gathered leaves and dust. The stench of rotting trash rolled through alleys that had once smelled of breads and coffee. Mike, suburb kid that he was, felt like he had woken on a different planet. He wanted to run home, to dive into his bedroom, but running had never solved anything for him before. He stayed on the red. The man walked with a heavy rhythm, one foot dragging a little. He seemed unfazed by the filth or by the angry voices that bounced from building to building. Everything here looked lost to rot, yet the red moved as if walking a familiar garden path. Finally, he stopped at a warehouse built of weather-eaten brick. No name. No lights behind the grimy windows. A single metal door bulged from its frame, paint curling off like strips of old wallpaper. The man raised a hand to knock. Mike flipped the folding knife open. The lids of the hinge squeaked. Did he think about his father in that second? Did he think about the dozens of arguments with his mother who had begged him never to come down to these ruined blocks? Did he think about the choice, the million ways it could go wrong? He thought only of the color red. The red sensed movement, half turning just as Mike lunged. The knife found cloth and flesh but glanced off bone. It sank into the man's shoulder, not his chest. A grunt, anger more than pain. The red's arm shot out, hand as hard as oak, slapping Mike's jaw. The boy, thin and unskilled, tripped over his own foot, hit the sidewalk, skidded on one palm. The knife stuck out of the red's body like a pin in a map. The man yanked the blade free. Blood gleamed black under street lamp glow. He tossed the knife in a lazy arc, and it landed by Mike's knee. The red's face twisted in something almost like pity, then relaxed into a confident sneer. He reached inside his coat. For a gun. Nothing else could live in that hidden place. Mike tasted copper in his mouth. His tongue had split against a tooth. He rose on shaking legs. Tiny droplets of rain spat across his cheeks. The red spoke to him in a low voice, almost conversational, as if advising a pupil. "Aim for the neck or the heart next time," he said. "A poke in the shoulder only stings." There was no time to think about meaning or consequence. Rage and fear crashed through Mike's spine. He leapt forward, grabbed the red's wrist before the pistol cleared the coat. The older man was stronger, thicker, but Mike had surprise. They wrestled for control, hands slipping on wet fabric. The barrel swung left, right, toward the sidewalk, up toward the sky. It held once. The recoil surprised them both. The gun fell, hitting the concrete with a bang like a hammer on a trash can lid. The red staggered back. He pressed both hands to his throat where a dark stain spread faster than Mike could follow. He coughed, tried to speak, took one step, and crumpled against the rusty warehouse door, eyes open and wet with disbelief. Mike's breath froze. All he heard was the quick click-click of his pulse. Then the pain in his head speared him. Migraine? No. Worse. As if someone had inserted electric wires behind his eyes and turned on the current. He dropped to one knee, vision white with sparks. When shapes returned, he saw flame. A wide curtain of orange fire rolled across the warehouse bricks. No, not flame. Something inside his head. Images burst open like eggs. He saw fists hammering faces, saw knives carving flesh, saw walls splashed in crimson. He squeezed his skull, begging the visions to stop. Then, as suddenly as they came, they folded back into darkness. He lifted his head. The warehouse did not burn. The world lay dull and gray. But something felt changed inside him, as if someone had installed a new lens behind his eyes, one that saw secret layers of meaning. He stood. The pistol rested on the sidewalk. He checked it. 2 rounds spent, 13 left. He knew this as surely as if he had counted them a moment ago, though he had never handled a pistol before tonight. The warehouse door groaned. Mike stepped back, crouched. The gun came up without a tremor. 2 men burst through, matching crimson coats, guns glinting. His index squeezed. The muzzle flashed twice. 2 shots, both clean, as if he had spent years on a firing range. The men collapsed on the threshold, and his skull erupted again with pain so fierce he swore he could smell ozone. The visions returned, strangers in cages, women crying, wireframe diagrams shimmering like neon skeletons. He breathed through the fire, picking pieces of sense. The wireframe, a building, 5 floors, staircases here and here, a cage on the basement level. The women dirty, torn clothes, terrified. They were inside this place? He focused on the image until it burned into his memory. Clip check, 10 rounds remaining. He should run. But the voice in his head whispered otherwise, a voice that sounded older and calmer than his own. Maybe it was his father, maybe someone else that rode inside these strange flashes. Move. Save them. End them. He kicked the warehouse door wider and stepped over the bodies. Stale air met him, thick with chemicals and mold. A bare bulb flickered above a staircase. He padded up, boots nearly silent. Every sense felt dialed to maximum. He smelled gun oil 30 feet away. He heard the faint chime of shell casings kicked by a careless foot. He tasted sawdust on the air from old shipping crates. Halfway up, that voice returned, stop. He flattened against the wall just before automatic gunfire tore the space where his chest would have been. Splinters rained. The shooters had poor lines of sight. They raked the stairwell blindly. He counted heartbeats, listened for the click of empty magazines. Now. He rolled across the landing, propped one knee, fired 3 times. A grunt, then silence on his left. Another barrage from the center of the room. He ducked, felt a bullet whip past his ear. The headache clawed at him again, but he pushed through. Right side, footsteps approaching, intent on flanking. He pivoted, 3 quick shots. The closest assailant's chest jerked, and he folded before he could swing his rifle. Wood cracked under fresh fire. The table he'd flipped for cover splintered like dry bone. Ammunition chipped concrete near his elbow. 3 bodies down. 1 left. His rifle clicked dry. He cursed without sound. The last gunman stalked carefully, expecting desperation. Mike threw the empty rifle like a spear. It smacked the man's forehead. Surprise made him drop his shotgun. Mike vaulted the ruins of the table, chained muscle and reflex guiding a punch that crushed the man's jaw. He wrenched the shotgun free, pumped it, and sent a slug into the man's chest. The recoil bruised his shoulder. Thunder inside his head returned tenfold, but with a new clarity. Flames again, swirling around that office to the left. A door at the back. A cage below. The leader, brighter red than any coat, waiting. He smelled gasoline though none was present. The psychic scream pushed him onward. He cracked the shotgun open, checked the 2-round magazine too. 1 left. No time to scavenge more ammo. He slid the last shell in, breathed slow. The blood of the vendor, the bruiser, the guard pooled around him, but he felt nothing. The office door flew open as he kicked it. Light from a single desk lamp painted long shadows. At the far wall a heavy man pointed a revolver. His coat burned with invisible fire in Mike's altered sight. Rage, authority, guilt, all glowing red. The man's lips curved into a mock smile. "Who the fuck are you?" he asked, calm, curious. Mike said nothing. He thought of the photograph in his pocket. A friend's sister, missing for months, last seen climbing into a red sedan. He suspected nothing then, but after his mother's funeral, while clearing her files, he found the private detective reports. Dozens of missing girls tied by slim threads to one name, Arlen Kreshnik, called Reds, for the coats his men wore. Mike held up the photograph. The man's smile twitched, recognition and evil delight. "A pretty morsel," he said. "Was. Past tense. Already sold." Mike's shoulders tightened, pain washing through his head. Memories not his own flickered, hands grabbing a young woman, needle in her neck, cargo truck, locked cell. His trigger finger itched. "I should thank you," Kreshnik continued, "for clearing out my incompetent guards." Mike didn't blink. Kreshnik raised the revolver. Mike's stolen shotgun was empty, but he feigned readiness, hoping arrogance would slow the man. It worked for a half second. Enough. Mike sidestepped, hurled the shotgun like a club. The throw spoiled Kreshnik's aim. The revolver roared, Plaster exploded where Mike's head had been. He leapt, drove a knee into the Red's ribs, snatched the revolver as they tumbled. It clattered across the floor. They grappled, Kreshnik strong but thick, anger dulling his speed. Mike's elbow crushed the man's nose. Warm blood sprayed. Kreshnik roared. Mike hammered again. He sensed bone crack like dry wood. The Red sagged, dazed. Mike looked at the revolver 2 meters away. He looked back at the man who ordered his parents' deaths. The father's voice inside him whispered, not a plea, not a warning, only a silent nod. Mike picked up the weapon. He pressed the barrel to Kreshnik's forehead. For one strange second, the worn metal smelled like his mother's tea kettle, old and reliable. Kreshnik spat blood, tried defiance. Mike pulled the trigger. The thunder ended it. Headache. Harder than ever. He squeezed his skull, knelt among glass shards. The visions came one final time. They guided him to a trapdoor hidden behind a metal cabinet. Down rotten stairs, past moldy walls, into a sub-basement. Foul damp air rose like breath from a grave. There they were, cages, women huddled under dirty blankets, eyes wide, wrists bruised by restraint ties. Some sobbed, some stared through Mike as if at some ghost between them and freedom. He fumbled keys from a dead guard, unlocked the cage doors, guided the women upstairs. Along the way he found a small office safe left open in panic, stuffed with passports, cash, photographs, ledgers. He grabbed everything, shoving it into a torn duffel. Outside, police sirens wailed toward the block. A neighbor must have heard gunfire. The women shuffled into the street, clinging to one another like survivors of shipwreck. Mike handed the revolver to a trembling woman who seemed least shocked. He felt no need to explain the safety. She understood. Then he turned down the alley, disappearing among the shadows before patrol cars arrived. Blocks away, in the faint glow of dawn, he stopped under a broken street lamp. The headache drifted like dying embers. He exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours. His phone buzzed. Arjun's text, files live. News exploding. You did it. He slid to the sidewalk, back against the wall, wiped blood from his lip. Somewhere behind him, smoke rose from the warehouse like a warning tower. The city would soon know every sin painted in red, and the masks would come off. Maybe that would bring justice, maybe only chaos, but either way the lies were ending. He unfolded the photograph from his pocket, smoothed the creases. The girl stared up at him, hopeful. He whispered he was sorry for being too late, and promised the world would remember her. Then, for the first time that night, tears came, the tears that refused to fall when his parents lay dead. He let them burn hot trails down his face, let them drop to the asphalt until a quiet voice inside said it was enough. At sunrise, Mike walked east, blending into crowds of tired workers. His clothes splattered, his mind cut open, but his steps steady. Behind him, the city sirens howled and news screens flashed images of crimson coats on cold pavement. Ahead lay a long road, one he would travel without a map, carrying nothing but a cracked pocket knife and the knowledge that even the smallest blade could unmask a monster. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I woke before the sun was high, pulled out of sleep by the thin light that leaked through the lace draped across my window. For a moment I lay still, listening. The house where I would spend the next 6 weeks did not have the hum of traffic or the chatter of neighbors. Instead, it carried a hush I could almost taste. Cool air crept through the screenless frame, passing over my face and slipping beneath the blanket like a cat searching for warmth. I had opened that window the night before because the air smelled of redwoods and salt, and I wanted both smells to sit with me while I slept. I had imagined my first morning at the Phoenix Writers' Retreat would feel magical. In my mind I pictured an old estate, half hidden by moss and ivy, perched between the dense pines of Northern California and the restless Pacific. On the website, every photo looked like it belonged in a travel magazine, mist hanging in treetops, wildflowers brushing the edge of winding trails, writers smiling around a fire pit that glowed gold against the night. I packed for an escape that would fix me, an escape that would make me a real writer instead of someone who snatched paragraphs off the internet and stitched them into stories I could barely remember. Reality looked different. My bedroom was smaller than the photo made it look, the mattress sagged toward the center, and the lace at the window felt like an afterthought. A single chair and a narrow table stood against the wall. Someone must have thought the arrangement looked literary, yet the wood felt sticky under my palm, and the chair wobbled every time I shifted my weight. Still, I had arrived, and in 6 weeks I was supposed to leave with a draft I could be proud of, something true, something new, something that would let me keep lying to everyone about who I really was. Maybe, I thought, if I worked hard enough, a good draft would swallow the lie. Maybe words could bury the secret behind them. I sat up, rubbed sleep from my eyes, and found the toiletry bag the retreat staff had left on the dresser. Between the toothpaste and the travel-size shampoos sat a folded schedule: breakfast at 8, group writing session at 9, a nature hike after lunch, dinner at 7. I traced each line with my finger, and wondered whether every attendee received the same neat plan. I twisted the knob on the heavy wooden door, stepped into the hall, and followed the dark boards beneath my bare feet. Each step carried a faint creak, as though the house wanted to remind me it was older than I was. At the end of the corridor I chose a bathroom painted a bright marine blue. A slender sprig of eucalyptus hung from the shower head, green leaves already drying out in the steam. Even half-wilted, they smelled clean, like mornings that begin without guilt. Under the hot spray I let my skin wake. I had no one to impress, but the heat felt good. I smelled faint peppermint from the shampoo and wondered how long those little comforts would last. When the water began to cool, I switched it off, pushed aside the beige curtain, and stepped onto a fluffy rug that kissed my toes. I opened the window to the crisp air again, and imagined lighting a cigarette. Smoking helped me think, but the rules forbade it inside, and the only thing worse than craving a smoke is craving a smoke when you know you are not allowed one. I wiped fog from the mirror and gathered my brown hair into a bun. My nose wrinkled as I tightened the tie. Habit, anxious gesture, something to do with my fingers. I opened the door to leave and almost collided with a girl waiting outside. She stood still, eyes dark as coffee, hair darker still. The air around her felt colder than the hallway. "Sorry," I said, stepping back. "I was waiting for a while," she answered. Her voice held no anger, yet I flinched as though she had shouted. She pushed a strand of black hair over her shoulder, glided past me, closed the door, and clicked the lock. Water roared to life on the other side. I heard slippers on the floor behind me. A girl in a red cardigan approached with a wide smile that looked practiced, like she had spent the night polishing each tooth. "Reagan, hi, it's Reagan, right?" she said before I could greet her. "Yeah," I answered. "Reagan. Good morning. Nice to meet you. I'm Phoenix." She spoke her name as if expecting applause. "That's a cool name." I forced a small smile. I wrapped my arms across my chest to hide the nervous itch crawling under my skin. Phoenix chuckled. "Just a pen name. Part of the brand." She flipped her hair as though to display an invisible logo. Then she slid a manila folder from behind her back. "How are you settling in? We'll have breakfast down at the gathering area in an hour. I can show you. Also, there are a few forms you need to sign before our afternoon activity." "More forms?" "Standard consents," she assured me. "Print, sign, bring them to breakfast." She pointed through the glass doors toward a clearing where logs formed a circle around a stone pit. "That's the gathering area." She glanced at her watch. "I must run, but see you soon." She flitted away in a blur of red and blonde. I returned to my room and dropped the folder on the desk. 6 weeks, I reminded myself. So much can happen in 6 weeks. Too much. My boyfriend Troy was at home, if you could call our shared apartment home, and I had not yet told him the truth about how I earned my place here. I tugged the welcome letter from under the folder and read, "Dear esteemed writers, we welcome you to the Phoenix Writers Retreat in Crescent City, California. Over the next 6 weeks, you and 9 other writers will explore the rugged beauty of Northern California, drawing inspiration from unspoiled forests, coastal cliffs, and quiet nights. Out of 500 applicants, we chose 10 whose talent and promise shone brightest. Prepared to create something meaningful. Thank you, Phoenix Farms. The words tasted of ambition and emptiness at the same time. They promised transformation without explaining the price. I tore the page free, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it toward the trash can. The paper mist, rolled beneath the desk, and rested beside the shaggy leg of that cheap table. I sat and stared at the blank notebook Phoenix had left. Instead of writing, I leaned back until the chair groaned. My weight tipped farther than I planned. Gravity tugged, the chair shot out, and I crashed onto the floor with a thud that rattled the window pane. Pain blossomed at the crown of my head. Ow, I muttered, rubbing the sore spot. A wall clock decorated with cartoon birds chirped fake woodsy sounds, reminding me I was late. I scrawled my name on the forms without reading, shoved the papers into the folder, and sprinted to the clearing. 9 strangers in Phoenix already filled the seats. The dark-eyed girl from the bathroom sat on one log. She smirked, rolled her eyes as if to say figures. The only open spot was beside a man wearing flip-flops on dirt. They slapped each time his foot bounced. I dropped into place. Phoenix smiled too brightly. As I was explaining, she said, "We'll start with an exercise to shake loose fear." She paused, eyes sparkling. "Cliff diving!" Several people gasped. I found my voice. "What if we're not interested in cliff diving?" Phoenix's smile glazed over. She lifted the folder I had thrust at her. "According to the forms you signed, Reagan, you consented." Her tone sharpened. "Everyone here signed. Everyone participates." We scattered to change. On the porch steps a man waited, a handsome giant with half a sleeve tattoo, dimples cut into suntanned cheeks, eyes the color of warm moss. "What kind of writer are you?" he asked. "Mostly fiction," I answered. "You?" "Same," he said. "I'm Kraus." His name fell like a stone into a pond, plop, singular ripple. He explained his mother's maiden name was Kraus. She gave it to him so it wouldn't vanish. I liked how casually he shared that small truth. He felt safe, but safe can be dangerous. I studied the ink twisting up his arm. A brand new berserk tattoo, black lines, white skull. On the trail we sweated under a punishing sun. Dust rose in clouds. Scrub brush clung to cliffs. Every step pulled my calves tight until the forest broke open and the world grew vast. We stood on a ledge above a jade lagoon. Water thundered where it poured from an unseen source, white arcs exploding into a pool 50 feet below. I inhaled pine and salt. The smell should have grounded me, yet everything felt weightless. The cliff, the water, the sky, they belonged to no single place. Phoenix clapped. "Who wants to go first?" My arm shot up before my mind said yes. My heart lurched. Where had that courage come from? Kraus raised his arm too. "I actually wanted to jump first," he said. Phoenix shook her head. Reagan volunteered. Kraus turned to me. "Rock, paper, scissors?" He leaned in. "Lose on purpose if you want to jump together." "I'll throw rock." His breath carried cedar and mint. I hesitated, then nodded. He counted. I threw scissors against his rock and felt a shiver of relief, or desire, as he winked. We backed up, fingers intertwined. "1," he shouted. "2, 3. We bolted, toes gripping dirt, springing into blue sky. The drop stole my scream. Wind slapped my cheeks. We hit the surface hard, cold in an instant. Bubbles roared around us. Then we kicked upward, air blindingly bright, our lungs bursting. We surfaced inches apart, laughing so loudly the cliffs echoed. The others plunged one by one. Phoenix flipped forward, graceful as a seal. She surfaced and yelped. "Water's warm," though it wasn't. Later, bell clang echoing across the property. Phoenix ushered us inside for showers and writing time. Kraus followed me to my doorway, warm hand on my hip. Inside he lay beside me on the small bed, arms around my shoulders. We talked about childhood pets, minor tragedies, half-finished novels. He told me the EMT classes he took in case writing never paid. I touched the bump on my head. He examined my pupils again, gentle and serious. When dinner bell rang, he slipped upstairs to change, promising to meet me. I found the kitchen transformed, platters of fruit glistening under lantern light, loaves of crusty bread, roasted vegetables sweet with char, fish laid whole with lemon wheels on the eyes. Phoenix poured wine into wide goblets. The girl with dark eyes watched me again, her lips curled into a secret. Phoenix raised her glass. To bravery, she proclaimed. To words waiting for birth. We drank. The wine stuck to my tongue, thick and bitter, yet I swallowed more. Conversation buzzed. Laughter taped over the awkward edges of strangers. The wine blurred voices. Phoenix's face drifted in and out, smile stretching, features bending. Kraus guided me to my door, laid me down, brushed hair from my face. The hallway spun. I watched him leave, eyes closing before the latch clicked. Morning light cracked my skull like ice in boiling water. I blinked, expecting pale dawn, but the window blazed white. Curtains were open though I remembered closing them. Heat pressed against my cheeks. Something cold tapped my forehead, fingers. Kraus sat on the edge of my bed, stroking my bangs. Wake up, he whispered. His voice came from far away. Why is it hot? Is the heat on? No, he answered. That's the fire. Look. I tried to lift my head. Movement around me came into focus. Faces ringed by orange glow. We were outside, not in my room. Tall trees circled the clearing. A fire crackled in a deep pit, flames tall as men. Everyone from dinner stood around me. Masks covered some faces, wooden birds with long beaks, symbols carved along the sides. Where skin showed, their expressions were calm, almost bored. My wrists were bound by coarse rope. Panic sliced through the fog. Why? My throat rasped. Phoenix stepped forward, hands clasped behind her back. The fire painted her hair like molten gold. Reagan, this retreat was never for writers. Behind her more figures emerged from shadow, silent, masked, moving with ritual slowness. I surged against the ropes. Let me go. I'll leave today. No one has to. Phoenix shook her head. We invite those who hunger to create but prefer to steal. She looked at me as though studying a beetle pinned under glass. You plagiarized your sample story. We traced every line. I swallowed, stomach heaving. Fine. I'm a fraud. I'll disappear. Please. Kraus crouched, dimples gone, mouth set. We don't want apologies, he said. We want what's inside you. He brushed the knife-shaped tattoo on his forearm. People with true voices taste different from thieves. We hunt the thieves. Phoenix produced a narrow dagger, silver glints sliding along the blade. The fire hissed. The locals used to call these cliffs the feeding grounds, she said. They believed stories were spirits who demanded tribute. Tears blurred faces into smears of flame and bone. My shoulders shook, rope burning wrists. Someone help! My voice cracked against redwood trunks. No answer but crickets and distant surf. Phoenix lifted the blade. My teeth chattered full of fear. I tried to remember laughter in the lagoon, the pine salt air, anything but the blade. I'm glad I came, I whispered, not sure why, maybe last defiance. Kraus's hand slid over mine. So are we, he said, and the knife fell. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The sun was losing its grip on the sky, pushing a calm orange wash over the low hills that held the old dairy farm in their gentle arms. One by one the birds surrendered the day to the crickets and katydids, the evening chorus slowly knitting itself together in every ditch and hedgerow. Farah lay on her back in a narrow meadow, the plaid blanket beneath her woolly with use. her eyes tracing the gradual reveal of stars overhead. Each time the light dimmed another fraction, a fresh pinprick appeared in the blue, and she felt small and lucky to witness it. Only a few feet away and facing downhill sat Liv, freckled Liv, shy when praised Liv, her legs folded, her arms draped loosely across her knees. Beyond Liv, past the shoulder-high grass framing the little clearing, the Clarksons' farm sat quiet and still, a pale roof, a red barn, the suggestion of cattle moving like shadows in the pasture. Liv's gaze drifted in that direction even though nothing there asked to be studied. Maybe she was trying to memorize the shape of the barn's roof against dusk as a way to hold the moment still. Farah could have watched Liv forever. That blue sweatshirt, Cafe Luna printed across the front, had been Liv's favorite since the year they met, soft from hundreds of washings, cuffs chewed and fretted by nervous thumbs during late-night homework sessions. A pair of loose strands had escaped the elastic at the base of Liv's neck. They glowed like spun copper in the jumpy firelight. Farah's chest warmed first, then her cheeks, then the tips of her ears. She realized she had been staring, and when Liv looked over, eyes round with surprise, then amusement, Farah laughed under her breath. "Oh my God, Far!" Liv said, half shocked, half pleased. "How long have you been staring at me?" Her voice was playful, but pink had already risen in her cheeks. "Long enough to realize I'm dating the prettiest girl in 3 counties," Farah answered, making no effort to hide the admiration in her tone. Liv's blush deepened. Compliments always cornered her. She never knew where to put them. She lifted one hand to flick imaginary lint from her sleeve, the practical gesture she used whenever she felt shy. "You're mean," she murmured, bumping Farah's shoulder with her own. Then, softer, "But thank you." "I'm not mean," Farah argued, though her grin gave away her delight. "R2. Am not." "R." Farah pressed her fingers gently to Liv's lips, silencing the game. She cocked her head, listening. Somewhere in the near woods she thought she heard a crack, not a twig settling in the cool, not the harmless scurry of a mouse. Something heavier. She couldn't be sure. But the instinct that lives in the marrow of people who grow up near forests slipped back to attention. Liv mistook the hush for another of Farah's pranks and rolled her eyes. "You and your hush." Farah's hand stayed near Liv's mouth, palm poised like a conductor's. She turned her head toward the tree line, eyes narrowing as they tried to drink more of the dusk. The glow of their little fire was a comfort and a hindrance. It lit Liv's face but stole detail from the woods beyond. "Farah?" Liv whispered, her voice small now, aware something had changed in the night. Farah opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. She had nothing solid to offer, only a prickle beneath her skin and a memory of sound. She listened harder. Crickets, katydids, the distant murmur of a tractor engine winding down for the night. Nothing out of place. Liv's breath hastened. Under the quilt, her knees nudged into Farah's hip as if seeking shelter. "Far, what is it?" Farah exhaled slowly, trying to let the tension run out with her breath. I thought I heard something, that's all." She fought to keep her voice calm, but she knew Liv heard the tremor anyway. Almost on cue the sound came again, louder, closer, deliberate crunches on dry leaves. Farah jerked halfway to her feet, heart hammering against her ribs. Liv's own eyes flared. "I heard it too." Each word wobbled. The snapping came a third time, and this time Farah saw it, a shape, half hidden among poplar trunks at the edge of the clearing. Lean, tall, definitely human. The shape leaned, shifted, then pressed flat to the bark as though hiding. But it was too late. She had seen him, and he had begun to step forward. Farah's blood roared in her ears. She seized Liv's wrist. "Run!" Liv didn't move, frozen between obedience and disbelief. "No!" Farah hissed, pulling her girlfriend to her feet. Liv gasped, understood, and sprinted downhill. Farah darted after her, feet sliding on the slick late summer grass. Behind her she could hear heavy steps, men's steps, crashing through undergrowth. She didn't dare look back until she caught up to Liv, who stumbled, regained balance, then stumbled again. "Liv, come on!" Farah urged, half dragging, half steadying her. A sob tore from Liv. "My ankle!" twisted it. Just keep going. Farah's mind raced. They were still 300 yards from the first fence post that marked the Clarkson land. Beyond that, maybe a half-mile of fields before the farmhouse. Too far. They needed another plan. Her hand dove into her jeans pocket. Please let the knife be there. Fingers closed on metal. Relief stabbed through her, chased by dread. She didn't want to use it, but she would. She flicked the small blade open. Heavy palms clamped onto her shoulders, wrenching her backward. Instinct drove the knife. She plunged it once, twice, felt resistance give. A man's grunt. His grip slackened. Farah twisted, saw Liv still hobbling, saw the man bent double clutching his middle. Moonlight glinted off something in the grass, another knife. Liv! Grab it! Farah yelled. Liv staggered, scooped up the blade with shaking hands. The assailant straightened, blood dark at his shirt front. In 2 strides he closed on Farah again, fist lashing across her cheek. Her ears rang, vision dimming. She fell hard, cheek to earth, mouth full of copper taste. The night spun and blinked out. Light pressed against her eyelids, bright enough to sting even through skin. Farah groaned, rolling to one side. Her cheek pulsed. Grass dampened her palm. She was lying in the meadow, the sun already lifting clear of the eastern ridge. Memory flooded back in broken pictures. Liv limping, the stranger advancing, cold steel in her fist, sudden black. Farah pushed onto one elbow, head swimming. Liv? Her voice cracked from dryness. No reply. She turned slowly. Liv sat a few feet away, knees hugged to her chest, gaze fixed far beyond the clearing. Liv? Farah crawled closer, touching Liv's shoulder. Liv jerked as if shocked, then slumped, face blotched and swollen from tears. Behind them, near the path they had fled, lay the man. He was unnaturally still, limbs askew. Blood rust-brown on his clothes, dried in stiff streams. The second knife, Liv's knife, rested on the grass beside him, blade clouded. I didn't want to. Liv's whisper barely caught in the light breeze. He came at me when you went down. I just pushed it forward. Her hands fluttered in her lap, palms still tacky crimson. Farah's stomach lurched. She wrapped both arms around Liv, gathering her close. It's all right. You had no choice. She heard herself say the words, unsure whether they were true, but meaning them because Liv needed to believe them. They stayed curled together until the rising sun warmed the dew and birds began their daylight chorus. Eventually practical questions intruded. They needed help. They needed to call the sheriff. They needed to report the attack, the death, everything. Neither had a phone. Both lay in the tent backpacks. So they packed in numb silence, extinguished the cold ashes of the fire, and climbed into Farah's dented blue Volkswagen. The drive to the county station took 40 minutes. Dust fanned behind the car where tires chewed the gravel road, but inside the cabin was wordless. Once, Farah reached across the gearshift and found Liv's hand. Liv's fingers curled weakly around hers. At the front desk a gray-haired deputy ushered them into a small interview room. Separate statements, photographs of bruises, another deputy dispatched to the clearing. Questions repeated. Did they know the man? Could they describe him? Did he say anything? Everything slowed into a looping haze of fluorescent lights and coffee smell and metallic click of a ballpoint pen. Liv cried through her statement. Farah cried through hers. The deputy's gentle reassurance did little to blunt the edge of memory cutting deeper every time they spoke it aloud. Hours later their parents arrived, 4 adults bewildered and frantic, wrapping the girls in blankets, murmuring promises of safety no one fully believed. Deputy Morgan explained the death would be ruled self-defense, recommended counseling, offered a victim advocate. The necessary but weightless bureaucratic gestures that hover around trauma. By dusk Farah and Liv sat in the back seat of Liv's mother's SUV, clutching paper cups of water, staring through opposite windows at the darkened storefronts of downtown. Liv's mom proposed that everyone stay at their house for a few nights. Nobody argued. 20 years later Farah sat on the stoop of a narrow brownstone in Brooklyn, turning a soft blue hoodie over and over in her lap. The edges had frayed further, the letters cracking, but it still smelled faintly of wood smoke and early love. Dusk settled. Street noise fell away layer by layer until only a distant siren and the hush of traffic blocks over remained. Not a day passed that Farah did not see the meadow, hear the crack of undergrowth, feel the knife hilt bite her palm. She missed Liv fiercely, missed the reflexive patience, the startled laugh, the comfort of a head on her shoulder during long movies. Liv had tried to heal, but some wounds never quite closed. Their paths had forked under the weight of everything unspoken. Phone calls dwindled, letters slowed. Eventually Liv moved west, chasing a quiet town under big sky where people did not glance at her like she might shatter. Farah pressed the hoodie to her face, tears spotting the cloth. She whispered an apology no one could hear. Above, the night gathered itself again, freckles of starlight blooming the way they had on her 18th birthday. A chill puffed along the street, lifting the hair at Farah's neck. She stood, folded the hoodie carefully, and went inside. Wherever Liv watched the same sky, she hoped her old love felt the hush of evening settle without fear, and found herself able, at last, to rest. I woke up at the typewriter long after midnight with that familiar ache in my shoulders and the metallic taste of too much stale coffee on my tongue. The carriage bell rang in my dreams, and I jolted upright to find a single half-sentence blinking on the dusty laptop screen. He returned with a scalpel, whistling a tune no one else could hear. The words were perfect, cruel, confident, brittle, just the way my prose always sounded when it flowed straight from the raw place in the back of my skull. For one breath I felt the old thrill. I still had it. The voice was still mine. It hadn't drowned in pills, fluorescent lights, or the syrupy kindness of professionals in soft shoes. Wind rattled the shutters of Blackthorn Manor. The big house, a sprawling pile of rotten beams, lead-painted walls, and crooked porches, gave a long wooden groan in answer. Outside my basement window a wind chime knocked against the frame, notes thin as cracked glass. Upstairs every other guest lay under sedation, as silent as corpses in a wax museum. They called this place a writer's retreat for the mentally exhausted. But nobody who lived on this floor was merely exhausted. We were the ones whose families had called police battering ram teams or emergency clinicians because silence had taken us hostage or because the words would not stop spilling out of us. In glossy brochures Blackthorn Manor promised massage therapy, craft workshops, and guided creativity renewal. Behind locked doors it felt closer to a forgotten asylum from the 1930s, back when the nurses hid straps beneath the linen and called shock treatments healing. I arrived 9 days ago after my sister Linda discovered me half-starved, chain-smoking next to a tower of Red Bull, tapping the same paragraph for a book I could barely remember starting. My agent convinced the director, Dr. Cynthia Halleck, to let me keep writing at night. The deal was clear: swallow the medicine, attend group therapy, smile for visiting hours, and no one confiscates the laptop. Easy, they said. Safe, they said. They were wrong about both. Over the next week my fingers refused to follow orders. On the screen my sentences shuffled like 6 spiders, stiff, pale, collapsing after a few inches. Drafts that used to pour out of me now trickled, then stopped. One night I reread the fragment that had earned my last award, a story about a girl whose shadow moves before her body, and felt nothing. It read like an obituary someone else had typed. My pulse stayed flat, my tongue tasted of chalk. Dr. Halleck was delighted. You see, Liz? Your cortisol has leveled out. The racing thoughts have settled. This is what balance feels like. I wanted to break her expensive glasses. Balance? I can't write more than a grocery list. They might as well have cut off my hands. The words will come back, she said gently. First we quiet the storm. Then we listen for the true signal underneath. I thought of answering, but a lump filled my throat. Nothing came out. I left her office with a bottle of little green tablets that promised the same hush. That night I flushed them. If I was going to lose my voice, it would not be to chemicals. On night 9, jittery with sudden withdrawal, I slipped outside. A swing bench hung near a stand of ruined rose bushes, nothing but spiny branches and cindered petals. Someone already sat there, a thin man in a corduroy jacket, collar pulled up, cigarette forming a tiny orange star in the gloom. Moonlight caught his cheeks, and for an instant he looked younger than me yet impossibly ancient, as if emptied of time. He nodded. "Couldn't sleep?" I answered almost without thinking. "Can't write." He studied the lit end of his cigarette, flicked ash. "Maybe you're trying too hard to be sane." "Excuse me? Madness is a tool," he said. "The pills blunt it, polish it into silence. You were never meant to be quiet." I searched his face. No wristband, no hospital pajama top, no laminated ID. "Are you a patient? I haven't seen you on the ward." He gave a half smile. "I'm a character." The skin between my shoulder blades prickled. "What did you say?" "You created me. You just forgot." He exhaled through a grin. "Open the notebook from the winter you almost froze in Maine. Page 64. My name's right there. Gavin." I went dizzy. The Violet Cathedral, that cursed unfinished manuscript from 2 years ago. I'd sealed it in a desk drawer after the bathtub incident, and sworn never to publish it. Gavin was the detective who realized the killer was writing him as he lived. I thought I'd buried him with the draft. Yet here he was, flesh and bone, or maybe only moonlight and suggestion, either way impossible. "I don't forget characters," I managed. "You forgot me long enough that someone else tried to erase us." He tapped ash toward the manor's shuttered windows. "Watch what happens if you keep taking their cure." I whispered a vulgar word and hurried back inside. My hand shook as I searched for the battered leather journal Linda promised to bring at my next visit. If Gavin had slipped from that draft, what else might claw its way free? And what had the new medication done to the words still trapped inside? Linda arrived pale and worried, clutching the requested notebook like a first aid kit. She wanted small talk. I wanted pages. After she left, I tore through the entries until I hit the segment Gavin hinted about, a single paragraph describing a cigarette-thin detective who haunts a dilapidated estate, gathering lost authors one by one. He had been waiting for me. I hid the journal under my mattress. That night I palmed the next dose of dulling pills, pretended to swallow while Nurse Blake watched, then spit them into the toilet. The next night I did the same, and the next. On the third day the tremor in my fingertips returned, and with it a low thrum behind my eyes like an orchestra tuning. Voices rode up from below. Not hallucinations. These were the shapes of stories. I skipped group therapy. I skipped breakfast. Instead I stole candles from the chapel, matches from the staff kitchen, and copies of every book I'd published, the ones the manor displayed in a neat row for would-be attendees to admire. After midnight I crept to the root cellar, a stone-walled pit that smelled of rot and rain. I set the books in a circle, one white candle on each. Then I sat cross-legged in the middle with my laptop and opened a blank document. The house groaned overhead. Cold seeped through the flagstone. I whispered the old invocation writers sometimes joke about but never truly mean, words to summon characters from the page. Mine came gladly. First Gavin, leaning against the foundation beam, then Vicar Bellamy, then Mina the girl made of bees, then Felix with his clockwork heart, Delilah the bone collector, and dozens more. Each flicker of their shapes dragged a new sentence through me. The words flew. My fingers raised blisters on the keys. Blood speckled the space bar. I wrote a detective novel about a woman confined to a fake wellness center that steals stories from its guests. I titled it The Man Who Wasn't There. Gavin guided the plot. Delilah whispered the murders. Mina offered the sting of betrayal. By dawn 50,000 words filled the file. I saved twice, emailed a copy to my agent from the one working computer in admin, then returned to the cellar to find every candle extinguished. I collapsed on the flagstones and slept like a corpse. Sunlight through barred windows woke me late afternoon. I staggered upstairs, head ringing, stomach hollow. Nurse Blake seized my arm halfway up the service stairs. "Elizabeth Powell, you missed 3 doses and every appointment on your schedule. Where the hell have you been?" "Working," I croaked. The taste of copper clung to my mouth. Listen, I finished the book. She escorted me straight to Dr. Halleck, who looked equal parts offended and intrigued. I told her I'd written all night. She demanded to see proof. When I produced the laptop, the document was blank, only a blinking cursor. Not a single word, not even the title. My stomach dropped into my shoes. Doctor, I whispered. It was there. I emailed it. What email? We disabled your Wi-Fi, remember? She typed. No outbox, no draft, no internet log. Liz, you had a break from reality. You spent 8 hours hiding in the laundry chute repeating the same sentence. I shook my head so hard spots danced. Check the root cellar. I carved pages into the walls. I wrote in blood. I realized too late what that sounded like. Security moved me to the white room, a starch chamber with padded corners and one high window. They injected a new sedative. I dreamed of wading through pages dissolving into water. When I woke, Gavin sat cross-legged on the cell floor. His outline flickered. They took it, I said. You carved it deep enough, he answered. Stone remembers. For 3 weeks I scratched sentences into the plaster with chipped fingernails, repeating the story aloud during every conscious breath. The nurses wrote that I was catatonic, yet sometimes they shivered, swearing they heard an old typewriter echo where there was none. One morning a trainee named Marla found a sheaf of neatly typed pages hidden beneath my mattress. Every word of the man who wasn't there lay there, double-spaced, red ribbon smudges at the margins. She couldn't explain how a disconnected laptop produced them. She mailed the manuscript to my agent, and signed. It hit #1 on every major list within 14 days. Critics called it the most honest depiction of creative insanity in decades, a metafictional masterpiece. My agent granted interviews about genius and torment. No one asked about my whereabouts. Linda visited once the article broke. She stood at the viewing window. I sat on the floor drawing ghost keys in the air, typing silently. We held each other's eyes a long moment. She pressed a hand to the glass. I almost smiled. I never spoke again. But every night, when hallway lights dim, the nurses swear they hear a carriage return bell, and the soft, steady clack of a manual typewriter filling the white room with stories no one will dare to publish. Dan's first alarm went off at 4 in the afternoon, a faint wail that slithered across the bedroom like a half-hearted warning. He silenced it without opening his eyes. The second alarm caught at 4:15, and he pawed at the nightstand until the noise stopped. It was the third alarm, an old-school red LED clock that buzzed like an angry hornet, that finally pried him from the mattress at 4:32. He sat up too fast, lightheaded, then flung the blanket aside and stared at a slice of late-day sun sneaking around the edges of the blackout curtains. The curtains were a hair too narrow for the window frame, a fact that annoyed him every afternoon. He had measured wrong, refused to admit it, and never went back to Lowe's for a bigger set. No time for coffee. No time for anything. His 12-hour night shift at the chemical plant started at 7, and he still needed to shower, toss a frozen burrito into his lunch bag, dig out clean work pants, and wedge 35 miles of highway between himself and the trailer park where he now lived alone. He shuffled to the tiny laundry closet and lifted the dryer lid. Cold, damp khaki work pants slumped against the drum like a sleeping dog. He had washed them yesterday and never pushed the start button. They smelled like wet drywall. He pictured how Megan, always organized, always one step ahead, would have transferred them in time, how she would have folded them, how she would have told him with a playful shove that he was hopeless without her. Oversized silence hugged the hall. He tossed the pants back in, jabbed at the dial, and scowled at his reflection in the blank TV screen. Puffy eyes, unshaven cheeks, a ring of skin at the collar already shiny with sweat. He turned the faucet on in the kitchen, waiting for it to run cold so he could swallow 2 ibuprofen for the headache clawing behind his eyes. The divorce papers sat untouched on the counter. Pages and pages of fine print, signatures, blanks for initials. He could finish them in 20 minutes, mail them, be done. But the gold band still pinched his finger, and when he reached to tug it off so he could trade it for the silicone plant approved replacement, the ring refused to budge. The knuckle had swollen overnight, or maybe during the last week of microwaved pizza dinners and energy drink breakfasts. He clenched and unclenched the fist, willing the blood back into circulation, but the band held firm. One more problem for later. He tugged on a faded t-shirt, gathered a stained notebook and a half-eaten bag of jalapeno chips, and trudged outside. The sky in June had that restless pre-evening glare that made everything look bleached. He thought of the long shift ahead, pump gauges, steam clouds, valves coughing hot brine. 12 hours of noise. 12 hours of pretending he was still the reliable man he had been before everything cracked. He backed out of the gravel driveway, swung onto the main road, and told himself not to think about Megan. But everything invited her ghosts: the empty passenger seat, her favorite radio station, the phantom whiff of vanilla body lotion clinging to the sun visor. He gripped the wheel until his knuckles matched the white line on the shoulder, then forced his focus on the asphalt unfurling beneath the hood. At that same hour, Megan snapped her laptop shut in her studio apartment on the far side of the county. The workday, Zoom meetings, color-coded spreadsheets, empty chatter about rising shipping costs, had drained her. She used to imagine remote work as a strange bliss: pajamas at noon, laundry spinning between emails, music humming without headphones. 3 months of reality had dulled the magic. The room felt smaller every day, the oak cabinets older, the beige carpet dingier. And though the apartment was hers alone, no one to leave beard trimmings in the sink, no bathtub ring from a man who preferred scorching showers over quick rinses, the single window gave her little view beyond a brick wall across the alley. She closed her eyes and pictured the possibilities that had once glittered like coins on the ocean floor. A journalism job in Seattle straight out of college. She had said no to that offer, no to the salt smell of Puget Sound mornings, the clatter of city press rooms, because Dan had asked her to stay. She had told herself the sacrifice was love. That love would expand to fill any dream she surrendered. Then go with me anywhere, he had said, but they never went. His job at the plant grew from temporary to permanent. Mortgage, yard work, oil changes, Netflix marathons. The years clicked by. Now divorce paperwork moved faster than any ambition she once nurtured. The lawyer said things looked simple: no kids, assets easy to divide. Megan nodded and paid another invoice. She moved her belongings into the studio, changed her address, and practiced solitude the way some people practice scales on a violin. She liked the idea of starting over, but starting meant movement, readjusting, reaching, and the apartment felt like a waiting room separating old life from new. Her phone buzzed with an email notification. She tapped it reflexively, expecting a work message or spam sale code, but instead saw a banner ad at the bottom of the screen: a writing retreat in Alaska awaits you. A rugged model in a wide-brimmed hat grinned over his shoulder at a fjord. Come away for a week of words, wilderness, and wonder. She laughed. It was absurd. She could not point to Alaska on a blank map without squinting. She had no novels brewing. Yet something in her chest expanded, a hollow that begged to be filled. The cost gnawed at her conscience, but her finger hovered anyway over the sign-up link. She read testimonials, scrolled through pictures of spruce forests and humpback whales breaching silver water, and saw lines about morning prompts, evening critique circles, and bonfires under a sky that refused to go dark in midsummer. A place so far away it looked like a fairy tale. She thought of glacier air, sharp enough to reset her lungs. She thought of the journal in her drawer, its pages mostly blank. She thought of Dan and the ring she'd removed before dropping the house key on the counter. She tapped pay now before she could overthink. The screen flashed. Congratulations, writer. We'll see you in Anchorage. Her pulse skittered. Tomorrow she would request the week off, pack a duffel, and fly north. Meanwhile, Dan parked the Civic beneath a sugar maple a block from Megan's apartment. He cut the engine and watched her window. The blinds had been up earlier, but now they were closed. A bare bulb glowed through the slats. He imagined her inside wearing flannel shorts, sipping chamomile tea, humming along to the vinyl album she bought at thrift stores. He pulled his phone from the cup holder, checked the banking app he had hacked months ago. A new charge scrolled across the screen, Right Alaska LLC. Alaska? His chest tightened. He pictured her on a plane next week, laughing with strangers, reading a poem at a campfire. Without him. Did she not know that the quiet between them was just temporary? That he only needed a little time to fix the mess? He thumbed the legal pad on the passenger seat. He had covered pages with half-written letters to her, love apologies, promises, lists of memories, first date at the campus coffee shop, the blue streak she once dyed above her ear, the time she surprised him with floor seats at a basketball game. He had meant to mail a letter, but none sounded right. None captured the desperation. Alaska felt final, like she was sailing off the edge of the known world. The retreat website listed a waiting list. He found a phone number, dialed, and blurted a story about a sudden slot opening because a friend had cancelled. Within 10 minutes, he had given a credit card number, spelled his name, and reserved a place on the same July session. His pulse slowed. He'd go to Alaska with her. They could hike together, breathe the same cold air, sit in silence under a pink-gold sky. She would remember how good they could be. He would show her he had changed. That night in the noisy plant control room, neon lights flickered above Dan's desk as he filled out a PTO request. He said nothing to the shift supervisor about Alaska, only, "Family matter." He taped a sticky note above his workstation, "Megan loves sunrise. Maybe we can watch one together." The note steadied him all night, while turbines groaned and gauges pulsed red. The July morning Megan left for the airport smelled like cut grass. She crammed a duffel with fleece, hiking boots, notebooks, a tin of watercolor pencils she'd barely used. She phoned a rideshare, tipped the driver extra for grabbing her bag. At the terminal, she watched planes ascend into the glare and imagined herself dissolving into the sky. Last boarding call printed on her ticket felt like a dare she was finally ready to accept. Dan's flight departed 3 hours later from a neighboring gate. He wore a plain black ball cap low over his forehead and kept his distance, but he tracked her through terminals C and D. He felt ridiculous sneaking around like a detective in a bad sitcom, yet fear of spooking her overpowered the embarrassment. He just needed to land in Alaska and approach her at the lodge in a gentle, non-threatening way. Show her they had more pages to write. The retreat lodge perched at the edge of Prince William Sound like a cedar-sided secret. Megan inhaled spruce-tinged air, tasted salt under her tongue, and stared across water so still it mirrored the cliffs. 20 writers gathered in the main hall for an introduction. A tall man in a felt hat and storybook beard welcomed them. He spoke about reclaiming the imaginative self, reminded them to challenge discomfort, invited them to find new narratives in this wild margin of Earth. Megan met people from Chicago, New Mexico, Chile. At dinner she shared a table with a chef-turned-essayist and a retiree who wrote limericks about jazz musicians. Laughter filled the lodge. After sunset, which looked more like pastel twilight, she returned to her small upstairs room, opened her notebook, and filled 3 pages with rambling gratitude. The next day began with guided meditation on a deck overlooking water. The host then asked them to write about why they came. She scribbled, "I came to change myself. I came because life turned into small rooms and I lost the key. I came to see if the world still feels big." Then came the second prompt, "Why should people read you?" She stalled, pen hovering, then wrote, "Because I am still here." Afternoon brought a hike along a moss-soft trail. She caught herself smiling at spruce saplings, at a marmot peering from a rock. The sky, wide and blue, made her lungs feel taller. That evening in the lodge, the host asked for volunteers to share their pages. Megan's stomach fluttered, but she raised her hand. Her voice trembled at first, but the room listened. When she finished, people clapped softly. She glanced around, cheeks flushed. That was when she saw Dan on the far side of the circle, reclining against the cedar post, legal pad on his knee. Their eyes locked. Recognition flashed across her face, then alarm, then fury. He motioned toward the door. "Can we talk?" She stared back, cold, then stood without a word and walked outside. She did not notice the others exchanging puzzled looks. She marched up the path, wind whipping hair across her mouth, fists clenched. "What are you doing here?" echoed in her skull. She heard Dan jogging behind. She kept walking until the trees thinned and the trail ended at a flat ledge of granite hanging over the water. Snow peaks hovered beyond like teeth. She rounded on him. "Explain yourself?" Her voice sliced the air as sharp as gull cries overhead. He said he thought she wanted him there. He spoke of love, of mistakes, of fresh starts. She felt heat flood her throat. She told him she wanted freedom, that he had smothered her life, that she refused to replay old arguments. With each accusation, his shoulders caved. He stared at his shoes. Then something dark flickered in his eye, shame curdling into anger, and he swung his fist. Her world burst white. She tasted blood, saw sky spin, heard gulls scatter. When vision cleared, he stood shaking, horrified by what he'd done. Megan's head throbbed. She lifted onto one elbow, saw the panic in his face, the tears on his cheeks. Her own fear ignited into something icy and bright. She thought of the retreat host's prompt, 3 moments that changed your life. Meeting Dan was 1. Leaving him was 2. This could be the 3rd. She pushed herself up. Rage and calculation mingled. She saw the cliff edge, saw his ringed hands still trembling. She smelled salt and spruce in her own coppery blood. The world shrank to a single choice. She told him he ruined her life. The words felt like cutting a final rope. His eyes widened, wounded and furious, and he stepped toward her again. Before he could raise another hand, she lowered her center of gravity, gripped his shoulders, and drove him backward with every ounce of momentum she had. His heel caught on a root. They tottered. She shoved harder. A gasp escaped him, half word, half plea, then silence as he vanished over the edge. She stood alone, chest heaving. Water churned below, erased his cry. She wiped her mouth. Blood streaked her wrist. Her pulse hammered, but her thoughts cooled quickly, methodically. She sat, legs dangling over the ledge, and stared at the horizon where evening sunlight painted gold onto distant ice. In the quiet between waves, she began framing sentences. A survivor's narrative. A woman reclaiming voice among mountains. People would read that, she thought. They would read every word. She ran a hand over the notebook in her pocket, already anticipating how the pages would flow tonight. Behind her, spruce needles hissed in the wind. Ahead, the sun refused to set. She inhaled, steadied, then stood. The trail waited, curving back to the lodge, to the circle of riders who still believed she was simply brave for starting over. She would be returning as something else altogether, a woman with a story only she could tell, and enough silence behind her to fill 1,000 blank pages. Adele woke because cold air seemed to seep through her skin. She did not remember falling asleep, but now she was folded in on herself, half curled like a moth stunned by suddenly lit kitchen light. For a few bewildered seconds she did not know why she could not stretch out. Then the smell reached her, metallic, sour, a little like pennies rubbed between sweaty fingers. Blood, her fogged mind supplied. Not fresh. Stale, as though it had been drying for hours on concrete somewhere nearby. She raised her arms and her elbows bumped against something hard. Her wrists met a flat, chilly surface. When she felt along the edge she understood that a metal grate covered her, leaving barely enough room that the back of her hand could slide between the bars. Her legs were angled painfully. The right knee pointed outward, the left bent beneath her in a knot that made her calf cramp. She shifted, trying to draw both knees up, but the ceiling of the cage kissed her shin. For one panicked heartbeat she forgot how to breathe. Then the breath came all at once, a ragged gasp, followed by another. Only when her lungs stung did she find her voice. She screamed. She hurled sound against the 4 featureless walls, against the steel lattice, against whatever dark corners might be hiding in audience. The cry tore at her throat, but after the echo faded nothing answered. No footsteps hurried to the door. No voice called her name in concern. The silence felt deliberate, as though someone listened and chose indifference. Her gaze darted, hunting details she had missed in groggy confusion. The room was scarcely a room at all, more a storage box lit by a single low bulb that hung like a lonely moon. Gray walls, bare plywood floor, a jumble of unlabeled cardboard cartons stacked to the ceiling. A coil of rough hemp rope lay atop one box like a resting snake. No windows, no furniture, no hint of time of day. She pressed her palms to the bars again, braced her feet, and shoved. Nothing budged. The cage had been welded or bolted tight. The ache in her shoulders deepened. She tasted bile. She allowed herself another small scream, a short bursting one, simply to stop the feeling that her head was filling with bees. Yesterday, was it only yesterday, they had slid a tray through a slot, instant mashed potatoes gone gluey in their plastic bowl, 2 slices of white bread scarcely touched by butter. No meat, no vegetables, no fruit. When she asked for iron tablets or an apple, the older woman in the shapeless cardigan had shaken her head with a look of faint pity, as though Adele had missed some unspoken rule about gratitude. She told herself rescue must already be underway. The police would be calling each hospital, printing flyers, interviewing acquaintances. She had been gone 2 days, maybe 3. But then the hard truth hit again. No parents to raise an alarm, no partner waiting for her to come home, few friends and those mostly acquaintances who texted memes more than they met in cafes. Her childhood in foster homes had taught her to survive with minimal attachments, and now that slim social net felt like a curse. Who reports an absence that only a calendar can confirm? Her mind wandered back to 15, to the picnic by Coburg Lake. A checkered blanket, a hamper filled with sourdough and fried chicken and tomatoes that leaked oil onto napkins. Her mother's laugh blending with cicadas. Her father pretending the cheap red bottle was wine though it tasted closer to vinegar. That afternoon seemed golden in memory, but the year after had never made sense. Her parents vanished when she turned 16, leaving behind the rent in arrears house and a single line scrawled on the fridge whiteboard, "We'll come back for you." They never did. Social services stepped in. 8 foster placements later she finished high school, moved into a rented studio, and trained herself not to need anyone. She blinked away the fog. The air smelled thicker now, more coppery, as though the room exhaled fatigue. Her forearms stung. She twisted them and gasped. 2 long slices, puckered at the edges, already scabbing. She did not remember being cut. Had that happened while she slept? Had she slept because they forced her to sleep? Footsteps drummed in the hallway outside. Slow at first, then louder. She held her breath. The knob rattled. The door scraped the plywood. The cardigan woman entered, eyes small and restless. Silver hair stuck out in thin sprays. She carried the same plastic plate, potatoes, bread, no fork. Behind her came a thick-set man whose presence filled the frame. His limbs looked carved from heavy branches. His dark t-shirt stretched across a chest built like scaffolding. His expression suggested someone bored by threat yet committed to it anyway. The woman's first words hit like a slap before her hand did. "You deserve no better." She knelt to shove the plate through the cage slot. The man stayed back, arms folded, feet apart like a guard on slow patrol. With effort Adele sat up straighter, ignoring the stab of her hip joint. "Why am I here?" Her voice sounded hoarse, but the anger in the question steadied her. She shifted her eyes to the man. "At least tell me that." He stepped forward until the cage bars kissed his boots. His eyes were the dark of wind-stripped bark. "Do you remember anything yet?" His tone chilled her more than the question. She tried to mask uncertainty with disdain. "Who are you supposed to be?" "I ask," he said. "You answer." The woman fumbled with a small brass key, unlocked the padlock, and raised the cage lid just wide enough to shove in the plate. Her hand trembled. She clicked the lid shut immediately after. The man drew a pistol from behind his belt just far enough that Adele could see its outline. "Who helps you?" he asked quietly. "Names." Adele stared at the spoon-sized divot in the potatoes, a greasy crater, then looked back. "I work in a copy shop," My coworker is 65 and needs a hip replacement. My landlord thinks a Phillips head screw can fix burst pipes. No one helps me. You've made a mistake. The woman slapped her across the cheek, sharp and quick. The sting radiated into Adele's ear. We've asked politely. The woman hissed, voice ragged. You refuse. Your time runs short. They turned to leave. The man's eyes lingered on Adele's face, not with hatred but with something like sour disappointment, as if he'd wanted an easier confession. Then they were gone, both sliding, silence swelling. Pain pulsed in Adele's cheek. She lifted a hand, felt heat where the slap bloomed. The potato smell made her nauseous. She closed her eyes to keep the room from tilting. Sleep tried to claim her again, dragging her under in heavy sweeps. She fought it but lost. When consciousness jolted back, she wasn't sure how many hours had passed. A water bottle rested near the potatoes. She had no memory of it arriving. Numbly she twisted the cap, drank half in choking gulps. The water tasted faintly sweet, like something dissolved in it, but thirst overruled caution. She set the bottle down and the floor rolled sideways. Needles of light stabbed her brain. She pressed her forehead to the bars, willing the metal's chill to steady her. Images flared behind her eyelids. A living room lamp knocked over. A body sprawled on carpet, blood blooming beneath dark curls. A knife glinting in her own hand. She heard herself screaming, but in the memory no sound came out. Ange. Her boyfriend. The room. Blood. She forced her eyes open. Reality wobbled but held. She scraped memory for a through line. Ange had come to her place 3 nights ago. Pizza, cheap rose, a stupid argument about email passwords. After that her mind blurred. Could she have lifted a knife? Could she have? No. Impossible. Yet the flashes looked so vivid her stomach cramped. Later, she could not measure whether later meant hours or a day. Heavy pounding rattled the door. Adele's eyes snapped open. The room had shifted, more plates, some empty, one untouched. Time had run like water, and she had floated through. Drugged, of course. Sleep laced with something bitter. The door crashed inward. The cardigan woman staggered in, gray hair darker now with sweat or blood. She pressed a hand to her abdomen. Rust-colored stains wet the cardigan. A cut on her forehead trickled down her temple. Her other hand lifted pleadingly. Help me, she whispered, voice reedy. She closed the door behind her, then leaned on it, sliding halfway to the floor. Fear pried Adele's ribs apart. The key, she thought. Get the key. The woman rummaged through a pocket, pulled it with shaking fingers, dropped it. The small brass shape skittered across plywood 2 meters from the cage. Please, Adele said. Please crawl closer. The woman inched forward on hands and knees, breath wheezing. Pain bent her in half. Halfway to the key she paused, fighting to stay conscious. Adele reached through the bars, arms stretched so far her shoulder screamed, but the gap remained wide. You can do it, Adele urged. Just a little more. The woman's eyes fluttered. She slid another palm length closer, seized the key, then pitched forward. With a last flick she tossed it. It clinked once against a bar and landed by Adele's knee. Adele grabbed it, flipped the tiny padlock, and shoved the lid open. She crawled to the woman, Mary, she remembered now they had used first names earlier, and pressed a hand over the pulsing wound in Mary's side. Hot blood soaked Adele's palm. Who stabbed you? Mary's lips barely moved. You're, she coughed. You're, her eyes rolled. Footsteps thundered outside. The door burst open. Adele felt Mary tense in her arms. The man filled the doorway. Blood flecked his knuckles, streaked down one forearm. His shirt was torn at the shoulder. In his right hand he held a wide-blade knife streaked dark. A slow smile grew on his stubbled face when he saw Adele free. Shock stalled Adele's thoughts. She saw now the man was not a stranger. The face beneath the crew cut was older than memory but unmistakable. Her father. She had been 9 last time she saw him clean-shaven. Now lines cut around his mouth. but the eyes were the same color of storm glass. Her voice quaked. "Dead?" He laughed, a sound too bright, like glassware struck in a basement. "Hello, Adele." She kept one hand on Mary's wound, felt the blood pulse. With the other she reached behind her blindly for the coil of rope, anything to use as distance. "What is this?" "I thought." Mary lifted a trembling finger toward the man. "He, liar, murderer." The words leaked out of her like breath. Adele faced him again. "You said you were dead." "I never said dead," he corrected. "I said gone." He stepped closer. Adele pulled Mary behind her, ignoring the stab of fear in her spine. "Stay back. I only want what's mine." His gaze flicked to Mary. She tried to interfere. Adele's mind raced. The memory fragments of Ange's murder flashed again. The bloody curls, the knife. Her father had been there, hidden behind a cap and scarf. He had planted evidence, wiped knives, maybe pressed that knife into her confused hand when she blacked out. He meant for her to take the blame. She felt Mary sag, the wound seeping faster. Adele pushed a carton near the door with her foot, bracing for impact. "Why frame me?" He shrugged, almost casual. "Police get lazy with kin. Easy narrative, unstable daughter, missing parents, tragic end." His voice thickened. "You were supposed to disappear quietly." Rage boiled through her fear. She hurled the box at him. It hit his shoulder, spilling paper across the floor. He slashed the knife downward, missing her by inches. She grabbed Mary's hand, dragged her toward the open door. Her father lunged, caught Adele's wrist, yanked her back so hard the world blurred. The knife pierced her abdomen, a hot punch of pain. She staggered. He aimed again, but Mary, with the last of her strength, sank teeth into his calf. He roared, swung wildly, and Mary collapsed. A bang split the air. For a heartbeat Adele thought her ears burst. Then she saw her father's eyes widen, the knife slip from his fingers, and a dark bloom spread across his shirt. Behind him in the doorway stood the crew-cut man they had called emotionless. But now emotion flooded his face, grim purpose holding a smoking pistol. He advanced, kicked the knife away, checked her father's pulse. Nothing. He touched Mary's throat, then pressed his radio. 2 casualties, 1 alive, lost blood. Need EMS. He met Adele's stunned stare. "You'll be fine." Sirens wailed in the distance. Hospital light was too bright, too clean. Adele blinked at ceiling tiles until they sharpened. Pain flared when she tried to move, bandages tightening across her torso. A silhouette approached, resolved into the crew-cut man in plain clothes. He offered a soft smile. "You're awake." Her throat cracked when she spoke. "Where am I?" "County Medical. I'm Jerry. Private investigator." The name tugged at her memory. She had heard Mary whisper it before. She struggled upright, winced. "Mary? Alive," he said. "Surgery went well. You saved her." He poured water, guided the cup to her lips. She drank greedily despite the metallic aftertaste. "Tell me," she said when breath returned. He sat on the visitor chair and eased nearer. "Your father's been running for years. Real name Peter Gallows. Connected to at least 6 unsolved homicides. Always someone close, a co-worker, a neighbor, then he moved on before patterns emerged. Mary recognized him from a missing persons bulletin 10 years ago. She's been tracking him ever since." Adele pressed fingers to her bandage, absorbing the information like slow poison. "Why kidnap me?" "Your boyfriend Ange confronted Gallows about fraud at a charity. He threatened to expose it. Gallows eliminated him, staged the scene so all evidence pointed to you." She closed her eyes. Tears slipped free before she could stop them. "I didn't remember." "Gallows drugged you," Jerry said. "Injected sedatives mixed with scopolamine. That can erase short-term memory. You woke over a dead body with no idea." "And Mary?" "Mary lost her son to Gallows years ago. Same pattern. She's been hunting proof ever since." Adele exhaled a wet, shaky breath. "She kept me in a cage. To break through the amnesia. Jerry said quietly. Not ideal methods, but she believed authorities wouldn't act unless you remembered. Adele pictured Mary collapsing, saw again the terror in her father's eyes when the bullet hit. Confusion jostled anger and sorrow. Jerry touched her wrist gently. Police will take your statement when you're able. For now, rest. You're safe. Can I see Mary? Soon. She leaned back. The ceiling no longer looked sterile. It looked like blank paper waiting for the first sentence. Outside her window, late afternoon light softened toward dusk. Somewhere down the hall, monitors beeped steady as ticking clocks. She closed her eyes, felt her chest rise, felt pain but also breath. Life, after all. A day later, nurses wheeled her into Mary's room. Mary lay pale but awake. Tubes snaked under blankets. Her eyes brightened when she saw Adele. She lifted a trembling hand. Adele took it. Mary's voice was a rasp. I'm sorry for the cage. Adele squeezed her fingers. I'm sorry for the pain. They said nothing more, but the silence between them felt like a promise stitched from shared survival. Outside the window, sirens wailed somewhere far away, rushing towards someone else's crisis. For now, here, life seated itself anew in the hush of white walls and the slow beep of possibility.